On a sunny day in South Korea, there's a man trying to buy groceries, but when he takes a chip bag, it snaps open, and the content inside is gushing out. A little girl is looking at him, asking whether he is stealing or something. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred in the vicinity, but the scale was small, so there were no casualties. But a bigger earthquake happens. Looking outside, the man sees something erupting from the earth. A massive tower appears from beneath the ground, crushing everyone nearby. The man protects the kid, trying to get to safety. When the earthquake finally stops, he looks outside and witnesses the tower fully erect. It turns out that the tower didn't only appear in South Korea. The humongous structure appeared in the cities of every country in the world, and people call it the Tower of Nightmares. A notification appears on so many selected humans, saying they have chosen to be a tower walker to save the world. Those who jumped into the tower's battlefield after accepting the summons received the blessing of the interface system, which enabled them to obtain items and skills as if it were a game. However, they would soon realize that this wasn't a game. The interface system tells them that a tower impact will occur worldwide. It also shows the world outside the tower, where the people who don't get moved into the tower do construction work to clean up the mess. The worker then realizes something from the tower. He sees that a creature has come out from there. The tower impact is a great disaster in which monsters would overflow from the tower onto the Earth's surface. They destroy everything in sight that not even the modern army can cope with. Because of the monster overflowing from the tower, a third of the world's population was annihilated. Meanwhile, those in the tower had no choice but to watch it happen. Those with special powers and qualifications were the last hope of humanity. Then, the walkers started raiding the tower in order to stop humanity's destruction. At one point, the walkers came across a dead end. Upon trying to destroy the obstacle, they found a luminous stone called the Return Stone. This allows the user to return back in time to around when they were summoned, with the user's current memories will be fully retained. Hyewon, the captain of the tower walkers, immediately uses it, saying that he is going to tell the others what it's like after he uses it. When he breaks the stone, a light fills up the room, and he disappears, leaving the others confused about whether he is really back to the past. Sakamoto, formerly a science professor, thinks Hyewon has definitely returned to the past. However, because a part of the timeline got split up, Hyewon may not be able to meet them again. He explains that using prominent science theories like the multiverse theory and parallel universe theory, their current situation is one where the universe's timeline got split up. In other words, the moment that Hyewon disappeared into the past, their world and Hyewon's world have completely split apart. The other walkers are confused, but in any case, what's for sure is that Hyewon returned to the past. But just because he went back to the past, it doesn't mean that anything in the current world will change. As far as Sakamoto knows, the tower system has never lied before, and he explains to the others that the stone will return them to a world in a different split timeline. He adds that the items from the tower exceed the common sense of humanity after all. Not long after, the second tower impact occurred in the world outside of the tower. Before all of humanity on Earth is eradicated, the walkers must make a decision, whether they use the return stone and return to the past or remain in the tower and die. In the end, one who doesn't have enough strength to climb uses the stone to return, leaving behind the one who wants to fight in their current world. As someone is going to get devoured by the monster, another walker with a double dagger comes into the fight. The slashes are so strong they basically obliterate the monster. Finishes dealing with the monster. He asks the walker whether he is alright. Behind him comes a group of people who stay in the tower to hold on until the very end. They were humanity's last hope. The people who weren't tempted by the return stone, the Carpe Diem. On the battle on the upper floor, confronting a masked monster boss, Yoonhwan diverts the boss aggro, calling out to Jaehwan to land his attacks. With the combo of the two, they decapitated the masked boss quickly. Dealing with the aftermath, fortunately, there are no casualties and only light injuries on the squad. Going at a fast pace, they think that they might be able to reach the final floor. Upon checking the boss's drop, Jaehwan gets a weapon called a suppressing dragon sword. With each passing day, it all seems to be going in humanity's favor, going up against the 98th floor, Chamber of Purgatory. However, the entire squad is slain, leaving only the duo. They fight tooth and nail to beat the boss, as Yoonhwan screams that he can't beat it on his own, asking Jaehwan to get his head together and start beating the boss. But it doesn't go the way they want. Sadly, Yoonhwan gets stabbed by the boss's horn, leaving him incapable of fighting back anymore. The boss then ran towards a castle wall to stamp Yoonhwan between the wall and its head. With the last strength he has, Jaehwan tries to fight the boss in retaliation for it, killing his only friend remaining. He grabs his sword and then starts dashing towards the boss. It notices the attack, though, but there is something different with Jaehwan. With all his remaining strength, Jaehwan trusts his sword like no tomorrow, and then defeats the boss. Sadly, Yoonhwan left with a severe wound and had no way of recovering. With the return stone in hand, he apologized. Jaehwan remembers that Kim Yoonhwan, in that cruel and dreary tower, never lost his smile. Because of it, the walkers call him Smile Knight. And now that Smile Knight lost his smile for the first time, Jaehwan then turned away from him, telling him to just go before he changed his mind. With that, Jiwon becomes the only walker remaining on the higher floor of the tower, intending to finish the last floor by himself. As he tries to open the 99th floor, he reminisces about the time he spent with the squad. A snowfield welcomes him behind the door, and inside, he immediately fights an ice dragon, who obviously is above his power level. Hiding from the dragon, Jiwon's hand froze. At this time, it's been 10 years since he reached the 99th floor and battling the ice dragon daily. Even though he faced numerous calamities on his way up to the 98th floor, the level of danger on the 99th floor was incomparable to any of the lower levels. The boss of the 99th floor is an ice dragon called Velchicus. The breath of this dragon, which came from the Forgotten Land, was hard to withstand, even with cold resistance at the highest possible level. If not for the piece of equipment that was abandoned by the walkers who left, he would have died a long time ago. He got the suppressing dragon sword on the 85th floor, the ice demon armor that Yoonhwan gave him, and the Flame King's bracelet that Han Soil gave him. Thinking about her, he wakes up in the smithy, warming himself up. Currently, he resides in the village that was reclaimed after defeating the 50th floor's boss, the monstrous dragon Ultimanus, called Atopos. Although there were dead or injured walkers that came in every day, people never gave up hope. The priests had established emergency rescue units to rescue raiders who could no longer fight. The blacksmiths of the workshops created equipment for the walkers, who fought for the sake of humanity free of charge. Jiwon speaks to Jae, implying he might be the last blacksmith in Atopos. He then explains that supplies don't come from the lower floors anymore nowadays. It turns out there were still some supplies of minerals up until a few months ago. Jiwon assumes that there are no more living humans within the tower. He doesn't even know what year it is now. He thought there had been more than 10 tower impacts that had occurred so far, and from some point in time, people no longer got summoned to the first floor's summoning ground and climbed up the tower. Talking with Jae, Jiwon guesses that the humans on Earth got wiped out. While thinking about it, there is something that is bothering Jiwon. At the place where the return stone was first found, there are some strange scribbles reading tower within the tower, a nightmare within a nightmare. 2 days ago, Grandma Hylian, Jae's partner, disappeared. One doesn't age within the tower, so if someone disappears in the tower, it's for one of 2 reasons. Either they returned to the past with the return stone or jumped off the tower. Knowing there are no supporting walkers coming and moving forward, Jiwon asks Jae to teach him blacksmith skills. Later that day, Jiwon faces the ice dragon again. Ultimanus says that no human has ever made it to the 99th floor alone since the creation of the Tower of Nightmare, making him acknowledge Jiwon as an incredible human. Jiwon mocks the dragon, saying he would feel empty after killing Ultimanus. Additionally, even the armor that Ultimanus is so proud of is starting to have cracks. Jiwon jumps into the dragon's breath, but it doesn't take long for Jiwon to be defeated, being stuck at the wall with a frozen solid hand and leg. Ultimanus says that even after Jiwon fights to the end, even if he tries to persistently hold on, in the end, the fate that he will face is overbearing solitude and nothingness. Jiwon remembers all of his fallen allies, empowers him to say that the lizard talks too much. He broke free from the ice prison, and with the sword in hand, he went for another thrust toward the dragon. Even Ultimanus mocks him so he wouldn't be able to defeat the dragon with only a mere thrust. It is explained that Jiwon started raiding the tower later than the other people. Because of that, he missed things like hidden skills and classes every single time. That's why he cleanly gave up on other skills and focused on just one, the thrust. He thrusted and thrusted again. After he killed over 50 million monsters with his thrust, his comrades thought his pronoun was thrust. He felt his thrust was going through a change. Every time he thrust, it became faster, more precise, and stronger. As a result, his thrust surpassed a simple motion and started to gain attack power comparable to a hidden skill. And because it wasn't a skill, he never became tired because it didn't consume spirit power. That's when he scratched the dragon after more than hundreds of thrusts. As Ultimanus has enough of it, intending to finish Jiwon off, he uses Dragon Breath point blank on him. Knowing it's too late to dodge, Jiwon is surprised to see the light leading toward the dragon, the same light he saw on the 98th floor. With that, he gives everything he has, thrusting into the dragon. This time, it works splendidly, and Jiwon completely blows away the dragon's chin. The enraged dragon flies up in the sky, barraging dragon breath towards the tiny human beneath him. Jiwon can only evade as he has no way to close the gap between them. As his body can't keep up with the freezing cold air in the area, Jiwon fails to run away to recover. The ice dragon lands right before him, saying he wouldn't be defeated if there were 10 more humans like Jiwon. If only the walkers weren't fooled by the mayor's stone, Jiwon's fate would have been completely different. Hearing about it, Jiwon is surprised and asks about mayor's stone. But Ultimanus refuses to answer and strikes Jiwon instead. Fortunately, even if he fails to get an answer from the ice dragon, Jiwon manages to run away from the fight to recover his frozen body part. Being back in front of the door of the 99th floor, Jiwon thinks about the dragon mentioned Mare's stone. But for the moment, he decides to brush it off. 5 years later, Jiwon finally slays Ultimanus, the ice dragon. With it also comes a lot of notification to Jaehwan. Before Alteminus's soul disappears, he asks again about the mare's stone. The ice dragon indicates that Jaehwan already knows the answer to that question. Alteminus adds that he will learn everything on the last floor. Right after, he received an ice dragon sword from Alteminus's drop. Then, the door to the 100th floor opened, and Jaehwan immediately entered the door. He comes inside a floor called a control room, where he can see the current state of the tower. Suddenly, a monster is talking to him, saying he is already here. In contrast, the monster assumes that Jaehwan will return to the village first. Jaehwan immediately prepares for battle, and what shows up is a notification saying that he is the first to have cleared all the tutorial games of World 294. His fantastic achievement has been recorded in the Undying Library, the Akashic Records. That record will be preserved such that it can only be viewed by the monarchs of the Almighty Land. Jaehwan is surprised to learn that all of that is only a tutorial, remembering that everyone who ever enters the tower is dead now. God knows what happened to humanity outside the tower. A monster with a lion head wearing a full suit shows up, and the first thing Jaehwan asks is who the heck he is. He introduces himself as the demon Beastrain and owns the Tower of Nightmares that Jaehwan had just cleared. Jaehwan tries to confirm whether all of that is really just the tutorial, so Beastrain shows something to him. It shows the earlier days when Jaehwan started being a walker. He shows how Jaehwan and his comrades, all the time they spent together and all the fights they have been through. Jaehwan silently watches as the demon reminds him of all that sadness, anger, and regret, adding that it's natural for there to be useless emotions when faced with the past. The demon then offers him to start all over again, adding that it is an amazing benefit for Jaehwan, because that would be something that only happens in a novel on Earth, the absolute being who starts from the beginning with all their memories. Jaehwan realized that the demon had fooled all the walkers from the start. There's no way for humanity to stop the tower impacts, and the only thing humanity can do is to keep raiding the tower. The salvation of humanity was just a false hope. Then Jaehwan refuses to go back to the past, as his promise to be the Carpe Diem. The demon laughs hysterically, saying that no item in the tower nor the Almighty Land will be able to send anyone back to the past. Jaehwan then remembers that Alteminus mentions Mir's stone. He is devastated to learn that all the walkers who ever walk beside him in the tower are tricked by the demon. It turns out that the return stone is a mare's stone. The demon explains that the mare's stone doesn't send the user back to the past, but instead, they are trapped in the dreams that the mare creates. And up until the higher floor, only Jaehwan was obsessed with finishing the tower. Ultimately, he refuses to accept the offer to return to the past and start over. Thanks to the demon's explanation, Jaehwan now knows what the Tower of Nightmare is. He assumes that he is already in the dream that the mare's stone made, so he decides to hunt Beastrain and go to the next floor. As Beastrain tries to explain something else, Jaehwan suddenly thrusts him with the sword he got from the ice dragon. But it seems to be not that easy though, as Beastrain just recovers his severed head and offers Jaehwan anything he wants if he accepts the demon's offer. But Jaehwan doesn't want anything else now because he just wants to thrust his way up to the higher floor. The demon even tries to deceive him, saying that since he is already within the dream of the Tower of Nightmare, he shows that the outside world is fine, and all of the tower walkers are in a comatose state. Beastrain also claims that Jaehwan will never be able to win against him because compared to him, who barely manages to clear the tutorial, the demon is a completely different entity from the tower monsters. But Jaehwan didn't back down, and with the sword in hand, he kept thrusting. The fight doesn't last long, and Jaehwan returns to the smithy beaten up with potions in hand. Currently, he is the last person to be the walker in the tower and fixing his own equipment. This day marks the 72nd attempt. Though Jaehwan has challenged Beastrain every day without rest, no matter how, he can't leave a scratch on the demon. However, Jaehwan is always able to come out alive from the fight. Strangely, the demon wants Jaehwan to be alive, and he doesn't have any intention of killing Jaehwan. That's why, no matter how many years it would take, Jaehwan will not give up. In the control room, Beastrain watches everything Jaehwan does, and he reveals that he is a cultivator, and it's the first time he's seen something like that. He explains that a cultivator ensures that a product adapts safely to the Almighty Land by putting it through a secondary cultivation process to ripen and enhance the product. The primary process is culling undesirable seeds, so only the good ones remain, which is done through the tutorial game, which seeks out the good products. With that, the chosen product can begin to truly grow through the real game. Thus, the secondary process is providing and growing the chosen seeds with water and fertilizer. Beastrain is so ecstatic to learn that his tower is able to have such a product, but to think that the product himself refuses to move on to the next stage. It gives him a hard time because he can't kill the product himself, afraid of the consequences that might arise. Jaehwan is a special product for the demon, so the gods keep contacting him about it. As of right now, Jaehwan doesn't even have any stats to increase, but he is still unable to reach Beastrain, so he questioned the system of the tower as a whole, which made him feel something. To question the system of the world, he sees something strange that takes on the form of fine particles, as well as jagged sugar cubes. Each time they changed, they took a different form. that particles were the essence of that world. No matter the form, he instinctively understood what it was. As Beastrain thinks about the consequences, Jaehwan appears from behind and thrusts the demon with the black sword. Beastrain keeps trying to tell Jaehwan to move to the next phase, but his eyes are set. With a solid determination to kill the cultivator, Jaehwan keeps thrusting and thrusting. Having no patience left, Beastrain holds him off, asking what the heck Jaehwan wants, so he is willing to move to the next phase. At that point, he finally feels that he got the demon and thinks it's a good thing. But he holds out, waiting until the demon's breaking point. So, Beastrain explains that, in truth, the universe isn't made up of just a single dimension. The main dimensional level is called the Almighty Land. Under that, countless alterations branch out from it. Earth is just one of the small planets in a dimensional system that was scattered from the countless alterations. They call Earth the 294th world. While in the Tower of Nightmares, walkers can earn skills and items, and then while working on their status, they will adapt to the system of the Almighty Land, and they will earn a chance to travel to a new world. As for the demons, their role is to support the process. Beastrain explains further that the Tower of Nightmares is summoned to Earth merely by chance, that it was chosen by Beastrain. But what Jaehwan asks next is nothing like that, and he asks why someone like Beastrain is operating the Tower of Nightmares, making the demon flustered. Beastrain tells him he was volunteering to do it, adding that many demons watch over special walkers on different planets. At the same time, they make a paradise where humans, monsters, and demons can all live together in peace. Jaehwan then asks about the monarch, and Beastrain explains that they are the rulers of the Almighty Land. Generally, the ones who clear the real game and enter the Almighty Land are invited to join their forces. Jaehwan tells the demons that in exactly 10 days, he will leave that place. He uses those 10 days to train his thrust all day while the demon watches him. Beastrain feels uneasy, thinking that he got scammed by the seller of the tower. It turns out that he bought a tower said to be made by a master, but it was only a first-generation one, which was so old that he couldn't tell how old the tower was. With the first-generation tower, he can't be forced to end the tutorial without consent from the walkers. So, the only thing he can do is wait for the promised day to come. On the 10th day, Beastrain gives Jaehwan a prompt window notification, asking him to end the tutorial phase. Instead of ending the tutorial, Jaehwan thrusts the demon again, confusing Beastrain. After being able to see the particles, Jaehwan's thrusting motion had become unstable. But whenever he thrusts, he feels a strange sense of discomfort. He felt as if a certain sense was awakening, making him more determined than ever to hunt the demon. For the first time after so long, Jaehwan smiles, thinking about the feeling that he has, the sense of being alive. Having enough out of it, Beastrain uses black ironwood to root Jaehwan. The demon explains that the tower is programmed to end in 100 days after the tutorial is finished, so he needs Jaehwan to stay rooted until then and move to the next phase. But Jaehwan doesn't stay still though, because right after, he releases something strange, light enveloping the room, making the demon afraid of what Jaehwan has become. He destroys the ironwood that roots him, then starts attacking Beastrain again. But this time, he is able to hurt the demon, and it is the first time Beastrain witnesses the power of the overload adapter from a mere tower walker. The day after Jaehwan reached the 100th floor, he had doubts about whether the tower was actually inside Mare's dream. He doubts again whether the demon can't kill him, whether being a human that can be shamelessly restored anytime. The essence of the word was being torn apart, and the chatter started. At the end of his numerous doubts, he reached a place where there were no longer any doubts. He pierced through understanding. At this moment in time, all of Jaehwan's thrusts managed to hurt the demon, and it enraged Beastrain. He temporarily lifted the agreed restrictions, screaming that he wouldn't go easy on Jaehwan anymore. The demon's counterattack is indeed several times fiercer than before, and he deeply cuts Jaehwan up. Beastrain expresses how amazing Jaehwan is for being able to adapt to round 2 shortly after he finishes the tutorial. He claims that is the limit for a human, and he keeps attacking Jaehwan, leaving no gap, and keep wounding him more. Jaehwan doesn't just take the attack though, as he also thrusting his sword and keeps thrusting until the moment he approaches 10 billion thrusts. Beastrain keeps running his mouth, saying that Jaehwan needs to participate in the actual game anyway, adding that by attacking the demon, the one who will be losing out is Jaehwan. That's when he reached the 10 billion mark, and as he thrust 1 billion times, he saw the line that showed him where to thrust. Just like when he deals with the 98th and 99th boss. He doesn't wait for long and instinctively thrusts his sword toward the demon. The surprised demon couldn't believe that the human wasn't merely adapting because it was a power possessed by an awakened hero. As Beastrain is powerless in the face of Jaehwan's power, he asks Beastrain to listen to him for the last time, and he says that humans aren't things that the demon can just trade around. Humanity isn't an insignificant baseline that the demon can just use as he pleases and digitize. It isn't a product he can price on. Jaehwan will no longer follow the scenario that the demon planned. He will destroy the tower, climb to the next floor, and keep going up further and further. Then the status info on Jaehwan is broken, and B-Strain is begging him to stop, as he claims there is no such thing as the next level. But Jaehwan is convinced that the next level, in fact, exists. He somewhat knows how to read the scribbling in the tower, where it says that the entire Tower of Nightmares is just the imitation of the first demon, the top of the illusion tree. At this point, Jaehwan knows that the tower is placed at the root of the illusion tree, so he is sure the next level is the trunk. Then, if he can break through the ceiling, that's when he can go to the next level. All kinds of notifications from the tower say that an unexpected error occurred while calculating. When it tries to find the remaining tower walker, it finds that no walker exists within the current Tower of Nightmares, and the tutorial game has completely ended. Jaehwan then wakes up in some kind of tropical forest, where he claims that he has found the next level. Appearing in front of him is a pack of wolves, and with a sword in hand, he stands there, ready to slay them all. Yet, with a slight thrust, he easily splits the wolf in half, and the wolf's leader appears, which makes Jaehwan think that a slight thrust won't be enough for him. Well, he uses normal thrust, and he splits open the wolf to pieces. Harvesting the horn from the wolf, Jaehwan thought that the monster there was weak, but he didn't know yet that he was just broken. The next thing that comes out is a horde of green ants, saying how dare a mere human harvest the Tentahorn's horns. The ant then attacks him, but because Jaehwan is able to understand them, he doesn't immediately slay them. Instead, he tries to stop them and threatens to kill them if they dare to attack him again. Ultimately, he massacres the whole pack of ants, leaving one alive to ask him a question. But the ant mocks him instead, and Jaehwan tortures him, telling him to speak in a way he can understand. Then, instead of getting tortured more, the ant just bit his own tongue, and even though they were weak in front of Jaehwan, they still had more willpower than he expected. Upon checking the body of the ants, he finds a small dimensional backpack that allows him to store the bulky items like an inventory. He thought he would be able to use the interface system of other dimensional worlds like the Almighty Land, but he felt relief to be able to see information on the item in this place anyway. Upon checking his sword from the 99th floor, he finds out that the sword is able to change its form and swallow the corpses. Lastly, he also finds a map that shows the Illusion 3, Chaos. Somewhere else, a red-haired woman is herding a pack of wolves toward his teammates. They were surprised to see that she was messing with a bihorn, a wolf boss with 2 horns. Jaehwan sees them from afar and presumes they will die dealing with the bihorn. He knows that the woman is the strongest among them, thinking she might scam them or something. As a red bulky man prepares his attack, the woman claims she will help him. Instead, she punches him in the face. However, the bihorn right in front of him is going to devour him to pieces. With a single thrust, Jaehwan saves him, breaking open the bihorn's skull. Upon talking with them, Jaehwan lets them take the bihorn's corpse, while on the sideline, the red-haired woman is anxious about something. It is revealed to them that Jaehwan is just someone passing, yet it still confuses them. On top of that, he can't speak the language of that place, which is weird for them. From behind, the red-haired woman tries to check Jaehwan out, but her skill is unable to see his status, so she tries to speak with him, telling him that there are less than a handful of adapters throughout Chaos who can kill a bihorn with just a thrust. She asks who Jaehwan really is and where he comes from, but he doesn't know what Chaos is, so he asks her about it, which makes her flustered as she thinks Jaehwan is messing with her. She tries to ensure he understands what she is saying, which Jaehwan claims he does. Jaehwan knows who he is. It's just where he belonged. While his relationship on Earth became meaningless the moment he entered the tower, Jaehwan gained new comrades and memories. But, as the tutorial came to an end, they all disappeared as if they were a mirage. Although those comrades that were with him were probably somewhere on Earth, the clear reward was that he could retain all his memories while he started over. They wouldn't remember him nor the memories they had in the tower. So Jaehwan claims that he doesn't remember anything about the red-haired woman. But she doesn't believe him and starts shouting at him, and she can only assume that Jaehwan is the might of the abyss or something. Meanwhile, his weapon is vibrating, and Jaehwan takes it up. It changes form and devours the weapon that Jaehwan gives to it. This surprised the red-haired woman, and she recognized it as a spirit weapon. Also, the other party members notice it, thinking that a spirit weapon is right before them. At the same time, Jaehwan is utterly oblivious that they are watching. The red-haired woman couldn't believe that someone like Jaehwan had ruined her mission to eliminate the party's leader. In the end, she offers him something, so she asks whether he wants to hear it. The woman introduces herself as Mino, and she gives a simple explanation as to what Chaos is. Right after, both Jaehwan and Mino talk about the party. It turns out that they are a heinous group of guys that belong to a clan named Black Fox, and she asks him to kill them. Well, she tells him that Jaehwan will find out soon because they will definitely go after him. When the night falls, the leader says they will stop and camp there, as they might provoke the horned monster if they move. Jaehwan knows that, based on the maps, the village is not too far from there, so he wants to see what they are going to do. At this point, he is a second stage awakened, which enables him to use comprehension on items or matter in chaos. While the other members talk to themselves, they evaluate that Jaehwan's spirit power is low, even lower than the leaders, so they assume that Jaehwan can kill the Bihorn only because of the help of his spirit weapon. Meanwhile, Jaehwan is confused as Beastrain claims that items in the Tower of Nightmares aren't that impressive, yet to think that people are after it is beyond him for now. One thing for sure is he knows that chaos is not the almighty land. When the black foxes are finally moving, Mino tries to warn Jaehwan, but he just lies down there. She asks him to use the spirit weapon to get rid of them, but Jaehwan claims that he doesn't have it anymore though. He says he lent it to someone else, as the person claims he wanted to take a look at it during his night watch. Then the leader mocks him because now Jaehwan doesn't have the weapon anymore. He wants to get rid of Mino and Jaehwan so he can go back to sleep. Mino is mad, calling them all kinds of things, and releases her power. At the same time, Jaehwan is excited that he is finally able to see her true abilities. They come with eyes full of bloodlust as they can easily beat both of them down easily with numbers. But, with a swing of her hand, Mino was able to eliminate 2 members in an instant. She grabs a black dagger and throws it to another member so hard to satisfy her anger, as she says sorry for throwing it too hard. As of right now, she expresses how angry she is, and from that point on, she asks them to come at her simultaneously. The leader is suspicious about her before, but now he is sure that Mino is the Witch of Massacre. He asks her about who commissioned her to assassinate in the dark forests, and she doesn't regard him that much, saying that the black foxes have killed countless non-adapters, so naturally, chaos is filled with people asking her to kill them. So, the leader uses Jaehwan's spirit weapon, with more black fox members showing up behind him. It turns out that he also calls out to his master, saying that if the spirit weapon can easily fall into his hand, he shouldn't have called the master. Clint, the clan master of the Black Fox, is a third-stage adapter. He reveals that half of the Black Fox members have gathered just to hunt Jaehwan. Mino thinks that it is a true honor for her that he does that. She then calls out to Jaehwan and apologizes that she can't protect him now. She gives him an escape stone, which looks like a return of Mare's stone. Mino explains that it's a stone of escape, and if Jaehwan uses it, he can teleport to the nearest fortress, and she only has one of them, telling him he should use it. Jaehwan asks Mino whether she would return back in time if there was a way to do it. She said that, of course, would never go back after she had lived too hard up to that point. If she dies, she will die today, and she will never go back to the past. That's when Jaehwan steps up and says that Mino won't die today, unsheathing his sword, and starts killing the Black Fox member. The leader uses a spell to buff his member, and fire appears on the member's body. Yet, they are simply massacred by Jaehwan. When Jaehwan reaches Clint, his chest just simply gets split open by Jaehwan. Behind him is the red-haired man who has Jaehwan's sword. As Jaehwan approached the man, the red-haired man just kneeled there, serving Jaehwan the sword. Now, with the spirit weapon in hand, Jaehwan uses a slight thrust and massacres the Black Fox members. This surprised Mino because initially, she thought that he was a fool for letting them take his sword and just an idiot who was insensitive to danger. But that was not true because Jaehwan is just simply too strong. She then asks him again about his true identity, and he asks whether she forgot, adding that she already knows who he is. He teases her, asking whether she has also lost her memories now, making her all flustered. So, she asks about the escape stone she gave to Jaehwan, but he refuses to give it to her, saying he no longer has it. The truth is that Jaehwan had already destroyed it. A little later, he looks at the sky over a bonfire, feeling how peaceful it is, while Mino is freaking out looking for the stone, saying that because of one clueless man, she needs to look for it in all kinds of places. Jaehwan then says that he thinks Mino already knows about his identity as a human. She is confused by it, so he asks her again whether she is a human, which she says she is, and for Jaehwan, it is good enough to befriend her. It instead confuses her, though, yet she doesn't think too much of it, and they end the night. The following day, they walk towards the village. At the same time, Mino claims she is envious of him for not remembering how Jaehwan came to chaos. So he asks how Mino came to chaos, and she explains that if he knows what he is asking, he will really come to regret it. Then, they arrive at Gorgon Fortress, and Jaehwan notices an altar resembling the summoning circle on the first floor of the Tower of Nightmares, where suddenly, a lot of people appear on the altar, screaming all kinds of things. And Jaehwan knows well when humans make that expression. As Jaehwan is able to see it himself, Mino explains to him that people who come to chaos are the ones who died from the tower in all kinds of worlds. She reminds him not to ask how people ended up there as she welcomes him to chaos, the land of the dead. Not too long after, a lot of officers come toward the altar, welcoming them. They bring a blanket, and the captain tells his men to line them up and take them straight to the speech hall. Turns out that Mino recognizes the captain and she calls out to him, James. She tells him that she happened to come to the fortress, and since they recognized each other, she asks him to just let her through. But James refuses her, explaining that the situation has changed a little, as the higher-ups changed the policy not too long ago. So, those who want to enter the fortress must present a certificate. She then bribes the captain with a horn from the Bihorn, which he gladly accepts. Next, he asks Jaehwan about the certificate, which he doesn't have anything like that. Mino then teases him, saying she will help him if he says please. The captain explains that he can't enter the fortress if he doesn't have a certificate. So Jaehwan tries to grab something from his clothes, trying to do something. That makes Mino worry, wondering whether Jaehwan is planning on killing all the guards and massacring his way into the fortress. Knowing what kind of person Jaehwan is, Mino thinks that he might really do it. But, as Mino tries to cover for him, another person appears, calling out to them, asking what is happening out there. It turns out to be the manager of the cleanest checkpoint in Chaos, Northern Checkpoint, Chief Stubborn, Carlton. Arriving right in front of James, Carlton asks him to explain what's happening. So he explains that Jaehwan wants to come inside even though he doesn't have a certificate. Carlton then tells him that, of course, he can't go in. But when Jaehwan asks why, Carlton reads the law that forbids him from doing so. His power also binds everyone around the vicinity, making them kneel, using the law as his skill called the Gorgon Restraint Act. But, with a swing of his sword, Jaehwan breaks Mino and himself free, explaining that he is not interested in Carlton's law or anything. He added that he didn't need the certificate, as he would prove his identity. But Carlton ignores him, and he uses another law act, releasing a white chain to try binding Jaehwan with it. Again, he easily breaks free from the chain, which surprises everyone. In the end, Jaehwan asks whether he can just do what Mino did to the captain. It makes James pale white, shocked and afraid he might be exposed. Well, Jaehwan just throws a thing at Carlton without caring for the others or Mino. Noticing the thing, James shouts to Jaehwan, saying how dare he try to bribe the chief, suggesting that he should be executed. But Carlton held him off, saying that he was waiting for Jaehwan, the messenger of the Greens. Checking on Mino's soul corruption, the devices recommend she take medication as soon as possible as her soul corruption has exceeded 15%. She then explains that soul corruption is a chronic disease everyone living in Chaos has. Just by existing in Chaos, one's soul will gradually get corrupted. That is why the horned monsters are precious to the humans in Chaos, as the horn is the only medicine that can reduce soul corruption in Chaos. Carlton then measures Jaehwan's, but the device cannot measure the level of soul corruption on him, showing 0% on the display. Carlton then smiles, giving back the thing that Jaehwan gave to him. Carlton tells him that he should not so readily hand over a soul stone to just anyone, calling him a messenger of the Green. But Jaehwan says he is not from the Greens or whatever Carlton keeps saying, which he already knows. Carlton then explains that a soul stone is a precious item that amplifies the spiritual power, but it's not as simple as that. In the little time Carlton holds onto it, his hand gets corrupted entirely. So, one who is not one of the Greens will never be able to handle the soul stone. The Greens are the only beings capable of carrying the stone without getting corrupted. Even though Jaehwan is not one of the Greens, Carlton believes in Jaehwan's soul. He explains why the device cannot measure Jaehwan's soul because his soul is the purest among all of the souls in Chaos. As Carlton and James walk inside the fortress, like James, the nightmare comes true. Carlton mentions that, apparently, there is someone at the gate who lets people through after taking a bribe. Meanwhile, in the village, Jaehwan thoughts how things have progressed too complicated. On top of that, he is carrying a dead weight after Carlton punishes Mino with the Law Act for not carrying her own identification certificate, and she becomes a mindless zombie who follows Jaehwan around. He then asks the villagers that he is looking for a blacksmith who is skilled in working with swords, where someone notices his spirit weapon. Arriving at a tunnel, Mino awakes, and Jaehwan tells her to go on her own way. But she doesn't want to, though, saying that it's too far for him to abandon her like that. She assumes that Jaehwan is still pissed at her because she tried to leave him at the gate, but she only meant it as a joke. He then says it's enough for her as he is now being guided to the castle, and she will be a hindrance from there on. Because Jaehwan and Mino are different, again he tells her to go on her own way. But, just like a couple fights, Mino decides to follow him anyway, asking him whether he knows where he is going. Looking at her, Jaehwan reveals that he is going to find the nightmare. It turns out that she might know one place where he might be, so they agree to go there. But before that, he needs to deal with the people who follow them, as some guys have done business with them. There is a group of thugs asking Jaehwan to give them the sword, but he just blatantly refuses it. While it's going on, Mino instead gets mad at the youngest thugs, who are obviously the biggest person in the group. Jaehwan had enough of it, so he thrust at the thug's hand and aimed a little up from the group to warn them. As it annoys him, he asks them to attack together quickly. The leader is mad that his cute youngest's hand gets cut off, so together they attack Jaehwan, but he doesn't kill them. Instead, he just knocks them out. Mino teases him whether he knows something else other than thrust. Jaehwan says that he doesn't because he basically spent 15 years of his life thrusting his sword. She then wonders why he missed his thrust earlier, blowing up the roof. It turns out that he noticed someone was using some hidden skill over on the roof, so Jaehwan decided to scare him a bit because it was annoying to him. A little later, they finally arrive at the smithy called Twilight's Fall. One of the apprentices, who was in charge of talking to customers, came and greeted them. It was a young, healthy-looking man, saying that they were quite busy that day, and even if he put in the order today, it would take some time. Inside, the apprentices are all excited, looking at a sword made from a quadhorn's horn, and they offer themselves to work on the jewel slot. He adds that one who succeeds will become the deputy owner for the day. The owner of the smithy, Michael, allows them to try, yet even after they take turns, they fail to even make a scratch into the sword. As Michael is mad at his apprentices, Jaehwan sneaks into the smithy and says that he will give it a try. Michael underestimates Jaehwan, saying that even his apprentices weren't able to do it. Yet, with his point finger, Jaehwan stabs the little sword, makes a hole in it, spins it around, and claims that he becomes the deputy owner for the day. But, as Jaehwan plays with the sword, it crumbles to pieces, surprising the whole smithy and making Michael angry with him. However, he is mad because the cost of the horn for the material is so expensive, and Jaehwan breaks it just like that. So he frowned and apologized for what he did because he failed to break only the part where it was needed. Instead, he broke the whole thing. That makes Michael angry, asking Jaehwan to compensate him for the material. So he takes out a horn that comes from a pentahorn, and Michael gladly accepts it. On top of that, he even blushes, looking at the massive horn. Then, he tells his apprentices to close the door, takes Jaehwan to his personal smithy, and expresses that it's the best facility in the whole Gorgon region. Jaehwan took out another horn. The pentahorn had 5 horns, so he obviously had more. But it didn't make sense to Michael. What's more is that Jaehwan wants to make a scabbard with it. It was a pentahorn they were talking about. The material seemed like overkill just for a scabbard. Jaehwan lent him the sword. After Michael looked at its status, he moaned and called out the Frost Dragon sword. However, he thought about how it is a shame that this sword is only a replica. However, the sword began to cry. Michael dropped it in shock, and it landed on top of the Garnak's horn. The sword then vibrated even harder as it opened its mouth and began devouring the horn. Now Michael knows that it's a spirit weapon. The Frost Dragon sword began glowing as it finished eating the Garnak's horn. He expresses how he is witnessing a lot of fascinating things today, adding that the sword is evolving. But now they no longer have the material because the sword has devoured all the material. And Jaehwan said it was okay, adding that he had more, then took another one out of his backpack. Michael stood in front of the Garnak's horn as it was the first time he was given a chance to process a Garnak's horn. So, Michael asks Jaehwan what he can do to help shape or form. When he answers that he will leave it to Michael, though he looks surprised, he proclaims that the Master of Dawn will show Jaehwan what he is capable of. At the same time, within Gorgon Castle, a middle-aged man in clean, formal clothing coughed as he drank his tea. The man in dark clothes bowed his head as he kneeled in front of the middle-aged man, reporting that they lost their target. He added that he doesn't know how his team got defeated, because he just got knocked out and woke up lying on a roof. The man in a black robe is 3rd stage adapter. If a 3rd stage adapter with a master level, high-rank stealth skill was hiding, it was hard for even higher-ranking adapters to find out. But the target had found him and easily knocked him out without him knowing. The middle-aged man said maybe he was at the 5th stage. If he was at that stage, the man needed to be prepared, adding that they'll gather more men, and determined to find him no matter the cost. At that moment, a deep thud came from the underground cell below the castle. It was a slight tremor, but the middle-aged man, who was a high-ranked adapter, was able to feel it. Then he heard a faint, long scream coming from below. He frowned, calling out to his master to hang on a while longer. The next day at the bar, middle-aged men can be heard talking loudly from within the saloon. At the center was an old hologram machine that was showing a broadcast. The person on the broadcast was a pink-haired girl with a small horn. The video then showed a man solo fighting a giant frost dragon. The man kept stabbing it over and over endlessly. His face was censored so that the product information would not be leaked. The men at the bar rumbled while watching. At that moment, the door to the saloon slammed open, and a woman walked in. It was Mino. She walked briskly to the bar and sat down. Her thin waistline and fair-skinned face immediately attracted all the attention of the men in the saloon. The men were shocked and scared by the vicious energy pressure that Mino was releasing and ran out. Mino laughed bitterly. She thinks about Jaehwan and feels bitter, so she drinks up to her heart's content. Then, the owner of the saloon appeared. It was Aunt Claire, as she was saying that the bad girl, Mino, was bad for her business. Mino was too drunk to talk straight, but she kept on mumbling. Claire narrowed her eyes. She knew Mino well. Mino has been like this since they met at the Tower of Nightmares. She was weak, but she had a temper. In addition, she also liked to prank people and cause trouble. She wasn't bad, but she always got the people around her into trouble. Claire brushes her hair, saying she should not be involved with Jaehwan anymore as Claire thinks he is dangerous. Before Mino could reply, a message energy made from spiritual power shot through the saloon's window and reached Mino. She checked the sender. Carlton is the Northern Gate captain. At that moment, Mino felt a terrifying pressure from all sides. One of the men walks up to her and asks whether she is the Witch of Massacre. Mino pulled out a dagger from her clothes despite her drunken stupor. The man closed upon her, grabbed her hand, answered as he smiled ominously, and said he needed her to do something for them. Back at the smithy, Michael is giving up on crafting the horn as he evaluates that the materials level is too high for him to process. So Jaehwan put his hand on Michael's eyes, saying that it's important to be able to see. Michael's eyes glow bright, and the material before him starts to liquefy in front of his face. That took him into a world where he could see the form of the material he processes for real. It took the form of a monster as it attacked them. On the other hand, Jaehwan tells Michael to get himself together since he says he would help. He is terrified of what happened in front of his eyes. He thought that it must have been a dream and looked for the exit door, and of course, he ran away, leaving Jaehwan sighing. As Michael opens the door, asking for help, what he sees is that, supposedly, his apprentices are skeletons as they ask whether the smith master has done smelting. The panic sets in. Michael witnesses another being that speaks to him, calling him the foolish one, and tells him that he doesn't deserve to see that place yet. With his hammer and chisel, Jaehwan faced the monsters without any skills. The monster attacked Jaehwan, and he attacked back. The monster screamed and spat blood out from its body, but it didn't seem to be bothered. He was enjoying it. Among such chaos, Michael was shocked and afraid. In the end, Jaehwan broke the horn, and they ended up talking about the past event regarding the owner of the smithy. Jaehwan then touched the horn with his hand. The surface swirled as if it was reacting to his touch. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened in front of Michael. The particles that his finger touched were dug up as if something had eaten them. Jaehwan shook his head. Michael focused closer. That reminds him of when he learned smithy in his younger days, as his master explained that he won't exceed human limits, which makes him determined to become like those mares anyway. Ultimately, he asks Jaehwan what he needs to do in fighting against the world. Jaehwan tells Michael to look carefully, not relying on the system but with his own eyes instead. That's when he sees it, the true world that he knows shouldn't exist. As Jaehwan dashed toward the spirit beast, Michael fired up to pick up the chisel again. With all of what he has, he starts crafting the horn again. Later that day, they were finally able to finish making the scabbard for the spirit sword. Jaehwan decides to name the newly awakened spirit sword Lone Wolf, and they write it on the scabbard. So they bid their farewell, and Michael asks Jaehwan what he looks like in Jaehwan's eyes. He says that Michael looks like a human, when in fact, Jaehwan is able to see that all of the people in chaos look like skeletons. As he goes around the town, Mino comes back, so he asks her what's up with her, which makes her follow him up. So she reveals that she intends to kill him, adding that she would have a good life by taking all of the spirit stones Jaehwan has. She also gives him a bag of clothes, saying that it's her way of saying sorry, and then she asks what he is going to do now. At this point, Jaehwan already knows how to meet the mayor, so he intends to meet him to ask about Illusion 3, and how to get to the abyss. He is not coming back after, saying that after all he is only a human, which makes her mad, asking who he thinks he is to say such a thing. It hurts her. Even though the people of the chaos are not as brave as Jaehwan, she claims they are human as well. Though, no matter how many times they're saved, the truth remains the same. Because what question shows him is the true essence of that world. It is a world where numbers and data rule, and some people would sell their souls to raise their numbers. That's when Mino breaks up the barrier, asking Jaehwan whether she looks like a human or not. As she bid her farewell, saying they wouldn't see each other ever again, her appearance changed, and she looked like a human again. The people of chaos supposedly are dead souls that came to chaos after their deaths in the tower, but Jaehwan is different. He comes to chaos by exceeding the limit of what humans can do. He breaks the ceiling set by the tower and climbs himself to chaos. Going back to the bar, Mina wonders how things can turn out that way as she opens the door. The bar is in shambles, and a group of people are waiting for her inside, with Claire held hostage. They are from the Forbidden Heaven clan. The leader is the elder called Janya, who asks how Mino can come back alone, where she takes out her dagger, saying that he is more naive than he seems, asking whether he saw a person who kept her promise, adding that a certain person won't be coming. She attacks them, saying that that person is only going to destroy chaos, and Janya expresses how the witch has gone insane. He releases his shadow to fight her, and she defeats them easily. While she strikes the last one, her dagger shoots through towards Janya, and he picks up his sword to counter her attack. That lands on her, injuring her. On top of that, Claire is also held hostage while the fight is happening. For the last attempt, she performs her ultimate attack, releasing 8 daggers simultaneously. Yet, Janya destroys all of them easily and expresses how cute her technique is. After that, he threatened to shred her himself as she fell down, losing consciousness. The only thing she can remember is Jaehwan. Now, she wants to go back to the past to follow him back then. She thinks about how she hates this type of development, as Janya is going to strike her with his sword. Suddenly, there is an attack coming from the sky. Unfortunately, Janya is able to defend himself with his sword. Jaehwan comes, standing beside Mino, as she says why he was there instead of destroying the world. He says the clothes she gave him don't fit, so he returns them. Meanwhile, Janya realizes that Jaehwan is the one who took the spirit stone, and his men laugh at the thought that Jaehwan saved them some trouble looking for him. Jaehwan asks Janya whether they are the guys who are with Mare, and tells them to get Mare to come there. Janya thinks that Jiwon might be crazy, as Mino tells him that Janya is a 4th stage adapter. Now, they start swarming, and together they attack Jiwon, shouting how they will teach him a lesson. Jiwon performs his normal thrust toward Janya, but he manages to dodge it. Realizing that Janya can't defeat Jiwon, he takes Claire and threatens to kill her. Mino asks Jiwon to save her, yet it confuses him with the thought that he just needs to cut whoever's in his way instead. So Mino grabs him as she cries, saying that Claire is a human. That shocked Jiwon for a moment. While looking at their true essence, Claire screams, telling him to start attacking. In the end, Jiwon thrusts the roof, which makes a pillar of light shoot up beyond the sky, destroying the barrier they previously deployed and notifying the guard in Gorgon. That instant, Carlton arrives with his men, greeting Jiwon and asking what the hell is happening. Jiwon expresses how he came at the right time, claiming that Janya was breaking the law. They also intend to use the bar as their foothold to try to destroy the world by scheming with the mayor, though Jiwon is the one who actually wants to destroy chaos. In an instant, Carlton uses his authority and silver restraints to save the day. Carlton also summons an axe made of his authority to apprehend the culprit. He even says that any further resistance is futile. Though Janya is not giving up, he dashes forward and strikes Carlton with his sword. Their clash makes a sound wave going around the bar, and Janya's sword cracks as it meets the axe of light. So he jumps up, with all of his strength try to go for another attack toward Carlton. In the end, Carlton uses the chain of light again, and this time, he easily takes Janya down. A moment later, with the axe on Janya's neck, he surrenders himself. Janya also expresses how he heard that Carlton is indeed as naive as he is righteous. With that, Janya throws a poison gas bomb in the bar. As they manage to get outside, he says he didn't think he would use the black cloud in there, yet they try to run away with his men in tow. Suddenly, the clan elder called Seolring comes, asking whether the Witch of Massacre is that strong, which makes Janya have to use the black cloud. That's when Janya reveals that the silver restraint has been used. And at this moment, Jiwon, Mino, and Carlton are inside. A moment later, Seolring sees Jiwon dragging Mino out of the bar, and he asks for information about Jiwon. On the other hand, Jiwon notices the people on the tree and performs his slight thrust toward them. Janya informs him that he is also curious about Jiwon, implying he has no idea who he is. The fact that Jiwon is fine after being hit with the black cloud startles them, and they have never heard of an emerald bug with no antenna. As Jiwon sits Mino down, he looks at the group of 4 from the Forbidden Heaven clan and how he thinks it is annoying to deal with them. With that thought, he stabs his scabbard into the ground, using its skill to summon the spirit of Garnak. The spirit then dashes towards them, and in an instant, it slays the 2 minions from the Forbidden Heaven clan, leaving only the 2 high members of it. Seolring thinks about how strong Jiwon turns out to be, and he just flees, leaving Janya to deal with Jiwon. Janmyeon and Janming are the 2 members he cherishes, and with the thoughts, that is how it's going to end. However, Jiwon says there is a way for Janya to survive and asks him where the mare is that they are hiding. Janya reveals that if he tells Jiwon about it, that makes a certain person knows. It betters off if Jiwon kills him right there. Janya will die either way at that point, so he eats a spirit stone. Soul corruption spreads rapidly in his body and slowly turns him into a massive monster that towers the houses around him. The people called it the dead as it rampaged on the people it saw. With its claw, it stabs and absorbs the life force of the people. Inside of its consciousness, Janya sees the truth of the world he knew of as chaos. He expresses what good dignity in a world like that would be while also feeling relief from his fear of dying. Suddenly, he felt Jiwon's presence and turned around, saying how sneaky Jiwon was. That is surprising to him, leaving him wondering how a human can exist in that world. While Jiwon wonders how he can't figure Janya out with question. Well, it doesn't really matter to him, and with his spirit weapon in his hands, he jumps toward the dead. Using a slight thrust, he beheaded the monster. That's quite disappointing for Jiwon, as he needs a person from the bar who knows where the mare is. Then he goes back to Mino. A moment later, they manage to evacuate Mino and Carlton from the harmful black cloud. But, even though Carlton looks fine, it cannot be said the same with Mino, as the soul corruption spread through her quite fast. Carlton orders his men to alert the inner fortress while Mino asks Jiwon to kill her while she is still sane. Right now, Jiwon knows that Mino is a human, as he is unable to use comprehend on her. He also wonders why question would waver when he uses it on her and why the dead would collapse. But there's no need for emotions where he is heading, and he decides to kill her then. Then, Claire held him back, saying it might not be too late yet, begging Jiwon to wait a little longer. Later that day, a camp is set, being used to hold the spreading of the soul corruption on Mino and Carlton. Meanwhile, the town is on high alert with the small dead that appeared within the fortress. The people scatter around, asking what had happened as the alert tells them to evacuate immediately. A man with blonde hair tries to ask a guard where they are supposed to evacuate, but it turns out that the guard has already become dead. It immediately kills the man with its tentacle. At the same time, another small dead also comes in closer to the people to consume their life force. From the rooftop of the houses, it can be seen a group of people running, and they jump behind the small dead that appear. In a flash, they slash the dead, saving the people from being consumed. With them also appears a high-level adapter who will defend the people. Meanwhile, Jaehwan is waiting for Mino to get help. He sees the world called Chaos as the graveyard of the people who died on the tower and only awaits their turn to be the nutrient for the three of life, including Mino. Claire reveals that she knows people very well and that no one in Chaos has enough courage to go against the world and go beyond to a more correct definition. She claims that she knows for sure that Jaehwan is dangerous. Though Mino hopes that Jaehwan won't leave that place, Claire wants him to leave, because people find hope when they look at Jaehwan. And if he is there, people will fall into greater despair. But Mino says otherwise, hoping that Jaehwan doesn't give up on that world. At this moment, Carlton's condition is getting worse. James orders the guards to bring all of the medicine to stabilize Carlton, and the time left for both Mino and Carlton is closing up on them. In the end, they use the horn from the horned beast, grinding it to powder and making Carlton drink it. Even though it's unable to purify the soul corruption, they still hope that, at least, it will slow the corruption down. Jaehwan comes to James, and he asks whether if Carlton becomes dead, there would be no one to revert him back. That agitates James, saying he shouldn't let Jaehwan back then. Well, Jaehwan ignores the captain as he slaps Carlton, trying to wake him up, saying he has a question for Carlton. A moment later, Carlton wakes up, and the only thing he asks is for Jaehwan to kill him. That kind of loyalty amazes Jaehwan, thinking that if he had a few more people like Carlton back in the tower, he wouldn't spend 40 years there. An alert notifies them that the soul corruption is at 94%, and deadification is about to begin on Carlton. At the same time, the high-level adapter arrives at the camp, called Jaehir, the Demon Extermination Squad captain, a 5th-stage adapter. He comes in, stating that he will get rid of Carlton and Mino, which shocks the guard captain, James. As Jaehir swings his sword, Jaehwan holds it like it was a stick with his bare hand. He says that he won't let Jaehir kill them as he still has a few questions. Even though Jaehir looks so calm, he is freaking out inside at the fact that Jaehwan is stopping his sword with only a bare hand. After that, Jaehwan takes out a Garnark's horn, and with his bare hand, he crushes it to powder and tells the attendants to make them both drink it. It turns out that James is quite sentimental with his gate manager and expresses his relief that the number on the measuring device has stopped changing. On the other hand, Mino wasn't that lucky as her deadification is not stopping. Instead, it is progressing quickly because her stamina has declined too much. At this point, her soul corruption had risen above 95%, and they couldn't stop the progressing matter anymore. Jaehir tries to come closer and wants to kill Mino immediately, as Claire mentions that old geezer could do dead slash. Jaehwan notices, where it's explained that the slash simply only cut away the corruption itself, while the squad takes her away. Jaehir now expresses how he will not compromise on that, asking Jaehwan to step aside. So, he takes his sword, intending to kill Mino himself because she asked him to kill her earlier. From behind, Claire is screaming to stop what Jaehwan is about to do, but Jaehwan doesn't mind her and uses question on Mino. Streaks of light appear on Mino's chest, at the point which is touched by the tip of the sword. That sent Jaehwan into another world, leaving him wondering what had happened to the matter. Inside the space, he sees an old man who expresses how sad he is looking at Mino's condition. As he turns around, he is surprised to see Jaehwan, asking who he is, to be able to enter his world. Looking at the old man, Jaehwan uses question, but it isn't working on him. In the end, he thinks that the old man is the origin of Mino's soul corruption and starts dashing forward, while the old man also seems to think the same. The old man is able to stop the slight thrust, and Jaehwan is able to stop the old man's dead slash. A moment later, the image breaks apart as both Jaehwan and the old man go out into the world. Jaehir knew the old man and asked what he was doing there. The old man is mad, shouting how dare Jaehwan do that to his world, asking who he is, and even manages to break the old man's sword. Now, it is revealed that he is Chung Hyo, the Despair Divine Physician. Jaehir asks again why Chung Hyo would be there instead of helping the Fortress Master. He claims that a beautiful woman is about to die, and who cares if he is with the Fortress Master or not. Chung Hyo is mad at Jaehwan because of him. The dead slash that he performs to slay the corruption is completely disrupted, and the dead slash can only be used with a sword made of a trihorn or higher. That's when he realizes that Jaehwan possesses a scabbard made of Garnak's horn and starts to swarm around him, asking him to borrow it to perform the dead slash. That surprises Chung Hyo with the fact that Jaehwan is willing to lend the sword to someone he met for the first time. So, he assumes that Jaehwan is confident in his own abilities. But that's not important right now, as he goes into his world again, feeling excited to see what the sword is capable of. In that instant, Jaehwan is also entering the world that the old man draws, as he wonders whether that is an illusionary technique or probably something similar to when Jaehwan uses question. Chung Hyo dashes forward, while Jaehwan realizes that it is the world that the old man sees. After all of that tension, the old man stumbles as he blames the darn Fortress Master, resulting in the old man's low spirit power. Now, the world that he draws is collapsing, and Mino's picture that he draws is dissipating. So he apologizes, and Jaehwan takes up his sword, trying to perform the technique. The old man is angry at the thought of how reckless Jaehwan is, even though he remembers how Claire says the same thing. so Jiwon tells them to shut up, as the world that the old man's drew becomes Jiwon's, and he expresses how it was the first time that he picked up his sword, wielding it to save the life of another person. That surprised the old man, and Jiwon started drawing Mino, whom he knew of. She is someone who's very playful and stubborn. She is a weak-hearted person despite being an assassin, someone who doesn't betray others, yet something seems to be missing. Lastly, someone who trusts others. As the world dissipates, Mino thanks him for remembering all the good things about her, as she smiles brightly towards the person with whom she has a love and hate relationship with. Jaehwan, who cannot see the world that they draw, notices that the deadification is stopping, leaving him speechless. The old man commends Jiwon, and for now, he knows that Jiwon looks less narrow-minded. He calls the technique Jiwon performs a dead thrust. Even though the old man hates to admit it, he reveals that Jiwon is able to perform the technique to cut away the soul corruption. Chung-hyo explains that his dead slash is not a skill, so that's why no one in chaos is able to learn it. He assumes that Jiwon is a being that is more like the divine physician, which is an awakened. It is then explained that an awakened existence lies outside of the standard and the system's rule. They are an extreme minority among humans who obtain extreme strength miraculously after rejecting the system's adaptation. People who possess the strength to totally overthrow the composition of powers that belong to chaos. Even in all of the almighty land, there are only a small number of known awakened. That's when Jaehwan feels excited at the thought of someone being able to perform a technique to cut away the soul corruption to save the fortress master. At the same time, another group from the fortress comes in, saying that he has gotten permission from the inner fortress fort and telling people to step aside. He was the Dark Shadow Squad Captain, a Stage 5 adapter. The Dark Shadow Squad Captain pays respects to the emissary of the Emerald Bug, Jiwon, and asks him to follow the captain into the inner fortress. A few moments later, at the fortress, Jiwon finally meets with Chiver, the person in charge of the internal matters of the Gorgon fortress. Jiwon then reveals that he is not the emissary of the Emerald Bug, which surprises the Shadow Squad captain. He tells them that he killed the emissary of the Emerald Bug and picked the Spirit Stone up from them. That agitates the others, but Chiver tells them to calm down and asks Jiwon about what happened after he entered chaos in detail. To summarize, Jiwon reveals that he got caught up in something by chance and ended up entering chaos. Then, he got the Spirit Stone from the Emerald Bug clan by chance and entered Gorgon Fortress. After that, he got caught up in the incident that time around also by chance, met the Divine Physician, and managed to learn the Divine Physician's dead slash even though he had only seen it once. Chung-hyo asks Chiver whether he believes that story, yet Chiver claims that he is, which is kind of insane to begin with. So, Chiver adds that in order to gain someone else's trust, he needs to first trust that person. He then asks again if the body that Jiwon is living in right now is a living one. That is a surprise for Jiwon. He inwardly thinks that he entered chaos by calming out from the Tower of Nightmare after destroying it. This is why he is in soul form. There's a high chance that the illusion tree mistook him as dead and sent him to chaos, as his physical body is probably still on Earth. So he asks Chiver how he knows that Jiwon is not dead. Then Chiver explains that no one in chaos would describe their own death as Jiwon did. He asks whether Jiwon doesn't want to reveal his identity due to something like someone threatening him. Jiwon says that he doesn't. In the end, Chiver apologizes to Jiwon, revealing that for the last 4 days, Chiver has sent his subordinates to monitor him, which Jiwon already knows, that Chiver already expected as well. He then pulls out an information window on Jiwon. Chiver reveals that he is much stronger than the fortress thought, so it is pretty hard for them to monitor Jiwon. Though, it's not like they didn't gain anything out of it. The information about Jiwon's danger level reaches SS. His power level cannot be estimated. The known damage caused around 380 million horns worth. In the end, Chiver asks whether Jiwon knows what others call someone like Jiwon. Chung-hyo shouts that he is a crazy person. Even Jaehwan agrees and expresses how he has no idea that Jiwon is a hero or a villain. Chiver then says that Jiwon might be a hero to some and a crazy person to others. People call him various nicknames, but to Chiver, people like Jiwon are called protagonists. He adds that there is a special characteristic that belongs to protagonists like Jiwon, the fact that they are famous. However, Jiwon is not famous in any way, meaning someone has kept Jiwon's information hidden from the public eye. It seems that power is hostile toward Jiwon, and if they were the people behind him, he wouldn't have had any trouble with the identification documents. He reveals that Jaehwan is a protagonist who is being chased by some kind of enormous power, which also happened to escape to chaos by chance. Jaehwan thinks for a moment, a power that is chasing after him. Although he is not sure of it, he assumes that it is that person known as the Monarch of Pitch Darkness, so he left wondering just how strong those monarchs are. Then he asks Chiver whether the master of the Gorgon fortress is strong enough to go up against the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land. Chiver feels relief because if one of the 12 monarchs is the one that is chasing after Jaehwan, they wouldn't be able to interfere in the matters that occur within chaos. So he asks him what he wants in return, and Chiver tells him that Jaehwan only needs to do one favor for them, to save the fortress master. 2 hours later, in the castle's dungeon, Jaehwan is led towards the training room. It was then revealed that the Northern Inspection Gate Captain and Mino were recovering in the treatment center. The person who leads them is confused about why they want to go to the training ground instead of the VIP room. Chung-hyo answers that they need to know which is stronger, Jiwon's dead thrust or the divine physician's dead slash. Chung-hyo then asks Jiwon whether he cleared the Tower of Master as well. It turns out that Chung-hyo, knows something about it but will only tell Jiwon when he is able to beat the divine physician. He even says that it's probably impossible for Jiwon. A few moments later, from below the ground, Chung-hyo asks Jiwon to fight again. As Jiwon says, the match has already been decided, and the training ground is already in shambles. But the old man claims that he still hasn't used his ultimate technique, saying he is worried that Jiwon might die if he uses it. After that, the old man asks how old Jiwon is, and he answers that he is around 60 years old. That makes Chung-hyo scream again, saying he is already 1,000 years old. He claims that a mere 60 years of thrusting would never have a chance at winning against his 1,000 years of slashing. Well, Jiwon mocks him, so he says that from his point of view, it looks like the old man has only done it for 10 years. That makes the old man mad, and he jumps from his hole, as he wants to see if Jiwon can still say that after getting hit by him now. With his slashing technique, he performs his strongest attack towards Jiwon, releasing a tiger-like spirit aura from his blade. Jiwon strikes back, receiving what all the old mans have towards him. He gets pushed back, and the old man expresses that Jiwon is not bad for it. In fact, Jiwon is a little surprised to learn that he got pushed back after using his normal thrusts. Looking beat up, Chung-hyo asks how good Jiwon's technique is and asks him what it is called. Jiwon nonchalantly says that it's just a normal thrust. He then reveals that he also has stronger technique and starts releasing his aura. A bloodlust fills the room, which makes the old man shiver. Chung-hyo now sees that Jiwon can be said to be the sole king of chaos. It reminds him of the horror he experienced when he faced the king. Now, he is left wondering whether he is able to cut through it, as he imagines Jiwon's power, even though it's not yet able to be compared to the Soul King. But with that level of power, the Gorgon fortress will be destroyed to ashes. In the end, the old man panics and admits defeat before calling Jiwon a punk. Somewhere else, in the 5th region of the Almighty Land, lays the region of Strong Steel. A spy reports to the monarch of Strong Steel, Hyo-yo, that the current monarch of Pitch Darkness is trying to contact Chaos. He reveals that all the monarchs of the Almighty Land have already signed a secret treaty to not interfere with the matters of Chaos. Terrified, the spy faces the monarch as he doesn't know what happened. He can only ask the monarch to see the video he plays. It's Jiwon's video that is able to clear the 99th floor that's been going around. They call him a product, and it is said that he is in contact with the 9th region's monarch of Pitch Darkness. As Hyo-yo asks the man where the product is, he reveals that Jiwon refused to clear the tutorial, broke through the ceiling of the tower, and escaped to Chaos. The man also reveals the fact that Jiwon killed the cultivator on the 100th floor. It further informed that the monarch of Pitch Darkness seems to have been involved with the matters of Chaos for a long time. Out of the 10 clans within Chaos, a few of them have been in constant contact with the monarch. Hyo-yo is left wondering what the monarch of Pitch Darkness is up to and decides to send 10 elite warriors of the Gold 1 grade and a High Awaken. Hyung. It turns out that he knows Chung-hyo, as he is also wondering if Chung-hyo is doing well. At the Gorgon fortress, the old man screams at Jiwon, begging him to stop as he grabs the spirit sword. And Jiwon says he heard the old man and tells Chung-hyo to get down already. Laying on the ground, he asks what kind of bastard would be able to do such a technique with only just a thrust for 40 years. And Jiwon reveals that he did about 1 billion thrusts. He also reveals that he is doing thrusts not only with his sword. That surprises the old man, as he feels the sharp and alien energy that comes from Jiwon. Though it wasn't anything like pressure, it was a thrust that carried a horrifying hostility toward Chaos. Now he knows that a 60-year-old kid in his eyes, Jiwon has become the thrust himself and is thrusting toward the world every second. And even at this very moment, Jiwon then mentioned a contract they agreed on before the duel, and it was stated that the loser has to grant the winner a wish. So they take a walk outside the fortress, where he explains things one by one. The towers, such as the Tower of Nightmare, are made by the mayors and have ranks from F to S. But among the mayors, there are existences that don't care about things like ranks. On the other hand, a master is someone who already made S-rank towers when they were an apprentice, someone who reached the top of a renowned artisan quickly. However, not all towers made by a master would be a tower of a master. Among them, some towers were made with no intention of performing cultivation. Only unique towers are known as Tower of Master, and among those who cleared the Tower of Master, Awakened would appear occasionally. The old man also reveals that he came from the 4th Tower of the Master, Melville. It was a tower known as the Moby Dick in the world. A white whale would appear on the 1st floor of the tower and target humans every minute. It was not difficult for the Chung-hyo now, but it was a very similar tower to a disaster for him back then. Many of the martial masters of Murim died, and clearing that tower was practically a miracle for him. The old man notices that Jaehwan also looks like he came from the tower of a master as well, so he asks him which one it is. So Jaehwan reveals that the tower is made by Mullark, which leaves the old man confused as he thinks there wouldn't be any awakened that could clear Mullark's tower. Jaehwan asks whether the old man knows Mullark, and he says he does. It turns out that Chung-hyo has traveled with Mullark in the past. That is surprising for Jaehwan, so he wants a further explanation. So Chung-hyo asks him to walk outside, explaining that the story is quite long. So they go to a street stall brimming with people who eat, drink, and stuff. They also meet with Claire, which can be seen as a little bump with Jaehwan's presence. The other side of chaos is the people who die in either the tower or the war on the Almighty Land. The people drop their jobs to enjoy their reclaimed lives from the horror of war and fighting for their lives. However, in such paradise, humans started to want the opposite, so they missed real life, which had death, and began to act like they were living a real life. Though they don't feel hungry, they live a life of eating as if they will die if not, and drink water as if it's water than to act drunk. However, one day, drunkards that started to do new things appeared, an expedition that dreams of the impossible and gathers people together to rediscover real life. That's the Abyss expedition to look for the fruit of resurrection. They are fruits that hang on the branches of the illusion tree at the end of the abyss, a fruit that can revive someone already dead, and the only way that the dead of chaos can come back alive is by eating the fruit of resurrection. Chung-hyo explains that the Abyss expedition is an alliance that was formed for the sake of finding that fruit. At that time, Chung-hyo had awakened already, and he was at the age where he was fearless. And Mullark is also in the expedition as the captain, and Chung-hyo expresses how unique Mullark is. Going back to the Abyss expedition, Mullark expresses how he can't believe that Chung-hyo managed to achieve an incomplete awakening without abandoning his emotions. Chung-hyo is mad at him, throws his sword at Mullark, and asks why a mayor is going to the Abyss. It turns out that Mullark is a mayor who regretted making towers exist. Mullark says it's okay if Chung-hyo doesn't believe his words. So he explains the reason he went to the illusion tree, and toward the abyss is because of that tower, the one that ends all cultivation. That's his reason for joining the expedition. In the end, Chung-hyo also joins the expedition and manages to reach the illusion tree, where he witnessed the fruits beginning to drop from the branches. Thanks to that, each expedition member could go back to chaos with arms full of the fruits. Unfortunately, when the expedition was heading back to chaos, the monarchs and patriarchs of the Almighty Land were waiting at the entrance. Chung-hyo explains that while they didn't have the courage to go back into the abyss, the 4 fortress masters and 10 faction leaders who were part of the expedition at that time weren't a match for those bastards at all. There was an overwhelming difference in power as they were of a totally different league. That was how the fruit was stolen from the people of chaos, and those bastards still use the fruits that they stole to revive themselves each time they die. And they have been doing that for 900 years. It's as if they had another place that's already been built for them, a place known as the Resurrection Palace. The monarchs and the 5 great families would take turns reviving when they died, so they decided who would live from the start. Jaehwan now knows why the people are all so lethargic. They knew it. For the real life they wanted, the fruit was something they would never be able to obtain. After the expedition, Mullark, the expedition's captain, is never seen again. Also, he seems to have said something that no one knew before he disappeared. Suddenly, Jaehir, the extermination squad captain, comes in running, saying that they got in big trouble, adding that a dead appeared in the fortress 10 times the size of what Janya possesses. Below the full moon, Jaehir and Jaehwan run toward the fortress, where Jaehwan notices the energy coming from the fortress, as he assumes that the fortress master is indeed in a state of severe soul corruption. The spiritual pressure is tenfold more than what he felt from Janya, deep within the inner fortress, more accurately, beneath the fortress. That's when Jaehwan remembers when Chiver didn't ask for compensation. Instead, he asks for only one favor, which is to save the fortress master. Jaehwan then asks Jaehir whether the fortress master is going through deadification. He says the fortress master suddenly went berserk tonight. He also adds that usually, it only happens once a week, but strangely it happens today. Jaehir also tells Jaehwan that the fortress master is a good person. On top of that, he is a living legend, since he was one of the few people who went on the Abyss expedition with the divine physician. As both of them land with the old man in tow, suddenly, there is a tremor within the fortress. The dead aura is extruding further and stronger from deep below the fortress. Not only that, but the Disruption Tower captain and the Despair Tower captain appear before them. One that is short and uses a hammer as a main weapon, and one that's kind of tall and uses a spear. They greet Jaehir and the new residents of Chaos as Jaehir asks them to step aside. But they refuse to do so, saying that's going to be a problem, adding that they have their orders. They intend to go against the wishes of heaven. At the same time, they wear an emblem, saying that their only heaven is the forbidden heaven. In an instant, they dash and jump on top of Jaehir and Jaehwan. As they stamp on the ground, Jaehir pushes Jiwon aside to prevent him from getting hurt. At the moment, Jaehir is able to hold his ground against the two captains that strike him. That makes him think, as he didn't expect the Forbidden Heaven clan to have people in the fortress. He expresses how the outer fortress captain had underestimated him, saying they shouldn't think they were still the same as they were in the past. He tells them to go back, and if they do, he claims the fortress master will forgive them. The despair captain asks him which fortress master is and whether Jaehir talks about the thing that's bound underground. It turns out that the fortress master can't even control his own strength, and he can't even distinguish between good and evil. The despair captain says that isn't the heaven that they served. He asks the demon extermination squad captain, Jaehir, whether he is still serving that thing despite seeing the current situation. Though, Jaehir believes that the fortress master will return. The despair captain says that is precisely why the conversation won't work between them, as the disruption captain swings his hammer, going to bash Jaehir's head. That blows a massive hole in the fortress ground, and Jaehir gets slammed on the ground. The duo says that if Jaehir had been a little smarter, they wouldn't have had to fight like that. However, the two of them are just 4th stage adapters, and there's no way they could defeat a stage 5 adapter like Jaehir. Their growth is weird, as if they were dedicated. Knowing that Jaehir shouts to Jiwon, telling him to run away. But, as he shouts, Chunhyo gets thrown into his face. Jiwon throws the old man as he says that it's revenge for pushing him earlier. The two captains ask whether Jiwon is the one who's able to perform the dead slash, and they start to talk to themselves. They mock Jiwon for having such a small size, thinking that he is weak and all. But, in an instant, Jiwon appears behind the disruption captain. He doesn't even unsheath his sword and goes for a punch. That single punch blows the hammer user away, slamming him into the wall. Notices that Jiwon is quite strong. The despair captain starts using a defensive stance. Now, Jiwon mocks them back, saying that they have too many openings for them to call that a defense. Jiwon throws a low blow to the despair captain. Yet, he manages to still stand up and even goes for a counterattack, which Jiwon evades. The despair captain throws a tantrum as he attacks Jiwon. In that instance, Jiwon also feels stronger energy compared to just then and tries to get his head around it. Looking at the despair captain says that someone like Jiwon will be unable to save the fortress master, let alone get to him. There, Jiwon realizes that the power comes from fear. This makes him feel ridiculous with how they are trying to betray others with only that level of ability. So, Jiwon says he can't save the fortress master as it was the old man's job. However, killing the two turncoat captains would be a different story. He jumps up towards the despair tower captain, ready to whoop the captain's asses. Meanwhile, at the dungeon of the fortress, the aura extruding from the deadification fortress master is not stopping. Chiver and the other high officials of the fortress gather, nervously watching as they can't believe that after only one day, the dead slash has been used, and the fortress master has already gone berserk. However, the divine physician was there in the morning, and they had already confirmed that the energy had calmed down. Chiver left wondering why the fortress master suddenly went berserk. If only he had 1 month more, they would be able to ask for Jiwon's help after a few trials. But to suddenly happen right after the dead slash is too suspicious. Chiver then suspects that there are people there who know who Jiwon is. He knows for sure that there have been traitors among them. Chiver reminds himself that before shit hits the fan, the fortress master wants to check the outer tower to see the people who are able to control soul corruption even though he is not from the Emerald Bud clan. Chiver tries to persuade him to not go by himself or send the captain instead. But the fortress master insists on going himself. The fortress master then boasts himself, saying that he is the person who has survived that battlefield, the expedition incident. However, he comes back infected with the soul corruption and immediately goes beyond help. For now, Chiver can only suspect that Mayan did it, but he doesn't have the proper evidence to back it up. Then, Mayan tells the people around to eliminate the fortress master as the corruption gets extremely worse. Chiver tries to hold them off and tells them to wait for the divine physician. But Mayan says that the dead slash can't win against the corruption, and he offers to charge at the fortress master together and perform dead seal. Chiver is still attempting to stop them, yet the Dark Squad captain comes in with the spirit stone in hand. And now Chiver knows that the Dark Squad captain, who originally belonged to the inner administrator, is a traitor. And inside the box is the stone that Jiwon previously had. Nahan says that the future of Gorgon is at stake there and asks how Chiver could hide the stone to himself. He asks again whether Chiver intends to let the fortress master turn into super large size dead. The divine physician is not there, and what Mayan says is actually quite reasonable. But once the dead seal is performed, there is no way to bring back the fortress master. Even though there is no Emerald Bug clan around, Mayan brings his men, who look sketchy and wrong, to whom he claims to be able to perform the technique. After they had done with the seal, the spirit from the fortress master would be contained in the spirit stone and could become the next master of Gorgon. Depending on who possesses it, it could be dangerous if it falls into the wrong person. Just as the men touch the spirit stone, Chiver realizes it was all planned by the outer administrator, Hyman. Everything has happened since half a year ago, from when the fortress master's soul got corrupted until he went berserk. so he shouts to the guard to capture Hyman immediately, but to his surprise, no one follows his command. Chiver falls to his knees, losing all of his strength, realizing that all of them are all in on it, and there is nothing that he can do anymore, as he inwardly apologizes to the fortress master while adding that they weren't able to protect Gorgon. He cries his eyes out as the men perform the dead seal to the tied-up, berserk fortress master. Suddenly, the ceiling smashed wide open with a thrust. Even though it quite made a blow into the dungeon, there seemed to be no one that got hurt, only some that nearly evaded the rubble. However, the people are left wondering what just happened. In that instant, a glimmer of hope appears in front of Chiver's eyes, as the Dark Squad captain and Hyman twitching their tongue, thinking what a bad timing it was. Jaehwan appears with his spirit sword in hand, while Jaehir looks like he is fine after the fight against the two captains. They stand nonchalantly as nearly all of the people gathered there are traitors. Manhwa asks who Jaehwan is to dare come there in that manner. Jaehir tells the outer administrator to stop there as he throws the two beaten-up captains into his face. Jaehir says that his traitorous acts have already been exposed to the world, as they have already spilled it all out. The Disruption Tower captain tries to apologize, but Hyman blows him up with no mercy anyway. That surprises Jaehir, as Hyman claims that the two captains decided to commit suicide upon being exposed, then asks how Jaehir could blame him for being unable to stop them from committing. So, Jaehir orders the guards to apprehend the outer administrator. Instead of following the orders, the other captain bears their sword against Jaehir. They apologize and ask Jaehir to stand down and tell him not to go against the will of the Forbidden Heaven clan. They need him to stay put until the Fortress Master's seal is complete. Jaehwan, who had only been silent this whole time, finally opened his mouth. He says that in return for saving the Fortress Master, Gorgon will provide Jaehwan with protection, adding that Chiver made the wrong promise to him. Since Gorgon can't promise him protection, Jaehwan offers to change the contents of the promise. Jaehwan says he will save the Fortress Master and kill all the traitors present. In return, Jaehwan wants the old man, and he wants to set up the Abyss expedition again. Now Jaehwan demands that and surprises all of the high-ranking adapters around. Hyman expresses what a pile of nonsense that is, adding that he has already heard of the story about there being a person who was able to kill Janya, who was dead in one strike. He thought that was a lie, but now he knows that Jaehwan indeed did it, and he decides to go all out against Jaehwan, ordering his men to swarm in. That instant, Jaehwan tightly grabs his sword, preparing to welcome all of the members of the Forbidden Heaven clan that start coming into the dungeon, including those who are already in the dungeon. In that instance, Jaehwan uses his trust non-stop. Like a sewing machine, he trusts the members of the Forbidden Heaven clan one by one. Even the Dark Squad captain doesn't have enough capabilities to defend against the thrust and can only swear to himself. However, they keep coming at Jaehwan endlessly, and the members of the Forbidden Heaven clan seem endless. So Jaehwan had enough of it. He sided their seer number and used normal thrust toward the mobs. It decimates their numbers, and Jaehwan also points his normal thrust to Hyman, the first elder of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He tries to block it momentarily, only to realize it is impossible. In the end, he evades the energy from the attack, and it makes a massive hole in the dungeon. There, Hyman realizes that he wouldn't have survived if he hadn't stopped blocking and evaded it. That shocks both Jaehir and Chiver as to how strong Jaehwan is. The people from the Forbidden Heaven clan talk between themselves about whether to proceed with the seal or use Black Cloud now to turn all of the people in Gorgon into a herd of dead. Jaehwan notices that, then he calls out to Hyman, saying that he is Gorgon Fortress's outer administrator, and also the first elder of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He doesn't know what they are trying to do or why they want to corrupt souls, but the administrator knows that, and Jaehwan likes people like them. It's really something he is thankful for. Because of people like them, he can destroy that world and still feel at ease. Jaehwan starts to gather his energy, focusing it on his sword. Hyman notices it, telling all of the members under his command to take Jaehwan down with whatever they need to do. The people start running in again as Hyman runs away from Jaehwan. With all they had, they attempted to strike Jaehwan, and as the sole target, Jaehwan pointed his sword toward the sky. He smiles as he feels relief that he can destroy everything without thinking that an innocent person will be affected. And he strikes it, a strong thrust upwards, towering over the sky itself, decimating the member of the Forbidden Heaven clan who dared to stand in his way. High above the sky, the energy from the thrust becomes a fireworks display that spreads across the fortress, as Hyman can only witness the Soul King, leaving him unable to do anything. While Chiver and Jaehir see that something has been born, an overwhelming hope that the people of Chaos need. The scattered energy falls down towards the people of the Forbidden Heaven clan like Jaehwan intended to do in the first place. That reminds Chiver of the Fortress Master, who explains that an overwhelming hope does not falter in the face of anything. Chiver can't believe he feels the overwhelming hope the Fortress Master spoke of from Jaehwan. He is the man who's speaking of Chaos's annihilation. When the dust settled, Hyman's body split in two, saying how monstrous bastard Jaehwan was. However, he is too late, as the Fortress Master is already beyond help. But Jaehwan doesn't seem to care about it, stabs the traitor in the face, and decimates him to be the nutrient of the illusion tree. Then, Jaehwan comes in running, and now, with full respect, he says that the old man is not waking up no matter how hard Jaehwan tries. Without thinking too much of it, Jaehwan grabs the old man and slams him hard into the wall, surprising the extermination captain. However, as the divine physician wakes up, the fortress master's soul corruption goes beyond the point of no return, and the corruption reaches 99.9%. The fortress master's spirit power finally breaks, and his deadification finally begins. Red light all around, notifying all of the people in the Gorgon that a massive spirit is about to go through deadification. However, after the system estimates the target's danger level, in the end, it can't be done, and the system's verdict says that there will appear a super huge death. Gorgon's automatic warning system has been activated, and the people are starting to scatter around, running away from the fortress. From afar away, James can only question what had happened in the castle, as the aura of the dead extruding so strongly outwards. Meanwhile, Chung-hyo is getting ready, asking Jaehwan to help him with clearing the path since his thrust is too sharp to save anyone. In that instance, the divine physician draws his world to perform the dead slash. With his newly acquired sword, the old man swings his sword, drawing the memories of the fortress master to engrave memorable memories into dead, as he explains to Jaehwan that it's what the dead slash is about. He adds that if they're filled with memories, they can avoid the worst at the very least. But a sound can be heard, and the world that the old man drew changed. There, he sees a being that extrudes a crimson-red aura, which has its own world and seems hostile toward the old man. He turns to Chung-hyo as the old man realizes the thing before him is not the fortress master. His world starts collapsing as he says he definitely feels something is way off there and tells Jaehwan that the thing in front of him is not the fortress master. Instead, it's something completely different. The body of the fortress master starts breaking the chain that binds him, while inside, a creature with deep crimson red eyes seeks down the souls that dared to enter his world. Chung-hyo drenches in sweat as the master's body swiftly awakens into a completely different being. Jaehwan knows it's something stronger than any being he faced in chaos. Once he descends into the ground, he sends shocks toward Jaehwan and Chung-hyo. He expresses how surprising it is and how he never thought he would be able to descend into the world with the master's body. Ultimately, the invincible Gorgon's fortress master also becomes a dead as he sees the familiar face, Chung-hyo. The thing speaks to him, saying how an incompletely awakened Chung-hyo is still in chaos after 900 years ago when he found the fruit. Now, the old man is terrified to look, as he realizes that the thing that possesses the master's body is the master of the dead palace in the middle of chaos, one who is also the only being that can open the door leading to the abyss, the Soul King. Catastrophe. Jaehwan used question, but only he could see deep darkness. That being in front of him wasn't human, and it wasn't a dead. It wasn't alive or dead, but it also didn't look like an object either. Jaehwan can only wonder what the heck is the thing in front of him. Catastrophe summons his magic, striking the two people who try to save the fortress master. With just a flick of his finger, he erased the old man's world and summoned his own world. Catastrophe then looks at Jaehwan, saying what an interesting human Jaehwan is, as he possesses a heart despite having completely awakened. Though Jaehwan is still not phased, Chung-hyo loses all the power in his leg. The Soul King's authority, dead descent, he definitely uses it to the fortress master, and it's only his clone of him. Yet, even then, his power was still so overwhelming in front of the old man. Suddenly, Jaehwan speaks to Chung-hyo, saying that he has failed and adding that he is thinking of killing that thing now. Catastrophe smiles, asking whether Jaehwan simply said he would kill the Soul King of the Abyss. He twists his neck and expresses how interesting the human in front of him is. However, Chung-hyo assumes that Jaehwan must be kidding, saying that not even Mullark could do anything against the Soul King. Even though it might be a clone, that power still is overwhelming. That's when Jaehwan tells the old man not to be scared, as he claims that he can beat the Soul King. It impresses Chung-hyo with how Jaehwan is so calm when facing the impossible, as Catastrophe laughs hysterically. He tells Jaehwan to give his best shot as the king summons his sword from his mouth. He grabs his pitch-dark broadsword, saying that Jaehwan is a foolish awakened who possesses a human heart. It is the Void Sword, a fearful weapon that turns half of the expedition squad into dead in an instant. It is shocking for Chung-hyo as he can't believe he is seeing that sword again. Catastrophe dashes toward Jaehwan, and he manages to dodge it, while Chung-hyo is thrown aback by the wind gush. The king spoke, saying that he had seen eyes like Jaehwan's, eyes that said Jaehwan wanted to go into the abyss. That surprises the old man. He doesn't know what happened in the fortress, and he also doesn't know any information about the kid in front of him. Chung-hyo knew that the kid in front of him was mysterious, but he never thought Jaehwan would want to go to the abyss. The king shouted as he seemed to be really excited, saying it's amazing that there are people who wish to reach the end of this world, even to this day. But it's not enough. Jaehwan is not even close to that mare he knew as Mullark. The king's movement became faster. Jaehwan had yet to lay a successful strike against the king. The king was moving much faster than Jaehwan's slight thrust. Catastrophe manages to grab Jaehwan and swing his sword, intending to split him in two. However, with the king's swift speed, Jaehwan miraculously evades the attack. At the same time, he focused all of his energy on his sword and performed normal thrusts to the king. Now, Jiwon had already gotten rid of an arm as he thought of the next thing he needed to do. But, in a flash, catastrophe already came into Jiwon's face, going to strike him again. Fortunately, Jiwon sees it and manages to dodge it again. What comes next is the void sword swinging wide to Jiwon as he evades the attack, but he feels his hand that got struck by the sword turned into a dead cell. Then, he focused his energy on the tip of his sword and struck his normal thrust. But, as if the king wasn't originally there, he struck back with a vertical strike towards the puny human in front of him. That blasts Jiwon several meters away, as the king says that corruption is basically a disease of time. With just a single scratch from the void sword, several centuries would pass by, even up to millennia. Souls that can't withstand time would grow old, become corrupted, and become dead. Jiwon is unfazed. He cuts away the corrupted part from his hand, which makes catastrophe express how impressive Jiwon's mental fortitude is. To think that he cut away part of the soul that's grown old just like that. However, that's all there is to him, the king claims. He spewed void swords one after another, totaling 10 swords in his possession. But Jiwon did not falter. 10 normal trusts clashed with the king's 10 void swords. After catastrophe takes a closer look, he knows that Jiwon's sword is a mere toy made by the mayor from the mayor's tower. He says how impressive Jiwon is again for being able to hold off using only a mere toy, as the void sword lands on Jiwon's shoulder and leg. So, he immediately cut away the corrupted cells in his body. The king is not stopping. He strikes again, and Jiwon receives the attack with his unsheathed sword. He thinks that the Soul King Catastrophe is really strong. He could not measure the opponent's strength. He could not see his weakness even through his awakening skill. Without those skills, his understanding would not work, and all he knew was that the being in front of him had lived for countless years. Still, if Jiwon continues to fight like that, his soul won't be able to last. No matter how many times he tries, he can't focus because the matter that he sees is messing with his sights. Jiwon's unique world is a world that he remembers as those who have disappeared and recreated them with his imagination, and each awakened has their own unique world. The world is made by a keyword that they get when they awaken. It's something like their desires or emotions. A strong awakened can pull more beings into their own unique world. In that case, he strikes away the king's sword and tries it. He summons his own world from his imagination, and a massive bloody eerie eye appears in the sky. A moon with a swarm of crows pecking away at the moon eye, spilling blood to the ground, feeding the world with a lava-like substance. It was hell, so for all the time Jiwon was alive, he was living in hell. His world was made of hatred and rage, a world that destroyed all worlds. Now, the king is able to see Jiwon's world as he exclaims how interesting it is. The king's voice became even more excited as Jiwon came into the king's face and stabbed him in his mouth, stamping him onto the ground. Now, Jiwon is finally able to see. After he summons his world, the particles are finally gone. After being unable to move, Catastrophe summons dead tentacles from his body, rotting Jiwon up, and says that Jiwon is just constantly charging at the king without even knowing how to end the fight. He slams Jiwon to the ground, breaking it apart like a titan's step. He holds the puny human flat on the ground as he says that he is the one who doesn't give up on his hatred. And it's been a while since he has found an interesting existence like Jiwon's. He summons his void sword again, going to strike Jiwon, ending him right there while saying it was fun. But it's a pity that it has to end. Right at that moment, a jolt of lightning comes into Jiwon. His eyes glow bright, and suddenly, a stroke of light appears, striking the king right in the middle of his face. The strike slashes the king in half, while Jiwon is saying even though the fun is over for the king, he is just getting started. And he unsheathes his spirit sword from the scabbard as it glows bright in blue. The king wasn't taking it. He lay down low, and as his body disintegrated, he changed form again, saying that Jiwon would never be able to touch the king's body. He grows massively into a monster with 4 legs resembling a skinny Cerberus from hell, and a crown made of the void sword appears on his head, and his strike became the void sword itself. Jiwon evades him to the left, while the attack strikes down with no mercy just because he is a puny human. Catastrophe is a monster, stronger than anything Jiwon has ever fought. On top of that, the speed of that thing is faster as he strikes Jiwon again, slamming him into the wall. That strikes Jiwon so hard, making him throw up blood as it comes into him again. But this time, Jiwon manages to evade the attack that appears behind Catastrophe and goes for a thrust. Yet, the king managed to turn around and deflect the thrust as he spoke. He said that he had watched beings try to build the world for millennia, and they all climbed to the top of these 3 to appease their own curiosity. He asks whether Jiwon is trying to find some kind of an answer from this world of his and what exactly Jiwon's question is. But then, the king sees Jiwon's world as interesting, and his voice becomes even more excited. Their sword clashed. Jiwon felt strange as he moved his sword. He never felt this way. As their sword clashed, thousands of words were exchanged. The king says that Jiwon doesn't give up on his hatred even after he realizes the truth and emptiness of life. The king was astonished. He had never seen beings that destroyed the world for millions of years. All of them climbed this tree with their questions. Catastrophe spoke while deflecting thrusts, as he asked what Jiwon's question to be answered with such a world on his back. Jiwon did not answer, but the king seemed to understand. That the world itself is Jaehwan's question. Their sword clashed again. A world that has fallen, the thrust has reached its maximum power, as catastrophe expresses how arrogant Jaehwan's world is. A mere human is questioning the worth of the almighty land. This means that Jaehwan questioned whether the almighty land is worthy enough to exist. But Jaehwan did not answer him, as he evaded the king's sword. This situation is definitely one that Jaehwan has experienced somewhere before, as he remembers fighting against Beastrain. The thing that has descended upon the fortress master is the clone of the real Soul King. That means his current self is able to beat it. Catastrophe was shocked as the world screamed, and his strong thrust was unleashed. The king still stands up as he says that Jaehwan's impudence knows no bounds. Then he asks whether Jaehwan knows that he will never be able to kill the king. He adds that he feels bored now and starts to perform his massive attack. With his size and massive jaw, he strikes the tiny human that dares to stand before him. Another jolt of lighting appeared in Jaehwan's eyes again, and now he sees it as he thinks that he knew it. That the clone connected to the king's main body. So, all he needs to do is cut that connection. And he jumps up into the air, performing a technique called crack that is able to cut the connection between the clone and the main body. Jaehwan's world shakes violently as the king now knows that Jaehwan is one who lives for the end. He now will await Jaehwan at the entrance that leads to the abyss. And he was gone. The fortress master fell down on the ground like a rag doll, and Jaehwan sighed. It's finally finished. He wasn't sure if he could succeed. The king was a powerful enemy that he might lose if he tried to fight it outright. That makes him realize that his thrust wasn't enough anymore. He needs new skills to climb down to the abyss. Jaehwan needs to become stronger, and his thrust alone is insufficient. Especially the strong thrust, while it's good against numbers, when up against a strong individual, it's not as effective because the damage radius is too wide. This time, Jaehwan was only able to use it to distract catastrophe and buy time. And it seems he needs a new technique to deal with powerful individuals. When the dust of the battle settled, the fortress master called out to Jaehwan, asking him to come closer. Even though he became dead, he observed Jaehwan all this time and thanked him for fighting the Soul King. Suddenly, he grabbed Jaehwan, and Jaehwan said that he was not into that kind of thing. But then, he says that it's time for Gorgon to experience some changes and begs Jaehwan to receive something from him. Jaehwan felt powerful energy flowing into him. It was the master's spirit. But it wasn't just a normal spirit because as the power was absorbed, a drawing of a black serpent appeared on Jaehwan's left arm. The master says that Jaehwan has a familiar energy that brings back old memories for him and makes him smile with satisfaction. He tells Jaehwan to not lose his humanity, and then he was gone, and the dragon squirmed as if it were alive. Chunghyo then cries out how he hurt his back while the people start to gather around. There, Chiver is shocked by what he sees, a black serpent pattern on Jaehwan's left hand. While Chunghyo looked at it dumbfoundedly, Jaehwan could not understand what was going on. So James, Jahir, and the other officers approached Jaehwan and began to kneel. Chiver knows that it is what the fortress master wants, so he happily goes with it. 1, 2, and 3 people increased to 10s and 30. Even the other officers who arrived at the scene late saw the drawing on Jaehwan's arm and quickly kneeled. At the forefront of the people, Chiver pays his respects to the new Gorgon Fortress master. 2 days passed after Jaehwan became the master of the Gorgon Fortress. A lot of things happened within the keep, so many people worked to prepare for the new master, and many clan leaders came to the keep. Though Jaehwan doesn't want to go with it, he refuses the position of the master. So Chiver explains that it seems Jaehwan has forgotten the contents of their promise. To put it simply, Jaehwan fails to save the former fortress master, and now he needs to take responsibility and become one. However, even if Jaehwan wants to pass the position to someone else, the mark in his hand can only be passed down when the current master dies. So, he was stuck with a lot of documents and paperwork that needed to be looked at by today. After a while, Jaehwan came across a letter written by the 17th Master Arbat. The paper moves on its own and congratulates him for being the new master. In the letter, Arbat explains to Jaehwan to not become greedy for more. He begs Jaehwan not to try to change anything and not to lose himself. Every existence in this place knows that this world can't be changed. Because of that, what this world needs isn't a change but an extension of their lives. So, what they need isn't change for the minority but peace so that the majority can survive. In the end, the former 17th Master's soul becomes corrupted because of overwork. After telling Jaehwan all of that, the paper starts to go back into the drawer. Now he knows what kind of existence the Fortress Master is, an existence that stops changes for the life of the majority. And right there, he decides to get rid of the position of the Fortress Master. He explains that a fortress simply means it's a fort, a military building that's supposed to protect the people from enemies. But then, what if the enemies no longer exist? The purpose of the fortress would cease to exist, and if that happens, the Fortress Master wouldn't be needed. However, it's only possible once Jaehwan manages to unite chaos, so he is determined to do so. There aren't funerals in chaos. Instead, a ritual known as the Soul Farewell Procession is held to send off those who have passed on. As it's being held, people would talk about the souls of the dead, and after it's over, they will never speak of them again. Chiver takes the stand to say the name of the former fortress master, Emil Grochesk. He didn't exist anywhere in this world, neither a physical body nor a soul. He became a nutrient for the illusion tree while leaving only memories behind. Standing on the side nonchalantly, Jiwon finally knows that darn old man's name. With his ability as an awakened, he is able to listen to the people who talk about him. The people realize that Jiwon, who wears the Fortress Master's clothes, is such a young soul who is ready to become the new Fortress Master. A plump man with a huge belly approaches when Jiwon greets him. He says that Jiwon looks very young, and he asks how old Jiwon is. He reveals that he is 60 years old, so the plump man asks whether Jiwon is the Fortress Master's son. He wasn't, so the man introduced himself, the vice clan leader of the Savant clan, Jang Ilhan. Ilhan knows from the rumor that Jiwon is not an adapter, so he plans to get back at the humiliation he faced 10 years ago when he got caught by a stubborn inspection gate captain. But now, the Fortress Master is dead, and the Northern Inspection Gate Captain is lying in a sickbed. Some random kid becomes the Fortress Master, making him think that it is an opportunity presented by the heavens. Jiwon shook Ilhan's hand, but something started moving as Jiwon touched Ilhan's hand. Ilhan smiled as he found out about Jiwon's spirit power once he touched Jiwon's hand. So he held into Jiwon's hand and activated a skill, a top-ranking skill, 8 Gates of Hell. It was a skill that only the highest-ranking officers of the Disciple of the Clan could use, the skill that could only be used upon skin contact. It trapped the target in a terrible prison filled with monsters gathered from the almighty land. It would only be freed once the caster deactivated the skill. Ilhan opens the third door and tells Jiwon to taste hell. At the same time, a dragon head appears behind Jiwon. A moment later, it opened up its mouth to breathe hellfire toward Jiwon. The people notice that the current Fortress Master is acting weird, as Ilhan thinks about how Jiwon should now taste the hellfire of the Crimson Dragon, Tiamat. But Jiwon grips his hand tighter while expressing how Chaos surely has a unique way of shaking hands. He is completely unfazed by the illusion, as he says that it's his turn now. In return, he summons his world, the Moon's Eye, the same world's eye that was able to help him defeat the Soul King. For a mere second looking at it, Ilhan lost all the strength in his leg and fell down, kneeling in front of Jiwon with sweat drenching on his face, as Jiwon says that usually, one would be executed for insulting the Fortress Master. But he is letting him off this time and reminds him to be mindful next time. Next was Jiwon's turn to speak as Chiver explained how voice amplification works and how it has been cast on the rostrum. Here's what Jiwon said. He doesn't know who Emil Grochesk was, not about the work he did, the way he lived, nor the kind of Fortress Master he was. It's none of Jiwon's business, and he knows that a lot of people aren't happy with him now. However, he doesn't have a lot of spiritual power, and he is very young. In truth, Jiwon becomes the Fortress Master because of luck, whereas initially, he doesn't want to become one. So he said it. For those who feel unhappy with him being the Fortress Master can challenge him into a one-on-one match, and the first person to defeat him will become the Fortress Master. Kaiman, the Southern Sea Clan leader, expresses how refreshing it is that the former Fortress Master has chosen an amazing man. Though there is a catch with challenging Jiwon, he adds that the period of the challenge will be 1 month. All of those who fail in challenging him must become a part of the Abyss Expedition Squad that will depart in 2 months. It can be understood how ridiculous that statement is by looking at the old man, the stupefied Chunghyao, and the others that attend the ceremony. A few days later, it is explained that Chiver's real feelings are as if he believed in Jiwon. It's because, from the moment he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan, he already recognized him as the Fortress Master, even if he makes ridiculous declarations like wanting to get rid of the Fortress Master title and uniting Chaos. But he wakes up to the chaos that Jiwon's made, as Jahir reports to him that the Divine Physician is boosting himself up to the people with whom he had fought with the new Fortress Master, adding that even if the 10 clans were there, they wouldn't be able to defeat the new Fortress Master, which makes the situation even more out of control. So Chiver rushes towards the Master's office. As he opens the door, gushes of wind blowing up paper welcome him. Chiver is mad, with the thought that Jiwon didn't do all of his work. But who welcomes him is Carlton, with linen bandages all over his head and body, working on the documents. It turns out that Jiwon bullied him into doing the Master's work for him, so he has no choice but to follow his order. Meanwhile, Jiwon is in the training ground. He thrusts into Carlton's statue to train his thrusts so he can focus it stronger on a single point. It can be seen that he makes quite an improvement with his softer pose than usual when Jiwon asks the old man to see it. It turns out that Chunghyo also wants to try to defeat Jiwon and become the new Fortress Master. That instant, Jiwon performs his thrust on the old man, which he closely manages to dodge. That makes quite a deep hole into the fortress's ground as Chunghyo nags him, asks him how can he attack the old man for real, and tells him to respect the elders. But then, suddenly, there's a man who fell down in the training room. The old man notices him as the Lightning God clan leader, Yanyang. A few minutes ago, he infiltrated into the training room, intending to assassinate Jiwon. His power is his lightning speed to assassinate his target. That's why it makes sense for him to challenge the Fortress Master that way. As he gets into a position to attack Jiwon, He feels excited about the thought of becoming the fortress master, but then the thrust comes towards him. The next thing he knows is he wakes up beaten to a pulp. What welcomes him is the old man, who freaks him up even more. Jaehwan ignores them as he keeps training his thrust. But now Yeon-young knows that Jaehwan is not someone to meddle with. However, it is still weird and doesn't make sense that Yeon-young never heard Jaehwan, even in Chaos in the Almighty Land before. Then, the old man reveals to him that everything about the new fortress master, Jaehwan, doesn't make sense. Yet, after all of that, Yeon-young doesn't give up on the fight with Jaehwan as he prepares his move while claiming that he will be able to win if they fight again. He also accuses Jaehwan that he could only hurt Yeon-young before because he launched an ambush. Jaehwan doesn't mind it and tells the Lightning God clan leader to come again. In a flash, he disappears from his place, leaving only strokes of lightning, and instantly appears in front of Jaehwan, consecutively attacking the fortress master twice, which Jaehwan easily evades. The next move Yeon-young makes is twisting his blades swiftly to create a hurricane of lightning striking Jaehwan. Still, even without trying, the fortress master easily dodged that. In the end, Yeon-young performs his ultimate attack, called Lightning God Art. He summons an orb filled with chaotic lighting, thanks to him gathering all of his energy into it, as he thinks it will be able to destroy Jaehwan in one go. However, Jaehwan appears behind him, saying that a particular technique takes too long to prepare. Without even unsheathing his sword, Jaehwan thrusts the Lightning God clan leader. A few moments later, Yeon-young comes back into the training ground looking beaten up, reporting that he is back from spreading the rumors that the Lightning God clan leader barely lost to the fortress master. And now, Jaehwan is satisfied with the possibility that a lot of strong people will start to challenge him now. Somewhere in the Almighty Land's 5 great clans is the Jaehwan clan. Yeon-young started from a humble beginning. Even then, it still took him 100 years to get to where he is now. He is a slave, and the comrades who cleared the tower with him also became slaves there for the rest of their lives. But they started to either get sold to fight on battlefields or die as slaves. After working for 100 years, most of his comrades who were also slaves have died. However, he has survived miraculously after gaining trust for 100 years. He was able to officially become a servant. However, the day he became an official servant, he started to defy his own fate for the first time because he couldn't live the rest of his life like that. He decided to betray the trust that he had gained over 100 years and plundered the secret manual vault of the Jaehwan clan. And that was how he stole the Lightning God Art. When he learned the skill, every single cell in his body became younger, making him able to use the Lightning God's power freely. That's the secret knowledge of the Jaehwan clan. Even though the price for stealing from them was to be chased by them for 20 years, which led to them eventually killing him miserably. After he got summoned to Chaos, he was able to become the 9th clan of the 10 clans in 100 years. But Jaehwan, who hasn't even lived for 100 years, became the fortress master of Chaos. On top of that, Chunhyo, the divine physician who knows the spare better than anyone else, actually smiled at the arrival of Jaehwan. The old man then reveals how, 1 week before Yeon-young came when Gorgon almost got occupied by the Forbidden Heaven clan. It seems that their personnel have been preparing for a long time. However, Jaehwan saved Gorgon from collapsing and stopped the Soul King from descending upon the Fortress Master's body. That's all the current Fortress Masters have done, and that actually shocked Yeon-young. Suddenly, a man with a huge build comes in, the Fire King clan leader, Kang Hyun, requesting a fight with the Gorgon Master. Behind him is Kaiman, the Southern Sea clan leader, though Jaehwan tells them to come at him together as he is in the midst of practicing his thrust, and he doesn't have much time to duel them one by one. Kang Hyun insists on it. He dashes forward, summoning his firepower and filling the room with flames, and with his sword in hand, he strikes Jaehwan. That first attack feels like an appetizer for Jaehwan. He evades it, and their blade finally meets at the next round. Though Kang Hyun assumes that Jaehwan is afraid of his flame, it's totally not the case for the Fortress Master. Then, Jaehwan grips his fist tightly, saying that he is not afraid at all. He punches the Fire King clan leader, but he fortunately manages to defend it with the side of his sword. After that, without even giving him a break, Jaehwan uses a slight thrust on him, telling him later whether Kang Hyun is afraid of his thrust. In the end, Jaehwan fails to fully control his power, and his strength ends up too strong, sending the clan leader quite deep into the ground. A few moments later, the scenery changes, and the fire is extinguished with the chilling air that starts filling the training ground. The next person who will fight for a chance to be a fortress master is Kaiman, the Southern Sea clan leader, a 6th-stage adapter who seemed to be so excited to receive the thrust from the fortress master. Inwardly, Jaehwan can only thoughts how the strength of the clan leaders seems like a Pokemon. Then, Jaehwan comes with his sword, and yet Kaiman manages to defend against it. There is something different about Kaiman than the other 2 clan leaders. Jaehwan knows that Kaiman is not just recklessly charging at Jaehwan but also keeping himself under control. Seeing an opening, Kaiman comes stomping his sword into the ground. But Jaehwan has already evaded it by jumping into the air. In an instant, they traded 100 blows, Jaehwan with his thrust and Kaiman with his Sea King arts. Having enough of it, Jaehwan performs his higher technique, where Kaiman can only dodge it as he claims that he would have been crushed into powder had he taken on that attack. So he surrendered, adding that the result was obvious even though Jaehwan wasn't using all of his power. However, he seems to be the only person who is excited to talk about the Abyss expedition with the Fortress Master more than anyone else. A few moments later, the clan leaders gathered around as their fate was sealed, and now they needed to join the Abyss expedition. Kang Hyun is angry with the fact that Yeon had spread the rumors that he barely lost against Jaehwan. However, Kaiman came to the training ground with the intention of joining the Abyss expedition anyway. He was the closest friend of the previous Fortress Master, Amel. He wasn't able to join the previous Abyss expedition because he wasn't strong enough back then. At that time, when all the fruits were taken, everyone lost hope. He witnessed the fall of the Abyss expedition squad. That happened 900 years ago, and now, it seems that he has been waiting for this opportunity all this time while sharpening his sword. And he already intended to head to the Abyss in the near future. Yeon then ran towards Jaehwan, while Chung-hyo thought that maybe he still hadn't given up on the Fortress Master position yet. But he kneeled in front of Jaehwan and stupefied everyone in the room while Jaehwan is so ready to draw his sword from the scabbard. It turns out that Yeon swears complete loyalty to Jaehwan. He swears it even if he has to die. Though Jaehwan says that Yeon is already dead, that stupefied him back. But then, he reveals a shocking truth about his clan, as it turns out that the Lighting God clan no longer exists in chaos. Only 7 people were surviving and hiding, including Yeon. As he trembles, he reveals that the Lighting God clan was annihilated a week ago. To summarize, the Lightning God clan was done for, and it so happened that there was a one-on-one challenge to choose the new Fortress Master. With a risk-it-all mindset, Yeon decided to come there to try and become the Fortress Master. But when he actually fights Jaehwan, he loses pathetically. Yeon also reveals that the one who annihilated his clan is the Forbidden Heaven clan. That surprised the 2 other leaders, though, because they also only knew of this news at that moment. Not only that, but the 3rd rank, the Dark Forest clan, and the 1st rank, the Heavenly Dragon clan. All of them were destroyed by the Forbidden Heaven clan. That means the Manticore Fortress fell to the Forbidden Heaven clan a week ago, and now it has started to make sense that the information has been blocked for the whole week. Where the Forbidden Heaven clan has gotten complete control over the skill system after taking over Manticore Fortress, and has blocked the messaging skill. From behind the group, Jaehwan asks whether the number of their rank, the stronger the clan is. It turns out that Jaehwan doesn't know it yet, so Yeon mocks him for it, despite Jaehwan being a Fortress Master and still doesn't realize it. However, he extrudes a killing intent towards them. He stares Yeon to death until he apologizes and explains everything to Jaehwan. In Chaos, there are 4 fortresses that are ruled over by 10 clans. The 10 clans in Chaos aren't all the same. Among themselves, they are ranked from 1 to 10. Still, the Forbidden Heaven clan must have a backing to be able to take down 3 clans in Manticore. Jaehwan thought the first instance he came across them, they were the people who had the mayor. But they tried to take over Gorgon and have taken over Manticore. To take over a fortress, they might have the same goal as Jaehwan. He also remembers the person that Janya mentioned back before he turned to a dead, leaving Jaehwan wondering whether that person is the one backing the clan to take over Manticore Castle. Lim Jinhan, the leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan, lies in the Manticore Fortress. At the same time, his underlings report the progress of the matter at hand. He is mad because his men couldn't catch the Lighting God clan leader, yet after hurting his men, he lets him be. However, they further report that Yeon might be running away towards Gorgon. All Jinhan knows at this point is that there is some crazy person who's betting his position as the Gorgon Fortress Master position to gather an expedition for the Abyss. After that, he talks to the Monarch of the Pitch Darkness, where he confirms that the name of the new Fortress Master is Jaehwan. He also receives an order from the Monarch to look for a missing product from a tower, but he still doesn't know that the product is Jaehwan. Meanwhile, the clan leader who flocks to Gorgon thinks that the one who's backing the Forbidden Heaven clan is one of the 12 monarchs, though they still don't know who. Kang Hyun heard that the Almighty Land was currently having a war throughout its lands, so he suggested trying to make contact with the Resurrection Palace. Though Kaiman is against the idea, even though they must question who among the 12 monarchs is involved in chaos, Kaiman doesn't like the idea of asking them for their help anyway. For now, as it turns out, things seem to have been blown out of proportion. The Manticore Fortress has fallen, and 3 of the 10 clans are down. If Jaehwan proceeds with his plan, there will probably be a war, but Jaehwan doesn't care about it. They are enemies, and they have to fight eventually anyway. Chung-hyo reveals that the Resurrection Palace is stronger than all the 4 fortresses and 10 clans combined. He evaluates that at Jaehwan's current level, it's impossible. The old man adds that no matter how strong Jaehwan is, there are things that he can't do alone. The light shone into the training ground from the crevices in the ceiling. Jaehwan says that it doesn't matter, and he adds that is why the old man is there with him, to help him clear up the path along with the others who will join them. The old man blushes at the fact that Jaehwan just said that, though Jaehwan adds that Chunghyo had already joined his expedition members anyway. He also tells the other clan leaders that Jaehwan is not simply trying to gather people for an abyss expedition. He explains that he will first unite chaos. Right after, he will destroy the resurrection palace that stole the fruits 900 years ago, then depart for the abyss expedition comes after that. What he needs are true comrades who will go through that hell with Jaehwan. He also tells the clan's leader if they think they can't do that, they are free to leave. However, if none of them decides to not go with Jaehwan, he will go by himself, adding that he made it all the way there by himself and there's no point in stopping now. Kaiman laughs at the fact that Jaehwan just said that. However, in the end, he decides to join Jaehwan wherever he goes, while Yeon declares the same thing. But the Fire King feels differently, as he claims that he has yet to decide. He explains that Jaehwan's enemies he wants to fight against are incredibly strong, which is why he hopes that Jaehwan can prove to him that Jaehwan is capable of it. Currently, 6 of the clan leaders are there in Gorgon. He adds that if Jaehwan is acknowledged by the 3 other clan leaders, Kang Hyun will acknowledge him as well. Well, Jaehwan agrees in a heartbeat, though they don't know that Jaehwan is extremely broken at their plane. However, Jaehwan has a condition as well. If he needs to be acknowledged by them, they all will also need to be acknowledged by Jaehwan. He intends to host a tournament with their titles as clan leaders on the line, telling them to make it into the quarter grand finals of the tournament. That's how Jaehwan will acknowledge them all and will take their tests after that. Kang Hyun is surprised by the fact that Jaehwan is just saying that when Kaiman is also excited to go against the strong people of chaos. Suddenly, a chaotic aura envelops the training ground, and a pair of hands touch the door that leads to Jaehwan's training room. With anger in his every word and a dark aura extruding from every part of his body, he calls out to Jaehwan. It was Chiver showing the mess that Jaehwan had made, a flyer challenging people of chaos if they wanted to become the Fortress Master to join the first Gorgon tournament. Later that day, at his office, Chiver was left sighing with all of the mess he had to deal with, though Jahir feels motivated, assuming the Fortress Master has his plans. The reality is that all of the strong people in chaos and those who want to see them have flocked to Gorgon, and now the fortress is really packed with people. In the end, the 2 and 3 newly appointed tower leaders are present, hoping to see changes that Jaehwan will bring upon chaos. Somewhere else, at the Great Ocean, south of Chaos, Dryad, a fortress that's been built in the south, made by nature out of the roots and secretion from the plant-type guardian horn beast. Dryad would suck on the moisture of the Great Sea. Aisha Lincroft feels something bad has happened. She uses a top skill level called Scout, seeing far distance outward to the outskirts of her fortress. There, she sees that the dead are going towards Gorgon, and that's one of the 3 mega dead, the backwards walking Magret. The dead notices her and sends its intent toward Aisha, which pushes her quite aback. The first thing she can think of is to inform the Gorgon Fortress Master, and she sends a bird toward Gorgon with a message regarding the mega dead with it. Meanwhile, on the northern streets of Gorgon, the arena is filled with people who want to either join or watch Jaehwan's tournament for the Fortress Master position. Shin Mujuk, the Limitless clan leader, expresses how fast the progress is going. Chunghyo stands beside him and greets him, explaining that the strong ones are all raised hell and killed tons of people during the preliminaries. They are both top-ranking powerhouse in chaos, though they are hostile toward each other, as both of them have grown since the last time they met. Meanwhile, on the stage, Kang Hyun is battling for his position with a woman wearing a black mantle who is able to hold her ground against the Fire King clan leader. With all of his power, Kang Hyun performs his mightiest technique, summoning a fire blast from the strike of his sword. Though the mysterious woman doesn't get hit with it, she evades it by jumping up in the air. Thanks to the momentum, she falls down, striking the Fire King. In the end, she is able to defeat Kang Hyun, the clan leader of the Fire King clan. Both Mujuk and Chungho notice that the mysterious person has the same technique as the Steel Monarch, Hyo-Yo, Azure Cloud Mystic Footwork. They can only assume that the monarch is up to something in the competition for the Fortress Master position. Moving on to the quarter grand finals, Savant clan leader Jegal Myun appears on stage, as the people cheer up to finally able to see a solid contender from the top military advisor in chaos. Jegal greets Chungho, which makes the old man angry with how arrogant Jegal is to greet the divine physician with only a blink. At the same time, Mujuk tells him to calm down as Jegal is only a 400-year-old kid. Chunghyo feels ecstatic as someone who's going to beat Jegal on the old man's behalf has appeared. It was Jaehwan. He appeared on stage in the quarterfinals to face every opponent in succession himself. Jegal knows Jaehwan, but as the top military advisor, he evaluates that Jaehwan's plan is impossible to do. Meanwhile, Mujuk sees the new Gorgon Fortress Master for the first time and wonders whether he will be able to win against Jegal. However, Mujuk also feels energy from Jaehwan, which is similar to Chunghyo's, and he asks whether Jaehwan is the old man's disciple. Though all the spectators turned pale, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The sheer power they are witnessing is unprecedented. The spectators realized that they were not mistaken about what they saw. As Chunhyo says, how come a monster like that be someone's disciple? Jegal is stuck on the arena wall, and the 60-year-old fortress master, Jaehwan, beats Jegal with a single strike. As he falls down from the wall, Jegal thinks about how he is joining the tournament, only to remind the fortress master about the tragedy that happened 900 years ago when hope arrived. However, a hope that can't come true brings about a greater despair. Jegal doesn't want that to happen again, so he cannot admit defeat against Jaehwan. Thanks to what he previously said about one-on-one battles, Jegal challenges Jaehwan into a battle of wits. The people are angry at Jegal for not accepting the result, but Jaehwan doesn't care, so he accepts it. Then he summons it, a battle arena arises, and at the same time, a notification welcomes Jaehwan, welcoming him to the military strategy formation world. To put it simply, it's a MOBA battle arena. As Jegal explains, the people from the Almighty Land enjoy playing it. It is a formation game. Jegal thinks that Jaehwan doesn't know anything about it, but Jaehwan expresses how simple the game is. He knows it well. A strategy game where its main scenario would be a war between three races. They would have to gather resources and train troops in real time so that they could destroy the enemy's building to win. He knows that kind of game so well, as Jaehwan spent his younger days at the PC cafe playing for more than 10,000 hours. In the end, Jegal chooses the terrain, and Jaehwan agrees to it. Jegal chooses the undead race to play, while Jaehwan chooses the human race. Jegal knows the meta of the game well. He knows that humans are the weakest race, while the undead can win through early games and snowball from there. He already has a plan set up to establish his foundation first and win by using tons of troops. To his surprise, the human has already come, swarming into Jegal's base and attacking the undead army he possesses. That confuses him with the fact that Jaehwan attacked his base with only farmers in the early game. On top of that, Jaehwan is also in the middle of building a watchtower in Jegal's base, treating it like Jaehwan's own base. They're attacking while hiding in the watchtower, which is a defense building. Now, if Jegal wants to destroy the watchtower, then the farmers who have strong stamina will interfere. But he is hopeless because he has no choice but to stop him since he can't gather resources or build more buildings. On the other hand, Jaehwan uses a cheese strategy commonly used in Korea. It's got a lot of destructive power, and it was a strategy that a lot of people would criticize if a contestant used it. The people cheer up as Jegal is defeated. He thinks that there's no way a novice would know that game, yet he can only wonder who Jaehwan is. A person who defies common sense and logic. The person who plays outside of all the rules that the top military advisors know. Because of that, there's nothing he can do to reduce the difference in abilities, and now he knows that Jaehwan is someone he cannot beat. And now he thinks again, maybe for all of his 400 years of life, he might be waiting for this moment, for a person to give an undeniable whole. There's a break after the battle, and Chunhyo and Mujuk come down from the stand to see Jaehwan. He sees that Mujuk is quite strong and asks him to go for a round, which doesn't really surprise the old man, as Jaehwan is the kind of person who does a rough introduction. Jaehwan comments on this, saying that all the old people there aren't weak. They are all strong people, so there's no need for him to be nice. It is then explained that the mayor, Mullark, when he was the expedition captain 900 years ago, he gave chaos dreams and hopes. But in the end, all that remained of him was a symbol of despair. So Mujuk wonders how Jaehwan would compare against Mullark. Based on the last fight, he knows that Jaehwan is incredibly strong. He might be better than Mullark if they consider Jaehwan's potential alone. Wondering how Jaehwan's personality would fare in a real battle, Mujuk doesn't feel Jaehwan's strong sense of righteousness, a complete opposite of Mullark, who is mature and gentle. As Mujuk tries to evaluate Jaehwan, he suddenly feels a strong bloodlust over his back, but when he turns around, he fails to find anything. That's when he realizes that Jaehwan isn't awakened. At the same time, the time for the next battle also arrives, as Jaehwan feels like waiting around for everything to happen is a waste of time. That is surprising the old man with what crazy things Jaehwan is going to do this time again. Among the contenders, excluding Kaiman and Yeon, the rest of them look pretty strong. Especially a woman who wields a chain sickle and extruding crimson aura. Jaehwan fails to find something about her that even Question can't find out. Jaehir tells him that it's not Jaehwan's turn yet, so he asks why he is on stage. So Jaehwan grabbed the microphone, saying that he had seen enough of the participants' strengths and that he knew where they all stood. Since it was getting boring just to watch from the sidelines, he decided to change how the competition would proceed. Priestess clan leader Ryun comes down from the stand. As the contender, she rejects what Jaehwan is saying, asking how he can change the format of the competition all of a sudden. So he explained that he would cancel the rule of one-on-one fights, implicating that they would now fight in groups. But that won't do for her. Splitting the participants into teams would be a problem, and how they would decide the victor. Jaehwan explained that she had misunderstood what he had said. He is not saying that they make things complicated by splitting into teams now. There's only one team. The 6 of them will become that team, excluding Jaehwan. That surprises the clan leaders and the high adapters around with the fact that he will fight all of them alone. And he promises he will pass his position as the fortress master to the one who's the first to take him down. That was precisely what Jaehwan wanted. The people cheered, and it was a chance for the people to see how strong Jaehwan was. He knows that what he needs is trust, and he knew that from his experience as the leader of Carp Diem about group mentality. The deeper the connection is, the more trust is gained, and this depth is developed over time. But in a situation when there's not much time, the other way to gain trust would be through overwhelming strength. The woman at the other end of the stage laughs, and then she walks straight up to Jaehwan, saying that she knows that something interesting is about to happen. She adds that it's too much of a waste to kill Jaehwan now, and she claims that she likes him. So she bids farewell, will stop there that day, and goes back to the stand. She also mentions that something will soon appear in Gorgon, and Jaehwan notices it. But then, Yoonhwan also gives up the chance, saying that he won't be able to beat the Fortress Master even with the other leaders around. Lightning God Clan leader, a crafty fellow who wants to become Jaehwan's subordinate while saving his face. Kaiman also notices it, so he does the same, saying that he acknowledges that his abilities aren't even near the feet of the Fortress Master. That means Jaehwan's plan failed, and even if he wins against the three leaders, he won't achieve what he wants. Though Jaehwan says that their chance of winning has decreased, Ryung thoughts how arrogant Jaehwan is. The second rank of Divine Lady whispers to Ryung, saying that she didn't like that whole thing from the beginning. They know they can't win against him, even with the three of them. Ryung's pride seems to be hurt, but she nods as she asks what she needs to do now. So they whisper between themselves for a moment because there is a certain person who wants to know what Jaehwan's personality is like. After it ends, Ryung says that they have no intention of fighting him, whereas Jaehwan thinks that they are also surrendering. Well, she explains that it's different. Ryung says that they will voluntarily enter the Abyss expedition. But Jaehwan knows that Ryung is scheming something, as he is able to see her hidden smile behind her veil. She then assumes that Jaehwan has no intention of giving up the Fortress Master position in the first place. The competition wasn't to choose the new Fortress Master, but it was hosted to recruit people for the Abyss expedition after all. After the failed expedition 900 years ago, no one else planned something that grand. She claims that is why she feels proud to be standing with him in the arena. She then takes off her veil, and the crowd falls silent as Ryung looks around the spectators. People quickly look up to meet eyes with her. It is her best skill, Eye of Righteousness. It can make the target reflect on their inner self against their righteousness within. She asks the people around what the reason they are here at the arena is, whether it's because of the fight that is happening right now or for the life and future of chaos. The crowd begins to agree with Ryung, while Jaehwan thinks it's a bewitching skill and wonders whether he should just end things with a thrust. Suddenly, an old man speaks. He says that he didn't come all the way there just to see people fight. That who's as strong as the 10 clans, Gentleman's Sword, Han Yoonhwan. That actually pissed Jaehwan off, as he thoughts that they are in league with each other. Meanwhile, at the castle, a blue messenger bird arrived at the office of the Inner Gorgon Fortress. Carlton quickly goes to the master's office to see what it's all about. He froze as he read it. The message said that a group of dead, including a mega dead, was approaching Gorgon Fortress, sent by Druid Fortress Master. So he looks outside and is so surprised at how the chaotic sign shows him. However, at the arena, Jaehwan also noticed something was happening. But he can't understand what it is, while Ryung continues running her mouth. At this moment, she finally has complete control of the flow of the crowd, and she adds that there is still an important question left unanswered. She asks who will be the expedition's captain, as she wants the Gorgon Fortress Master, Jaehwan, to take up that role. Han then says that an expedition captain is not a position one can take up with just exceptional strength and wits. He then suggests that Ryung use Righteous Audit on the Fortress Master. Jaehir ended up getting bewitched as well, telling all of the people except Jaehwan to leave the stage so Ryung could use the skill. She then performs it, asking Jaehwan whether he will go through the Righteous Audit and take up the position of the expedition captain. Though it is tricky, Chung-hel thinks they were completely tricked by Ryung. It is explained that higher stage adapters would ask her to use the Righteous Audit on them to fill up the enlightenment value in order to move on to the next stage. On the other hand, if he just sends everyone flying like usual, then the Abyss expedition would be done because no one would want to follow an expedition captain who would stab his subordinates to death. But if they do nothing, then his personality will go through a test, and they think the test is using the Righteous Audit to test his personality, which is questionable at best. Though he agrees to it, once Ryung confirms it, Jaehwan and the crowd begin to close their eyes. The darkness then turns into something else. A chill began to cover them. It was the beginning of the question. When Jaehwan opens his eyes again, he finds himself standing on top of a vast ocean. Ryung's stage of skill now begins with the ocean region. She explains that most of the ocean region consists of dangerous seas like that, so things like a ship being wrecked like that happen from time to time. That is when the first question appears before him. He needs to make a decision whether to let those who are alive continue to survive and give up on one person, or Jaehwan won't give up on a single person, even if it means they will sink. That is a Righteous Audit as Ryung asks him what he will do when faced with a certain predicament. If he chooses number 1, someone will blame him for being heartless. If he chooses number 2, they will blame him for poor judgment. So, no matter what the Fortress Master chooses, he will be questioned on whether he deserves to be the expedition captain. But then, he speaks and chooses number 3, even though none of those options exist. He says that he will save everyone and save the ship from sinking. The hidden choice that only appears when one would look for your own answer. There appears to be a third option. He won't give up on anyone and will save one who fell into the waters and get everyone to take turns going into the water while waiting for the rescue team. But before Ryung reveals the hidden option, she asks him first what he wants to say. So Jaehwan says the people are dying because of the sea. In that case, he will just split the sea in half. That confuses Ryung, as she assumes that Jaehwan is losing all rationality because he is too flustered. Unknown to her, Jaehwan is capable of doing that. A powerful force of energy gathered at the end of Jaehwan's sword. Ryung, in turn, is flustered, asking Jaehwan what he is trying to do. But the old man knows that pose, so he quickly tells everyone to get away quickly. As Jaehwan strikes his thrust outward, then something shocking happens. The image of the ocean created by the righteousness audit is divided apart, and the ocean is opened up. Error notifications appear one by one, telling the caster of the skill that an error has occurred in the system. People come to him, swarming while thanking him for saving them as they disappear one by one. Jaehwan thoughts of something that no one seems to understand as the righteous audit is ending. Ryung shouts furiously with her hair in a mess from the wind created by Jaehwan's thrust, asking what the meaning of that is. Though, with his aura extruding, Jaehwan tells her to stop fooling around. Ryung flinches as she also senses something. Just then, an announcement blared from Gorgon Keep. An emergency notification code 1 is the highest emergency evacuation order. After looking around momentarily, Jaehwan knows where the emergency comes from, so he runs towards it. Marching of Deads is advancing towards Gorgon, while the protagonists of Gorgon, including Jaehwan, gather around on one side of the fortress. Yeon expresses how his clan got wiped out in Manticore, and now he is facing a swarm of the dead in Gorgon, and he thinks he might finally die. Kang Hyun mocks Yeon for what happens there and what he would do in the Abyss expedition for being so pathetic. But it turns out that Kang Hyun's leg is shaking severely, faced with the swarm of the dead. The old man duo wonders if a brat that's not even 900 years old is now taking up the leading role in chaos. Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King and Lightning God. 6 of the 10 clans of chaos are gathered in Gorgon to think he would see something so crazy in his life again. Chunhyo thinks that it reminds him of what happened 900 years ago. Though, the dead that's calling the dead. When a medium dead appears, a small dead would gather. When a large dead appears, medium dead will gather. Recently, in Gorgon, the Soul King, Catastrophe, has appeared. The culprit that made each fortress build high walls. The disaster that brings about horror to chaos is approaching, mega dead. The backwards walking Magrets. Smoke filled the sky, and the people were terrified by the fact that a swarm of huge dead was coming into the fortress. One by one, the people that have been touched turn into dead. Ryung witnesses the top of the fortress's wall filled with a sea of dead that feels impossibly endless. As she thoughts how screwed she was dealing with it, losing all of the strength in her legs, meeting that kind of an end. Nearby, an old man fell down from running. As he turned around, a huge dead already appeared, ready to devour his soul. Surprisingly, Ryung is quite concerned with the people of chaos. Even though she can't, she wants to save the man. As the dead attacks the man, Han comes running to close in the gap while Ryung screams her lungs out, asking him to save the old man. Unfortunately, when Han strikes the dead, it already devours the old man, piercing his heart out. Ultimately, he can only apologize for being unable to deal with that many dead. That shocked Ryung, thinking they were all powerless, way too powerless in the face of an overwhelming force. At the same time, a dead tentacle strikes the man, instantly turning him into dead. Now, the world that Ryung sees is a world where every single choice is useless. She wonders what use is there in getting the correct answer for a world like that. In a world without choice, without hope, her eyes turn empty as more and more massive dead come into the fortress. However, a stroke of lightning appears, striking the dead, who is about to split her in half. For the first time since his appearance, Yeon finally takes up a role, and is willing to put his life on the line for someone else to fight and live. With all of what he has, he helps Ryung to deal with the dead while telling her to get a grip. Not only she but Kaiman and Kang Hyun also fought tooth and nail to deal with the sea of the dead. The 6 clan leaders who gathered in Gorgon banded together to save every person they could. Ryung thought of how they were doing something like that, as they would only simply buy time, even if they fought to death. She thinks there's no way they can win. And what is it with them, whether they are that fearless or simply reckless by putting their life on the line? However, while they are looking at Yeon, they are trembling and afraid. But then, if that's the case, what on earth is the hope that keeps them moving? However, the 3 Pokémon fight while surrounded by a lot of massive dead that want to devour them whole. While all of the clan leaders are having a hard time dealing with the swarm of the dead, Jaehwan, the newly chosen fortress master, is fighting against the mega dead, Magret. One monster, a dead, was stronger than all of those swarms of dead combined. From behind him appears an ordinary dead that's going to strike him, though he simply grabs its neck and snaps it, while more and more dead rain down toward the fortress. Though he is angry with the fact that Magret is biting the fortress, he leads. Not only that, but it also controls the crumbled building toward the tiny human that stands before it. Yet, it doesn't stop there, as it stamps its massive leg intending to stamp on Jaehwan, and he simply jumps around to evade the attacks. Not only that, but it also has troublesome abilities. When Jaehwan closes in on it, it stamps around annoyingly. But when Jaehwan moves away from it, it summons an orb of chaotic energy and uses it to shoot a powerful beam. But Jaehwan isn't fazed by it. At the last moment, he evades that energy beam. Still, the beam manages to destroy the tower behind him, scattering stone everywhere. But then, Magritte doesn't stop and keeps summoning the energy in his mouth again, which makes Jaehwan angry with how hard it is to deal with the Mega Dead. This time, he decides to take the beam of chaotic light head on. Meanwhile, Chunghyo and Mujuk have strength on par with each other. They are having a hard time dealing with the Sea of the Dead. The divine physician remembers the horror from 900 years ago when the Abyss Expedition, a mere human party, could do nothing in the face of such a huge despair. He has nothing. He knows that nothing can be done, and he knows that this place needs overwhelming hope. That's when the sky ripped wide open, and the light shone through Gorgon. The mega-dead Magritte falls down as the tiny human right in its chest thrusts it with his sword. It was Jaehwan, the man the previous fortress master chose to replace him. The overwhelming hope he talked about was lost to nothing. The blast from the impact of their battle rips the wall wide open, and along with it, the light also shines through the crack. Not Chunghyo alone. The other clan leaders also witnessed Jaehwan defeating the mega-dead while trying to keep themselves from getting blown away. Looking down on soon-to-be his comrades to death, Jaehwan expressed how he should have done it earlier, smiling proudly as now he showed the people of chaos that hope does exist. Chunghyo cracks a joke, asking who on earth Jaehwan is, while most of the dead are now swarming toward Jaehwan. On the other hand, Kaiman thought that Jaehwan would have his spirit power depleted and worried about his soon-to-be captain along with Chunghyo. But Jaehwan stands there nonchalantly, letting the dead come swarming to him. Once they get close enough to devour him, Jaehwan is angered, telling them to get out of the way. A thrust is performed, but it seems to fail to reduce the dead's numbers, and Jaehwan gets angrier. So Jaehwan gathered all his power on the tip of his sword like he was destined to split open the Sea of the Dead. Jaehwan thrusts his sword, and a light beam appears as he creates a story, the beginning that chaos had waited for hundreds of years. Chunghyo is shocked in awe as Jaehwan manages to make a bigger hole in the fortress's wall, and wipes out most of the Sea of Dead that attacked Gorgon. The light shone as the people witnessed a new hope dawn upon chaos. The clan leaders, consisting of a high-level adapter and Mujuk, supposedly an awakened, witnessed the overwhelming power, the birth of the hope that chaos needs. Mujuk thinks about how reckless Jaehwan is, but Chunghyo claims that he is, though he has decided to protect his recklessness with Mujuk, who now also chooses to do the expedition with Jaehwan. With their new hope, they band together to strike toward the remaining dead, each with their own strength, leaving their pride and difference to be as one. Mujuk shows how strong he is, as an awakened strikes a dead in one go. Jeagle, who was out of the frame all this time, also finally shows up and decides to help with Gorgon's defense. Kaiman, the Southern Sea Clan leader with his water element spirit power. Yeon-yong, the last of the lightning god, dashes with lightning speed to strike another dead. Kang Hyun, who is kind of underperforming with his ability, also joins in, while Yeon-yong wants to tell him something, but he feels embarrassed to say it. Though he hesitates to tell the Fire King, he tells Yeon-yong not to hesitate. Landing on the ground after defeating the dead that comes, he asks whether he looks cool right at this moment, which the Fire King ignores, making Yeon-yong anxious. More and more dead are coming in again, as Kang Hyun is slowing down because of fatigue. As a huge dead is going to strike him, a little girl appears and throws a stone at it. So the dead ignores Kang Hyun as it swiftly changes direction to strike the little girl, and going to devour her whole. But then, she screams, hinting at someone. A silver chain appears behind her to bind the dead. It was Carlton using his authority. However, behind him, he also follows up the guard of the Gorgon's fortress, including Chiver and the people of Chaos, with any weapon they can get their hands on. That excites the Fire King, saying that fighting like that feels much better. However, the people also gang up on a smaller dead they can deal with, while the clan leaders are not slacking off. At the forefront, Jaehwan also becomes excited with the fact that the people of Chaos are banded together to deal with the swarm of the dead. Yet he also knows the people are at their limit, so Jaehwan thrusts his sword towards the ground. He puts all of his spirit power into the tip of his sword to wipe out all of the dead in Gorgon immediately. 10 days later, Gorgon starts rebuilding its fortress. At this moment, the Mega Dead has been defeated, and that piece of news got all of Chaos excited. A news reporter asks Michael what the most significant change in Gorgon is after the incident. So he explains that it's become nicer to live in Gorgon now since 6 of the 10 clans in Chaos moved their headquarters there. And there was a massive increase in supplies, including horns of horned beasts. That's that there's been abnormal economic growth. However, the reporter thinks that the situation looks pretty bad for one to say that living in Gorgon is nicer now. But strangely, the atmosphere is lively and cheery. Then Michael says the man can only say that because he didn't watch the path of waves. In the incident, a black sea of dead was parted by one sword. It's like those who saw it got bewitched. Everyone threw themselves at the path of waves and fought the dead. However, numerous people lost their lives. In any case, the only thing a fool like the man can say is that Gorgon is much better to live in now. On that day, he can only wonder what the people see to make them say they can live in chaos. Suddenly, there's a huge explosion in the inner fortress. The reporter is panicked, but Michael tells him not to worry, saying that's been happening pretty often lately. The reporter thinks that it isn't possible for there to be such a loud explosion unless high-stage adapters are fighting with their spirit power. However, he knows 6 clan leaders are in Gorgon now, so he becomes excited, thinking there is a war between the 10 clans, though Michael doesn't deny it. A moment later, another explosion occurred, but this time, about 5 people's shadows were in the sky. The 5 clan leaders had been sent flying all the way from the arena. Michael expressed how he didn't look surprised and instead looked happy that 5 clan leaders had flown. It was Jaehwan who sent them flying. He sat down angrily, saying they still had a long way to go. Somewhere else, a glass gets thrown into a man's face at the Manticore Fortress. Lim Jinhan is angry that the Mega Dead charged at Gorgon, Magritte, has been exterminated. He thought that's impossible. The Mega Dead is at the level of a 9th stage adapter in the Almighty Land. It's a monster that could only be dealt with by a lieutenant general or higher, leaving him to wonder how Gorgon defeated a Mega Dead when there are only 3 of such dead in chaos. So he commands her man to look into it immediately. Though he thinks that couldn't have happened, he is sure there's a mistake somewhere. 4 days after that, news of the North Branch of Forbidden Heaven clan near Gorgon being totally annihilated was spread. While at the Gorgon's training ground, the clan leaders are all sitting down and beaten up, as Jaehwan is angry that they are too weak, asking what they have been doing for centuries on Earth. Yeon thinks about how they can win against Jaehwan, a monster in his eyes. Then Jaehwan calls him out, saying that he only has quick feet, while even though Kang Hyun is powerful, he is slow. For Jeagle, Jaehwan says that he thinks too much before he acts. As for Ryung, even though she is nimble and has good instincts, she has lousy stamina. Lastly, Kaiman's basics are good, and he doesn't really have any specific weaknesses. He is the best among them, but on the other hand, he also doesn't have any particular strengths. Jaehwan says they all have one common problem. They manage to obtain something without much effort. Jaehwan also doesn't forget to comment on the 2 geezers in the back, saying they are too weak, considering they have been living for 1,000 years. Though, he is right, as 900 years ago, the 10 clan leaders were all at least 7th stage or above, and the leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan, the number 1 clan, was a 9th stage adapter. While Molark was even stronger than them, the expedition was challenging, even for such strong people. That's the kind of place Abyss is. Then, Jaehwan explains further that during the recent subjugation of the North Branch of the Forbidden Heaven clan, half of the clan leaders were either greatly injured or almost died. They weren't even attacking the Forbidden Heaven clan's headquarters, Manticore. They are already in that sorry state from dealing with a single clan, so he asks how they can go on with the expedition like that. So, as of today, Jaehwan commands them that all of them will be undergoing special training for a week. Jeagle blushes at the thought of being jacked, which shows how he is truly a nerd. Then, he reveals that all clan leaders there are adapters. It's difficult to jump to the next stage and then explain how long adapter cultivating will take. Normal non-adapters would take at least 10 years before they become first stage adapters. They would take 20 years to reach the 2nd stage, 40 years to reach the 3rd stage, and 80 years to reach the 4th stage. Most humans would lose their lives before that. That's why, from the 4th stage onward, they are also called high-stage adapters. So he asks whether Jaehwan is trying to turn them into awakened. That's quite a big deal that makes the Fire King shocked yet confused. From what Jeagle's heard, Awakened doesn't accumulate power consistently over time. They are able to reach the next stage through a sudden enlightenment. And that's right, Jaehwan says, but only if they are able to abandon their own world. Yeon is also confused and asks what Jaehwan means. That's when Chung Hyo chips in. He explains that for one to achieve complete an awakening, there are a total of 3 stages. Among them, the first would be to destroy the world of adaptation they have lived in so far. Those who are able to do that will be able to dismantle this world and see it for what it truly is. Ryun understands that he is asking them to throw away things like status, which benefits the system. But Yeon still doesn't understand, so she banters him, saying how he became a clan leader with that level of understanding. Regardless of how smart he is an overcharged adapter too. To explain it, an overcharged adapter is someone who has an extreme affinity with skills and the interface system and possesses the ability to grow from 10 times to 100 times faster than the normal adapter. Basically, they are a minority that receive the system's blessing. Then, Kang Hyun says he is a fool, adding that most of them have an overcharged adapter, and there's no way someone would be able to throw such a talent away so easily. except for Kaiman, as he says he can throw away his skill, his world, anything if he can become stronger. He adds that it's anything except his hatred towards the monarchs. Ryung speaks to him, saying that Jaehwan is asking them to throw away everything, and that might not just end with losing what they have accumulated. She also reminds the people present about the Great Disappearance. Jaehwan has no idea about it, so she explains that it started along with the appearance of ruptures. They suddenly appeared 700 years ago in the Almighty Land, the terrorist group known as Ruptures. They declared that they were fighting the cultivators. However, they were brutally killed by the monarchs of the 4 areas, who retaliated big time against their declaration. After that, they proclaimed to those who want to become awakened to come to the Forgotten Land. At least thousands of adapters gathered in the Forgotten Land at that time, though only a small portion came back and managed to attain the first stage of awakening. Jaehwan asks what happened to them. Then, she reveals that they took their own lives. They experienced severe mental breakdowns. They either went mad or lost their memories. They all had different symptoms, but they had one thing in common. They didn't know who they were. Jaehwan then spoke to Ryung again to make 2 things clear right away. He tells them that he is not a part of Ruptures, but he gets why she is suspicious of him since he said he is awakened. Secondly, as she said, awakening can be dangerous, so he will accept volunteers for those who want to awaken. To those who don't want to be awakened, he will help them train to achieve a higher stage of adaptation. However, Ryung is shocked by that, even after Jaehwan explains the power process of an adapter. But Jaehwan says that it's not a problem and asks them to follow him to the yard of the fortress. There stands a tall tower that looks like a tower of nightmares. Michael, who makes the tower, notices them coming, so he greets the fortress master. At the same time, Jaehwan immediately wants him to activate the tower. Yoonhwan comes closer to the tower and realizes that the tower is made from a horned beast's horn. It suddenly glows up, and Yoonhwan gets surprised and flustered, saying he wasn't doing anything. At the same time, a notification appears to each clan leader, asking them to accept the summon to the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem. That surprises Chunghyo with the fact that he sees the Tower of Nightmares. Once inside, they are welcomed by a flat infinite plane, as Chunghyo cannot believe that human power could create the Tower of Nightmares. Every clan leader seems like a child. They all feel excited to break the tower again, and Jaehwan tells them they will train there from now on. He also explains that time in there flows about 100 times denser than outside. 1 day outside would be 100 days in the tower. That means 1 week outside would be 700 days in there. So, they have approximately 2 years of time to train. However, the speed of soul corruption also increases. In preparation for that, when one of their soul corruptions goes past 80%, they will be forced to log out automatically, and the horns of the horned beast will be on standby outside at all times. Yoonhwan feels more excited as he learns that Jaehwan is not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Jaehwan then splits them into those who want to go through awakening and those who don't want to. Those who want to awaken will go to the next floor, while the others will stay on the first floor. A moment later, they fight with each other, and Ryung is mad at how Yoonhwan dared to look down on the priestess clan's skill. As he turns around, the Fire King fire strikes him, but Yoonhwan is nimble and able to evade Kang Hyun's attack, though it explodes and manages to hurt the Lightning God King. As Kang Hyun says, speed isn't important, and what's important is destructive power. Jeagle is on the sideline, commenting on their fight, saying how pathetic they are and how they haven't improved all this time. But then, they decide to chase him together, so Jeagle can only run away against the trio. Meanwhile, Mujuk watches how ridiculous they are, thinking about how things are turning out that way for them. On the first day, Kaiman was the only adapter who wanted to go through awakening. At the same time, the others were too afraid of losing themselves. At that, Ryung asks Jaehwan how he intends to help them raise their adapter levels, as it's challenging for high-stage adapters like them to become stronger. They will need to fulfill a certain level of enlightenment or learn new top-level skills to increase their proficiency. Jaehwan claims that can be resolved easily, but that flusters Ryung, asking how a top-level skill book can't obtain that easily. She also asks him whether he is going to steal from the 5 great clans' vault or something, implicating how Yoonhwan stole one himself. But Jaehwan explains that it doesn't just have to be done via a skill book. They just need to learn from a teacher. However, it still confuses her, asking whether Jaehwan would teach them the skill. Then he reveals it, and from then on, they will become each other's teachers. Mujuk thinks that the idea of them learning each other's skills is definitely revolutionary since the clan leaders are prideful. But what happened there is that Ryung, with her priestess clan power, Kang Hyun as the Fire King, and Yoonhwan, with the Lightning God power, are competing with each other to know who is stronger than them. While Jeagle can only scream his lungs out, he must deal with how the 3 clan leaders behave. Mujuk thinks about how things might actually go according to the Fortress Master's plan as he wonders how Kaiman is doing on the 2nd floor. Now, he lost count of how many times he repeatedly thrust his sword. He questioned himself whether he had already done 10,000, 100,000 or maybe over 1,000,000 times. However, a sound can be heard from behind, telling him to increase his speed. It was Jaehwan who supervised him so he didn't lose himself, while Kaiman asked whether he really could become stronger like that. but Jiwon tells him to stop asking questions like that, adding that he should have felt it right about now. There, Kaiman sees the particles that make up the world. Jiwon further asks whether he feels uneasy because he hasn't fought against the other adapters. However, Kaiman knows that he is not someone who's talented, but Jiwon says that it's not. Kaiman is different from the other clan leaders, who were blessed with being an overcharged adapter, but his consistency and pure hard work have made him one of the strongest, and a mental fortitude that allowed him not to lose himself despite having reached question. What leads to awakening isn't pure talent but willpower like Kaiman's. So Jiwon believes in him, and he wants Kaiman to trust Jiwon. That makes Kaiman grit his teeth, grip his sword tighter and keep thrusting his sword. At night that day, the black woman appears on top of the fortress, drinking by herself to her heart's content. She sees the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem, which a human made. She expresses how foolish they are for believing they can make a change despite having lived for centuries. At the same time, Chung-hyo appears behind her, saying that he is her master. She is Seolha, the divine physician's former disciple. The old man knows she is up to no good and asks her about it. However, she denies that and asks him to come back, saying that everyone is waiting for Chung-hyo. But he refuses, explaining that there's no way that he can be in league with inhuman bastards. She claims that they are the only ones who are truly fighting for humans, as she reveals that only Ruptures does it. Chung-hyo says that Ruptures is already done for after the Great Disappearance occurred. But then Seolha laughs as she closes up on her former master and apologizes that she can't hold it any longer because she can't believe Chung-hyo would say something like that. She also reveals that Chung-hyo was one of those who planned for that darn great disappearance. However, Chung-hyo claims it was far from the truth, and Seolha says things progressed differently than he had wanted. She also says that Chung-hyo didn't stop it. Instead, he simply watched it happen, and she thanked him for that. If it weren't for him, her current self wouldn't exist after all. There are a lot of people who would swing their swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times. They would kill each other again and again. Among them, a very small minority of them would survive and swing their swords a billion times. They would become numb to life and death, be able to surpass being a human and see the world. That is how they obtain the first keyword toward awakening, which is called dismantle. Chung-hyo unsheathes his sword while simultaneously drawing his unique world enveloping both the master and the disciple, as he expresses how that is the wrong keyword. Seolha laughs, seeing how her master's unique world is still the same. He, who was scared of losing his humanity, couldn't even draw anything in his unique world that he had gone through so much to make. Seolha takes out her scythe while saying that she filled her world and became the second core captain of Ruptures. That instant, her scythe swirled around, ripping Chung-hyo's world apart and replacing it with her own unique world. However, he had already heard that Seolha had become a captain and asked whether she had achieved the third stage of awakening. Her world filled the plain, blood raining down on it while she claimed it wasn't just the third stage. There, Chung-hyo smells the distinct smell of blood from all around. There are mountains of corpses and blood. He knows where that world was derived from. It's from the place of the Great Disappearance. Seolha speaks, asking her former master whether he likes it or not, the world that he made, and the outcome of his teaching. Chung-hyo takes a step back because he has suffered huge amounts of damage just through the destruction of his world. Seolha says that the living aren't trying to pretend to be the dead, asking him whether he knows that nothing can be changed in chaos. While she is determined that chaos won't change, she asks him to come back with her to Ruptures. But Chung-hyo says that it can surprise her. He says again that chaos will definitely change this time around, thinking that the hope he waited for arrived in the form of Jiwon. She is mad and disappointed, as she can't believe he can still make an expression like that, asking him whether Jiwon changed him. He didn't answer. As the sea of blood dissipated, she said that just like how he failed 900 years ago in chaos and 700 years ago in the almighty land. Also, that time when Chung-hyo abandons Ruptures and runs away, she turns away while telling her former master to do whatever he wants, claiming that Ruptures will be watching him. Meanwhile, in the tower, Kaiman is still going through awakening. The first stage of it is to question the world, and the second stage of awakening is to understand the world once questioned. While Kaiman goes through the third stage of awakening to forget the things that the world decided for him, he starts to lose himself. As his consciousness starts to dissipate, Jiwon comes swooping in, calling out to him to wake him up. Jiwon thrusts his sword towards him. Fortunately, Kaiman wakes up and manages to evade the thrust closely. Kaiman is surprised. From behind the smoke, Jiwon tells him he doesn't want to see Kaiman's pathetic side. He thrusts his sword towards Kaiman again, and in that instant, his head gets smashed open. The thrust doesn't stop and keeps barraging him, while all he can think of is that he can't even make himself believe that he will win. He can't even begin to fathom how strong Jiwon is, and he begins to question himself whether he becomes stronger to start with. Jiwon screams, telling him to remove the limits that the world has set on him. He wakes up, and that instant, he achieves the third stage of awakening and is reborn with the moon's eyes. He immediately summons his unique world and starts his own thrust as well. Jiwon smiles as he sees that Kaiman is able to forget the Kaiman that the world decided on. With the help of his unique world, Kaiman thrusts his sword towards someone he was previously afraid of, as Jaehwan fights back with his own thrust. Waves of water swarm the world, the newly acquired world that Kaiman gets as he attains the status of awakened. In the end, he stumbles, kneeling, and only manages to stand up with the help of him getting to latch on his sword. Jaehwan comes at him, giving his hand as he congratulates Kaiman that he manages to enter the third stage. Kaiman questions himself again, whether he really is becoming stronger, which Jaehwan says he is, by quite a lot. But Jaehwan is also at the third stage of awakening, yet he doesn't think he can catch up to him, no matter how many limits he surpasses. A single strike from Jaehwan manages to create a massive mark, while all Kaiman manages to do is make little marks on the flat plane of his world. While Jaehwan and Kaiman go through those training sessions, the other two fortress masters come to Gorgon to stir up some trouble. They claim that Gorgon had breached the 4 treaties by creating the Abyss expedition. With the Manticore fortress gone, there are now only 3 fortress masters present, and Yoonhwan rebukes them, saying that they don't care about the treaty anymore. The Garuda master tells him that it is outrageous. To face them off, Chiver is present, saying that the meeting is set to discuss the Forbidden Heaven clan incident. But Garuda Fortress Master Cold-Blooded Monarch Gal Huadong, an 8th stage adapter, still talks about the expedition, saying that the captain who will be leading the expedition should be picked after a fair evaluation. Dryad Fortress Master Aisha Lincroft also agrees with him while asking where the Gorgon Fortress Master goes all of that time. It turns out that both of them set up the meeting right after the Fortress Master left the fortress. Before Chiver manages to refuse the message, another message arrives telling that the Garuda's envoys have departed. Huadong then asks how they can trust a kid who's only lived for 50 years to form the Abyss expedition. Huadong is mad, asking them all, the high adapters present, whether they would give chaos to some random kid. Suddenly, a blue light envelopes with lightning appears in front of him. It was Yoonhwan daring Huadong to say that again. And for real, he did look cool this time while pointing his dagger into Huadong's neck. So he asks Yoonhwan what he is trying to do right now while the high adapter from the Garuda's fortress is also preparing to unsheath their weapon. The clan leaders who now choose to be on Jaehwan's side are also preparing their skills. Yoonhwan says if Huadong wants to change the expedition captain, then he will have to deal with them first because they do not intend to change the captain. Ultimately, the two adapters, Yoonhwan and Huadong, go to the arena to battle each other. At the same time, Huadong asks whether the lightning god really wants to do that. However, Yoonhwan says that if he is really confident in beating the lightning god, only then can he talk about anything he wants. In contrast, Huadong tells him to make the first move, so Yoonhwan makes it. In a flash, he appears behind the Garuda Fortress Master, saying he doesn't need to say that since Yoonhwan already did that. Yoonhwan becomes excited to try all of his new moves, while Huadong can easily dodge the first strike. In retaliation, Yoonhwan dashes again, circling around the man in black. At the same time, Huadong smiles, expressing how fast Yoonhwan is. During all this time, he hasn't made a move, so Yoonhwan jumps up in the air, using his falling momentum to strike his dagger at Huadong, which he defends with his golden chakram. Huadong is surprised, saying how he can't believe Yoonhwan's power, as he is now in the early stages of a stage 7 adapter. He summons another golden chakram and admits that Yoonhwan has indeed become stronger than he thinks. He summons up to 20 golden chakram, saying no matter how hard Yoonhwan struggles, he can't surpass the difference between adapter stages. Then he performs it, golden meteor chakram, claiming that Yoonhwan will be unable to win against him, a stage 8 adapter, and will stop fooling around. Yoonhwan is not afraid of it. He takes the attack head-on, evading what he can and taking on the chakram that he can't dodge. The other clan leaders are worried for him, calling out to him, and they know that Huadong is strong. As Yoonhwan is blown away from the strikes, Huadong says that he did great to be able to hold on that long against the Garuda's Fortress Master, and he is sure that all of them can see that the lightning god has fallen. And since he won, as promised, the expedition captain will change. But before he finishes, Yoonhwan speaks, claiming that the battle is not over. His body is now enveloped in lightning, saying that he is still standing just fine. His clothes turn to rags, and his eyes glow blue as he mocks the fortress master, saying that he must be scared since he was spouting nonsense earlier, so Yoonhwan will show him something interesting. Yoonhwan dashes to Huadong with his dagger in both hands while Huadong says how simple Yoonhwan is, and he thinks that speed is the only thing he has. Then, from his dagger appears fire, using the Fire King's 18 slashes technique, burning the golden chakram with every swing of his dagger. That surprises Huadong. He knows it's Fire King's technique. Not only that, but Yoonhwan uses the 8 invisible trap, the Savant clan's technique, shocking Huadong even more. He shouts about how they can teach their secret technique and skills to other people, asking them whether they still have pride left after that. Yoonhwan appears from behind, asking if Pride would put food on the table for them. And in an instant, he performs double slashes to the high and mighty fortress master. Though he is not fazed, instead, it angers him. So he also uses his highest technique, saying it would only be right for him to get serious as well. He summons his chakram again, combining it into a massive one that towers the fortress. The people from Garuda Fortress know, so they start scattering and get as far away from the arena as possible. Kang Hyun and Jegal also know it, so he drags Chiver with him while Mujuk is not phased, as it seems he knows what is about to happen. Then Huadong strikes it. The massive chakram descends upon the world, Golden Sea Chakram. It broke the arena, stones flew everywhere, and Aisha witnessed the power of her equal, the Garuda Fortress Master. The explosion twists around, while Huadong provokes Yeon to ask where the lightning god is and whether he would survive that attack. Suddenly, a light attack comes Huadong's way. It's from above him. Yeon takes on the attack like a madman, unfazed and ignoring it. As he claims that he will stop fooling around and commends the Fortress Master, he did great. He uses Mujuk's skill called Shin Mujuk Style, Cloud Dragon Series, Heavenly Sword. The lightning strikes like a catastrophe in Huadong's eyes. Yeon stops as his dagger reaches the Garuda Fortress Master's head. In that split second, Mujuk appears between them to stop Yeon, telling Huadong that it is enough and asking that they should consider the match is over. He also tells him not to use the guardian horn beast, Garuda, for a battle for that purpose, even though he can win against Yeon with it. It's morally wrong to use an anti-dead weapon against a fellow adapter, so he grits his teeth as he admits his defeat. Mujuk then commends Yeon for his incredible feats, defeating an 8th-stage adapter while he is only a new 7th-stage adapter. He stays on the stage, announcing that Huadong is lost to the lightning god and asking who's next going to battle him. He calls out to Aisha, asking whether she wants to go down for a fight or if anyone on their side wants to fight. He tells her to feel free to come down if anyone wants to fight. But then, Ryung comes down from the stand and changes sides with them, and Mujuk asks her what she is doing over there. Well, she states that she is switching sides. Kang Hyun also comes down, asking her the same question. Then, someone mysterious walks through the hall, and Ryung says her side has a higher chance of winning. Before they can continue their chat, that man enters the arena, saying he will take on Mujuk. It was a handsome middle-aged man. However, some of the leaders were shocked at the sight of the man. Even Mujuk was also surprised to see him. He was Jade Mask Golden Monarch, Bang Chanil, a 9th-stage adapter. Chiver knows who he is, wondering why a monarch is here in Gorgon, and now it makes sense if he is behind the Three Fortress Summit earlier. Mujuk unsheathes his sword without holding back his anger and aura, saying that Chanil is the enemy of Chaos who stole the fruits after slaughtering countless souls 900 years ago. Though, with a hand on his chest, Chanil tells him to stop with that petty talk, asks Mujuk to join his side and informs him that the Monarch of Steel, Hyung misses Mujuk on his side. Chanil is now serving under the Monarch of Steel, and he has a soft spot for martial artists, as the 5th region is basically a small murum under him. Chanil apologizes for what happened 900 years ago, sighing cynically that Hyung forgave him pretty easily. He provokes him again, saying it's not the same with Mujuk. Though he is mad, his eyes are set on killing the monarch, and he prepares to go at it. Mujuk dashes forward, combining his sword style with Dragon King's, saying how dare Chanil be as he is one who betrayed the murum. Chanil trades strikes with Mujuk's combined double sword style with his bare hand. He says that Mujuk is being too harsh on him. This is their first meeting after 900 years, after all. But Mujuk doesn't care. He keeps striking towards him, asking when Dryad, Garuda and even the Priestess clan get played by Chanil. However, he plays dumb, saying that he is just giving them advice so they can make wise decisions. He was adding that in the first place, the Gorgon Fortress Master, Mujuk, and the others were just dreaming a deluded dream. Mujuk is mad. He doesn't want to take that mockery and keep striking Chanil. Aisha witnesses them from the stand, and a woman talks to her, telling her not to be swayed. It was the woman who had previously entered the competition, and it turns out that she is one of the Monarch of Steel's underlings, emissary of the Monarch of Steel, Hai Young. She says the current Gorgon Fortress Master, Jaehwan, is more dangerous than the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. He is trying to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite Chaos, and the Monarchs consider him a threat. That is a mark given to beings that try to change Chaos. Every time threats appear, a sign of hope would appear in Chaos, and that sign would eventually lead to despair. Young adds that if they don't get rid of him, bloodshed will rage across Chaos, reminding her that Aisha lived for 970 years, and she knows very well what happened 900 years ago. As Aisha remembers that tragedy, she won't let herself let that happen again. That's also where Young comes in, asking her to work with the Monarch of Steel. 1 week later, the Three Fortress Summit took place in Gorgon, and right at this moment, Aisha was questioning whether that was the right decision. Meanwhile, Chanil keeps deflecting Mujuk's attack with spirit power from his bare hand and tells him that he can't defeat the Monarch. Mujuk doesn't stop. Using his heavenly sword technique, he envelops his sword with fire and strikes again at the Monarch. It creates a massive explosion, yet Chanil easily blocks it again, adding that great differences in abilities already exist between adapter stages. But the difference between the 8th and 9th stages is a world of difference. Then Chanil grabs both of Mujuk's hands and mocks him to get to the 9th stage first before he comes back and puts his hand on Mujuk's chest. because someone like him, who doesn't possess the class of a monarch, can't even put a scratch on Chanil. That instant, a devastating light explosion explodes from a point-blank range right on Mujuk's chest. Ryung is surprised to finally see the strength of a monarch that is able to take Mujuk out with a single hit. The Jade Mask Golden Monarch, who rules over the 12th region, isn't even a Grand Monarch. Right beneath the Grand Monarch is the Lieutenant General and next is the Major General, but he is neither of them. He is the lowest rank of the three, the Brigadier General. Ryung can't believe they are forming an Abyss expedition to fight against such monarchs because there's no way they could win against the high-ranking monarchs. As Chanil looks down on Mujuk, telling him to give up on that deluded dream of his and that they can't win. With things standing now, they all already achieved a pretty high position within chaos, and reminds him not to try to aim for the skies that he can't reach. That makes Mujuk mad. He is determined to go to the abyss and strikes his sword again. Deliberately missing Chanil's head, he says that 900 years ago, Chanil and the other monarchs had won over the Resurrection Palace, stole their fruits, and chaos lost precious comrades back then. Mujuk has never forgotten the disgrace they experienced back then, even for a single day, and expresses how things are different now. With all of his power and totally giving up on defense, Mujuk performs his stance to strike his strongest technique. Heavenly Sword. Enigma, he screams as he strikes it, the strongest technique he possesses prepared to go against the monarchs. Chanil swings his hand, summoning a dark shadow, saying how pitiful it is that Mujuk doesn't choose to give up before he claims that only death awaits Mujuk. He is shocked to see the full power of the monarch. Not only is he unable to scratch him, but the power that he summons is dissipating in the face of the dark power the monarch possesses. Not 900 years ago, not now, Chanil grabbed his head to pin him down. With rain pouring down, Chanil says that Mujuk can't change anything. Jegal and Kang Hyun scream as they dash to the arena to save him. Chanil tells him to blame the Gorgon Fortress Master for making him dreams that deluded dream. But then, another person appears again, walking through the hall to the arena, apologizing to Mujuk for being late. He takes up his sword from his back, saying that the Gorgon Fortress Master will be late because he is busy. It was Kaiman with his massive blue sword in hand saying that he would do the fighting now, the newly awakened that reached the third stage of awakening after being helped by Jaehwan. But Chiver doesn't know that. He now thinks the Abyss expedition will fall apart before it even departs. Kaiman tells him to calm down, saying that since he is here, it's going to be alright. Then he asks whether Mujuk is okay. However, Mujuk tells him to stop, adding that the monarchs are not someone Kaiman can deal with. Then again, he tells Mujuk that it's alright. So he tells Kang Hyun and Jegal to help evacuate the people there as far away as possible, which shocks them. Jegal is suggesting to fight the monarch together. Kaiman is not fazed. He is determined that he can take on the monarch and will fight Chanil alone. Jegal looks even more surprised, but he knows Kaiman's determination well, so he lets Kaiman be. It turns out that Chanil knows Kaiman as a kid who, back 900 years ago, was not strong enough to join the Abyss expedition because he wasn't strong enough. So that did happen. He confirms it and challenges the monarch to see how strong he is now. Without waiting too long, Chanil summons all of his power, striking Kaiman in the face, which fortunately he can evade. The monarch uses his bare hand enveloped with a dark gold aura, and Kaiman, a new kid in the block, uses thrust. Their strike meets equally, and now, for the first time, a soul in chaos manages to stand his ground against the monarch from the almighty land. That surprises the monarch with how things have turned out that way. The collision breaks, and Chanil gets pushed back several yards away. He feels the tremor in his hand as he commends Kaiman for that attack, so he asks what kind of a skill it is. So, Kaiman explains it. Even though it's not as powerful as Jaehwan's strong thrust, it is way stronger than Jaehwan's normal thrust. And Kaiman announces it called thrust with all of his strength. Then he suggests the monarch fight with all of his strength. Otherwise, one of the 12 monarchs will be killed right there. That angers Chanil for a kid to dare say that, so he summons his dark hand, which signifies how serious he is now. That shocked Kaiman a little as Chanil controlled his summoned hand to strike Kaiman. He also mocks the sea god for daring to say that with the mere strength that he has. But Kaiman meets those hands head on. He prepares his stance and strikes his strongest thrust. That also solidifies his determination to kill one of the 12 monarchs that are present right now before him. That makes Chanil smile as he expresses how Kaiman still doesn't know his place, and then he attacks Kaiman again with the same technique. As Kaiman remembers how he was in the tower with Jaehwan when he attained the third stage of awakening. He asks whether he is really growing stronger within just the 2 years he thrusts. That is when Jaehwan reveals that the second floor's density is different from the first floor, and to perform 10 billion thrusts takes longer than merely 2 years. That's when he activates his moon eyes. Even though they're not that strong yet, he summons his world, and waves of water started appearing. Then again, Chanil gets surprised even more, and now he knows that Kaiman is an awakened. Not only that, but Kaiman is also now able to coat his sword with his spirit power. With the help of his world, he thrusts at the monarch. Then he screams, claiming that such petty tricks won't work. But to his surprise, a massive shockwave appears behind Kaiman. With his strong thrust, the highest technique that Kaiman is able to perform, the waves that appear to go toward the monarch seemingly feel no resistance from the black gold hand. So it devours him, the high and mighty monarch that controls the 12th area in the almighty land. What's left of him is his broken spirit, beaten up soul and rags that he wore. Chanil, who previously was a handsome middle-aged man, loses all of his strength against a kid who, 900 years ago, was not even worthy of joining a party. In the end, Kaiman fails to finish the monarch. As Chanil stands up, Kaiman tries to perform his strong thrust again, and Ryung comes sweeping in. She immediately strikes her dagger toward the sea god, which is quite surprising to Kaiman, as he doesn't know yet that the priestess clan leader switched sides. But then, he reveals that Jiwon told him that it was about time Ryung had a change of heart. It turns out that Jiwon knows from the start and tells Kaiman about it. Ryung then tells the sea god to stand down, adding that no matter how strong he has gotten, she still can't believe he is trying to fight a monarch with just 2 years of training. But Kaiman doesn't care anymore about her. As he prepares his thrust, he gathers all of his spirit energy into his sword, and he strikes his strong thrust again as he reveals that he has thrust for 200 years. This time, the thrust takes a different form, the same as Jiwon's. The two people, the Monarch of Steel's underling, along with Ryung, are unable to dodge and get obliterated along the path of the thrust. Jigul and Kang Hyun couldn't believe what they witnessed. Even Mujuk is so shocked by the fact that Kaiman won against the monarch. Now they know that the fortress master, Jiwon, has predicted all of that and sent Kaiman to the arena because he knows that instead of Chaos relying on Jiwon, the people of Chaos need to stand up on their own. Later that day, Aisha watched the video of Kaiman defeating the monarch along with Ryung and Young. She has changed her mind but has not yet decided to join the Abyss expedition. Still, she knows how strong of a foe the Resurrection Palace is, even more than the Forbidden Heaven clan. Kaiman knows that even the monarch he defeated is only the weakest among the monarchs. But in truth, Aisha is moved by the fact that Kaiman is an adapter that was constantly crippled by his inferiority complex of not being an overcharged adapter and has always despaired when facing a wall he couldn't surpass. In the end, he changes that much. So then, Kaiman shows the tower that Michael made, a tower that one will not become a product after entering. A support system in the form of horns from horned beasts outside of it, and a place where all of the people in Chaos can use. Right now, Chaos is able to stand up through its own strength. Even ordinary people, who once found their courage after the Sea of the Dead incident, are trying to enter the tower. They are now able to choose the freedom that they once lost 900 years ago. So Kaiman tells her that it won't be useful if they don't get it back with their own strength. That moves Aisha's heart even further, so she asks where the Gorgon Fortress Master is. Well, he is chilling in some random oasis in the desert with Chunghyo. Chunghyo asks whether it is really okay for them to not be present at the 3 summit meetings of the fortress. Jiwon trusts Kaiman that he can take care of it, as he assumes that Kaiman now is probably stronger than the old man. This makes Chunghyo angry, saying that the brat is still 100 years too young to be able to defeat the divine physician. That's when Chunghyo reveals that he awakened through the wrong keyword to the 3rd stage. And Jiwon obviously knew already, saying that if one starts awakening with another keyword, the direction would be different. That surprised the old man, so Jiwon started explaining it. He knew that the way he saw Chunghyo's unique world was different from Jiwon's. In the origin story of the old man, everyone in the ruptures, including him, all awakened via the same keyword. The 2nd stage of awakening was assemble, and the final and the 3rd stage was self-surrender. The awakening Chunghyo adapted wasn't that profound. It was simply achieved by cutting down his foes on the battlefield over and over again. His first keyword was dismantle, which didn't have questions. Assemble didn't have anguish, and he was able to awaken without any question and anguish. However, Jiwon is different. Jiwon questioned the reason for his existence and understood the reason for the world's existence and anguish over it. Because of that, there was endless questioning and anguish. It's the path where, even after obtaining the unique world, one would need to endlessly think about the legitimacy of that world. It's a path of thorns. Then, Chunghyo asks how old Jiwon is now because, as far as he knows, Jiwon trains on the 3rd floor, which is denser than the 1st and 2nd floors. Jiwon smiles as he reveals that he has been training for 1,000 years in the tower, which Chunghyo is unable to bring himself to believe. Jiwon then starts messing with the old man, saying that it's true that he is now older than Chunghyo, and that he is not the 60-year-old kid anymore. Before long, they start their journey again. They previously stopped in the oasis to rest while going on foot toward Manticore, the headquarters of the Forbidden Heaven clan. On the way there, Chunghyo asks whether Jiwon is really going to the Resurrection Palace afterward, and Jiwon says he is. Chunghyo explains that the Resurrection Palace is a formidable foe, saying it's not too late to attack it after Gorgon has more awakened. That's when Jiwon questions whether the monarchs will wait for them and reminds them how the low-ranking monarch has come to Gorgon to face Kaiman. For now, the monarchs are probably waiting for Gorgon to gather and be awakened before making a move, and that's why they need to ambush them when they are not expecting it. Jaehwan's priority is to steal the fruit, and along with it, he wants the treasure of the mares that turns the living into the dead, an artifact called the Narrow Gate that allows someone alive to enter chaos. So, if Jaehwan steals the fruit and destroys the Narrow Gate, the monarchs probably can't cross over to chaos anymore unless they are willing to die. In order to do that, Jaehwan must cross this place as he arrives at the gate of Manticore Fortress, which has an alley that leads to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan speeds up toward the gate, and currently, Manticore Fortress is occupied by the Forbidden Heaven clan, so Jaehwan only needs to beat them up. He activates his spirit power while gathering it into the tip of his sword, and then he thrusts again, doing what he has always done. Even though it's too late now, Chunghyo tries to talk to Jaehwan, suggesting they just sneak around without anyone knowing instead of fighting the whole fortress with just the two of them. The people start swarming towards the duo, which becomes the point where they can't go back anymore. Jaehwan prepares his stance like he usually does and repeatedly performs his slight thrust on the cannon fodder from the Forbidden Heaven clan members. Meanwhile, in the fortress, Jinhan now knows that the rumors weren't exaggerated while looking at Jaehwan decimating his members. From the destruction of the north branch of the Forbidden Heaven clan to the Path of Waves, they are all done by Jaehwan. If only Jinhan had seen how Jaehwan killed the 99th boss, he would have noticed that Jaehwan is the product that the Monarch of Pitch Darkness wants him to find. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appears, commenting on how Jinhan looks deep in thought while feeling all excited looking at Jaehwan. It is no wonder that Pitch Darkness wants him. She is Siren, a mare who appears in the product video that went viral. Looking at her, Jinhan is mad, telling her to wear those vulgar clothes at her own residence and not in chaos. She simply tells him to look at the brown straw mat that he is wearing before he comments about her clothes. She sits down, saying that martial artists always think that the place they've acquired is also Murim. She then brushes him away, taking the window system to herself to watch how Jaehwan fights against the mobs of the Forbidden Heaven clan. That makes him agitated, asking whether she comes only to annoy him, so she explains that something interesting has happened. Siren reveals to Jinhan that Jade Mask Golden Monarch has appeared in chaos, but he knows that already, as all of his forces sent to Garuda right before they were about to take over, are all dead. After looking into it, he found that it was done by the Jade Mask Golden Monarch. Then he knows that he won over Garuda and Dryad in return for helping them. The treaty where the Supreme Monarchs won't interfere with Chaos seems broken, and now Chaos become a proxy war of the Monarchs of Almighty Land. But then, she reveals what he doesn't know. It was the news that the Jade Mask Golden Monarch got beaten to death by one of the 10 clan leaders, the Southern Sea clan leader, Kaiman. That surprises Jinhan because he can't believe that, even if Kaiman has hidden his power so far. He is sure that there's no way Kaiman would do something that stupid. The Jade Mask Golden Monarch is one of the monarchs under the Iron Steel Monarch, one of the 12 supreme monarchs that rule over the Almighty Land. Any monarchs who are brigadier generals and above are all important people since the Almighty Land is in the midst of a power struggle. That aside, Siren asks what Jinhan would do with the product. Because of his negligence, Jaehwan becomes a fortress master, and that would enrage Pitch Darkness if he knew his product was poking things around like that. Jinhan says that it's okay because he has already sent out the dead demon warriors, the monsters that Siren made that can use the power of the dead. Outside, Jaehwan finishes dealing with the cannon fodder and Chunghyo notices that something is off, because there's no way the Forbidden Heaven clan fought the whole of Chaos with just that level of troops. On the other hand, Jaehwan realizes that there are more elite members of the clan as they show themselves. That shocks the old man, wondering how they can possess such evil energy as if he is looking at the dead. Someone from above the building calls out to Jaehwan, asking whether he is the famous Pathfinder whose name has been going around. He feels that it's an honor to meet the protagonist of the viral rumors as he jumps down from the roof with his men. It turns out that the man also knows Chunghyo, but the old man fails to recognize the man as he asks who he is. With a red spear in hand, he reveals that he is the man who gathered the horns for the clinic and transported patients as well. That's when Chunghyo remembers that he is Heinz, the righteousness warrior. So the old man asks what the guard of Gorgon, like Heinz, is doing in the Forbidden Heaven clan. That angered him, reminding Chunghyo of what he had experienced in Gorgon. It was 100 years ago that Gorgon was in a war with a clan known as the Crimson Martial Clan, which no longer exists in Gorgon. As Chunghyo comes back to Gorgon, the Crimson Clan comes in his absence. A total of 50 guards, including the Southern Inspection Gate Captain, had ceased to exist eternally because of the Crimson Martial Clan's ambush. Only Heinz survived that day. Right as he recovers, he begs the Divine Physician to help him become stronger. But Chunghyo gave him a cold shoulder, explaining that he fully understood the sadness and despair that the weak felt. But as he brushed him away, He claimed to have seen countless such people during the 1,000 years he has lived in chaos. Chunghyo left as he apologized for not being able to grant Heinz's request. The old man literally leaves a lost soul and dares to ask what he is doing in the enemy fortress. Not only that, Heinz takes off the cloth that covers one side of his face, raining horror on Chunghyo's face. Heinz screams. He worked hard to protect the justice he believed in his whole life, and now he turned hard to break that belief. Jaehwan is silent this whole time while the old man is having a nice chat with some random guard. That's when Heinz reveals that the weak, righteous warrior who was a second stage adapter died 100 years ago. He becomes the vice clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He wields a red spear enveloped in his crimson spirit, and he challenges Jaehwan to a battle of thrust. Heinz summons all of his power, performing his technique called Balkan's 8 Fangs, and with it appears a red wolf with their mouth open thirsty for blood. Jaehwan activates his spirit power. Using his soul eye, he thrusts the mobs of spirit of the dead. With that slight thrust alone, Jaehwan is already able to exert power equivalent to the vice clan leader, who for this whole time only boasts his power, challenging Jaehwan like he is the sky himself. He got pushed back, asking how the hell Jaehwan was able to do that, so the other dead squad came to join in. That instant, the rest of the Forbidden Heaven clan comes swarming in to surround the duo. But Jaehwan is not fazed by the upcoming attacks. He stays focused and ready to welcome anyone who comes at him. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Jinhan is panicking. He can't believe that the dead demon warriors are being cut down so easily. As an adapter who's about to reach the level of the monarch, he believes he can defeat Jaehwan only if he joins the fight along with the rest of the dead demon warriors. However, he can't even begin to imagine how many losses they would incur if they fought head-on with him. So if Jinhan loses all of them, all of his plans they have made will be ruined. So he calls out to Siren and asks her to deal with Jaehwan, but she refuses, asking him not to trouble her more with that. She has already done everything per his request. The research for the Spirit Stone is complete, and she has already made the Black Cloud and created dead demon warriors. But Jinhan insists on it, so Siren sighs as she agrees to help. However, before that, she offers him a deal. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Heinz is terrified by the fact that Jaehwan is really as strong as the rumors say. Jaehwan is the new Gorgon Fortress Master, the legend of the Path of Waves, and the Pathfinder of an impossible path. He obtained all those nicknames in just a single month, and none of them are righteous. Right after, Heinz gathers his dead power, as he can't believe someone who hasn't even been in chaos that long could become a fortress master. Even for a warrior like Heinz who has been around for 200 years couldn't. He releases all of his power, combining with the dead within him, saying that he won't accept that and readily go against the Gorgon Fortress Master. He dashes forward, screaming how he will show Jaehwan his true power. The thrust comes like lightning, and fortunately, Jaehwan is able to easily evade by jumping to the side. The blast is so powerful that it manages to create a massive explosion as the spear lands. That attack is not only directed at Jaehwan but also at the other Forbidden Heaven clan members, who get hurt as well, even some getting incinerated by it. Heinz then points his spear to Jaehwan again, saying that it is the power that he has obtained by giving up and trampling on his beliefs, thrusting his spear with rage while adding that it is the power he has gained from working hard. But Jaehwan is not afraid. Instead, it makes him want to put an end to it. That instant, a stroke of blue light appears right in front of Heinz. It's so broad and swift, leaving him no chance to dodge it. It was Jaehwan's normal thrust. He performs it toward the vice leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Heinz gets pushed back a bit as the dead cell spreads further into his body. On the other hand, Jaehwan provokes him, asking whether chaos only has petty people like him. The other members were shocked to witness how Jaehwan destroyed half of the vice clan leader's body, who was close to being a 9th stage adapter. They then start swarming toward Jaehwan again, intending to buy time for Heinz to recover, while Chunghyo holds off the members that he can. Jaehwan is angry because everyone keeps talking about putting in hard work while all they do is talk about their own efforts. So he gathers more of his spirit power into the tip of his sword, and he thrusts it. A strong thrust that he rarely used to deal with small fries like them, but it's to deal with numbers instead of strong opponents. With a stroke of a massive blue explosive strike, Heinz's body gets incinerated. Before an absolute power, despair fills his mind, so he slowly lets go of his spear. The moment he lets go, he moves into a different dimension, a place where he knows nothing about. It was the crimson eyes that Jaehwan possessed, a tree towering over the world, that made Heinz wonder whether it was the unique world of an awakened that he had only heard about. He completely turned to dead, as his body slowly turned to dust, becoming nutrients for the illusion tree. With the last consciousness he has, he now knows what the world looks like to someone who doesn't submit to the world. The eye that sees everything in the world makes rules and monitors it. In the end, Heinz can only express how amazing Jaehwan truly is, such an amazing crazy bastard, as he thoughts how if he doesn't give up the path of being the righteous warrior back then, would he be able to chase the same dream of Jiwon's path? So, Manticore, with its millennia of history, was split into two just like that, with a single thrust that Jiwon uses, which doesn't even consume his spirit power. Then, they start walking towards the fortress while ignoring the rest of the members that survived the thrust. Now, everything that Jiwon's thrust touched was split in half and died in his unique world, and Jiwon claims that he is simply thrust with all he has. Thanks to that, their plan will progress smoothly, as they can't feel the spiritual pressure of a lieutenant general rank at all. But then suddenly, a pink light appears from above the sky as a woman expresses how she ended up too late entering the battle. Using a space manipulation technique, a transcendent rank space teleportation skill, warp, Siren appears joyfully, saying that she can't believe that the dead demon warriors are afraid of Jiwon. There is only one race that can use that skill that Jiwon obviously doesn't know. Siren is flustered, so she asks whether Jiwon watched this week's Hot 10 or the Tower of Tower show at all. She was the host of the show, which Jiwon also doesn't know. Chunghyo blushes with her appearance as she explains that she is a mare, and all the men in Chaos know her. So she introduces herself to Jiwon, a mare known as Siren Armeld. But Jiwon still doesn't care about her, asking her to step aside as he thinks that the time is running out. But Siren refuses, saying that she received a request to stop Jiwon, the product that everyone in Almighty Land is looking for. Recognizing her as an enemy, Jiwon doesn't wait any longer and starts preparing his stance to thrust. That flusters Siren further, asking Jiwon to wait a minute, then asking him to become her product. She reveals that the person who asks her to stop Jiwon, Jinhan, is now on the verge of death after taking Jiwon's thrust earlier. But Jiwon doesn't want to listen and performs his thrust, which Siren playfully dodges, repeatedly asking Jiwon to become her product. On the other hand, Jiwon feels that her spiritual pressure is definitely stronger than what he has felt outside the fortress so far. So, he assumes that Siren might even be on the major general level that he has heard of. A moment later, she reveals that Pitch Darkness is after Jiwon while claiming that she will be able to hide him if he becomes her possession, and she will make it so that no one in the 12 regions will be able to touch him. But no thanks, Jiwon answered. That left her no choice but to start fighting back. She uses her authority magic as a mare and summons quite a number of sand serpents from the desert around her. Right after, the serpents start attacking Jiwon, as she says that Jiwon is welcome to change his mind and that she doesn't like to waste unnecessary strength. Flying up above, Siren watches from her display window pop up while her summons gets thrust by Jiwon. It basically turns into games for her, such as when he commands the serpents to where and how to attack. That makes Chunghyo mad, saying that there will be no end to it. So Jiwon thrusts his sword into the ground, blasting the sand around, and hides behind the sand dust. That instant, he jumps around between the sand serpents towards Siren, high up in the sky. Though, she laughs while revealing that she can see everything he is doing from her screen. Suddenly, a massive serpent appears and manages to chase him with a wide open mouth. Siren says that he is more naive than she initially thought, while the sand serpent swallows him whole. She tells him to cool his head in there and to think carefully, then explains that she is the one who is losing out on her proposal. Siren, the bewitching flame that quickly got #1 on the popularity vote in Little Brother. But then, the serpent explodes, and from behind the dust, Jiwon jumps up towards Siren again, surprising her, whether he has already materialized his visualization. Jiwon then chokes her while she smiles joyfully as he asks her whether she wants to keep going or not. Though he also thinks that she bears no hostility toward him, if he spares her life and brings her along, she might be of help on the way to the abyss. And maybe Jiwon could even find out information about the first mare that's said to be at the top of the illusion tree. Siren tells him not to joke around with her as she controls the sand to send them flying up to the sky, which makes Jiwon lose his grip on her neck. She expresses how it's a pity that she almost got her hands on him as he uses her rap skill again, which makes Jiwon think she is running away. But then she appears behind Jiwon, hugging him passionately and asking whether she surprises him. Suddenly, a strange energy flows around his body toward Jiwon's eye. Siren uses her skill, the real 8 gates of hell, trapping Jiwon to its test while Siren also joins him, saying how he doesn't look surprised about it. And he explains that it's a technique he has experienced before. Siren is ecstatic, saying that her technique is different from that fake 8 gates of hell he knows of because that skill was originally made by a mare. Back then, Jiwon easily defeated the 3rd gate, and now, he also easily defeats the gate one by one. At the 4th gate, Black Chain of Hell appears and going to bind him, but Jiwon easily defeats it with his non-stop thrusts. On the 6th gate, the Frost Hell, the Frost Dragon appears again, but this time, Jiwon is so much more powerful than he was back when he defeated the dragon, so with a single thrust, he slays it. That surprises Siren, asking whether Jiwon really is a human, and Jiwon asks her back whether she has another trick to show. That makes Siren so dumbfounded. As she smiles, she tells Jiwon that the next gate will be tough. Suddenly, a purple light appears behind Jiwon, as massive as the gate itself. A pair of hands appear, trying to open the door slowly. A mysterious liquid flows through the door, and once the door is fully open, the water simply bursts, filling the room. Chill runs down his spine as the water flows through, reaching his foot. Along with it, the memories of his dead comrades who fought with him at the tower slowly invade his mind. Jaehwan falls silent as Siren says that even Jaehwan would struggle because ever since the skill 8 gates of hell was created, no one has ever gotten past the 7th gate. Not only that, but 1,000 men appear from behind the door. With a sword in hand, they ask who Jaehwan is. They are Jaehwan's past self, from when he was still new, came into the summoning ground, from the moment of the fight with the Frost Dragon, and also from the moment when he managed to fight against Beastrain. The 7th gate is also called Self-Hell, as they ask again who Jaehwan is. Further down the line, his past life was as a student and a kid, and even from when he had to join the army. They are from different times, yet they are all Jaehwan. So he grits his teeth, preparing what's about to come, and not only are they all himself, but they also have the same technique. They are also able to act and make decisions like the current Jaehwan. That makes him feel how interesting it is for his past self to band together to point their sword at Jaehwan. In the end, he dashes forward as they also come together with their own weapon. The only thing Jaehwan thinks of is that he must make the first move and engage in a battle of technique to take them down. As they trade blows, Jaehwan realizes that except for a few, the rest only know how to thrust, which makes him realize how offensive it is to be thrusted by himself. So Jaehwan swung his sword towards the closest copy of him. Right after, they turn to smoke. But it's not ordinary smoke. At the same time, they band together again to strike Jaehwan. Suddenly, from behind appears another Jaehwan, who fortunately manages to react and strike his abdomen, instantly killing the copy. As the upper part falls down, with horror on his face, he asks Jaehwan to stop, and the copy turns to smoke, enough to envelop Jaehwan. That takes him to his memories, where his fellow soldier bathes in blood, apologizing to him. The memory he had right before he entered the tower is that the man is Jaehwan's successor and counselor. All the unreasonable harassment that was done to him caused him to shoot all his predecessors and executives to death in the middle of the night. Jaehwan was the only one in the unit who survived. All the leaders, the platoon commanders, and even the battalion commander were replaced. Jaehwan was acquitted of any suspicions because it was proved in the diary he wrote that Jaehwan wasn't one of the people who harassed him. But Jaehwan was still thrown into prison for 15 days, where he repeatedly blames himself that he could have saved him. That was when Jaehwan started to hate the system, way before he came into the world of skills or status. That didn't stop him, so he swings his sword again. Another copy falls, and this time, the memories show him when he was still a student. While wondering whether he might already be living in a world of the system, he had lived in a world where a huge system suppresses individuals. He slays another copy of himself. This time, it reminds him of his mother in his childhood, whom he had forgotten after hundreds of years of thrusting. Another is to the right at the moment when he is about to die, and another is where all of his comrades happily walk by his side to climb the tower. It's not merely a bunch of copies of Jaehwan's, and all of them have the same thing. They are calling out to Jaehwan, asking him to stop killing them and save them. Another copy falls, and as he falls and turns to dust, he questions who Jaehwan is. That shocks him. Tears appear in his eyes, and with the only sanity he has left, Jaehwan thrusts his copy again, and again. It's become clear at this moment. Every time he thrusts, Jaehwan cuts away a part of himself, making him forget himself with every swing he makes. Siren appears out of nowhere as she asks how the real 8 gates of hell feels. She explains that Awakened states that self-surrender is becoming a new existence, and forgetting their original self. So, Awakened like Jaehwan, who experience self-surrender, they are more vulnerable to the 8 gates of hell. Even a mayor would experience committing suicide to take their own life because they can't handle their ego that has gotten so large. Let alone a mere human like Jaehwan, whether he can deal with all of that egos of himself. Though outside of Jaehwan's consciousness, Chunghyo sweeps around dust, trying to wake him up. It's not, as both Jaehwan and Siren are trapped inside the illusion of the 8 gates of hell. Those are memories that he had thrown into self-surrender, and this place, the world where he has to kill himself in order to move forward. Exactly as its name says. It's hell. At one point, before Jaehwan completely loses himself, he sees Kaiman talking with Chunghyo from where they are teaching Kaiman. He asks what exactly an awakening is. The old man explains that awakening is learning to see, and being an awakened will give one the ability to see the truth of the world. Chunghyo explains further that awakened would see the value, which is the truth of the world, and see the particles that make up the world. That's also the stage of self-surrender that's mentioned in Awakenings, and an awakened needs to be careful of neglect. Being able to see so many things would make one blind that much quicker. That's when Jaehwan realizes that it is the neglect that the old man mentioned. Those who see too much will become blind quickly. One would become desensitized quickly if they heard too much. But Jaehwan questions himself about whether all of it really matters. Jaehwan did his best to come this far, from the moment he was in the army to the hardships he experienced when he was in school. And no one was able to come this far, while all he wants now is to say that he is having a hard time. He wants to hear someone say that it's okay not to be okay with him. Then he sees the vast sky. In the lonesome world he has, the thorn path he walks, where the sky is filled with so many bright stars. Each star is a memory he made along his journey, his connection with his comrades that makes him realize that he is not alone all of that time. But then, the question of who he is remains, where Jaehwan still doesn't know who he is, but what he knows for sure is that he is here. From the countless memories that he has forgotten as he trained in thrusts for 2,000 years, and the connections of all those countless memories, that is Jaehwan. Suddenly, the copies of Jaehwan simultaneously turn to dust. At the same time, Siren is throwing up. She can't believe that it's a rebound from the technique as Jaehwan slowly opens his eyes. He opens his eyes, sending a shockwave through the plane, shocking Siren as she knows that in her 2,000 years of life, not even once the 7th gate was broken. But Jaehwan did it. The gates crumble as he wonders what is beyond self-surrender, but for him now, he plans to go out of that place first, facing the 8th gate of hell. Though if he had just talked to Siren, she would probably let him go. Jaehwan decides to open the 8th gate of hell. The door slowly opens, welcoming Jaehwan into it. Inside, he finds a flat plain filled with water that seemingly extends infinitely, and is roofed by a sky full of stars. Slowly, the stars move, forming words that Jaehwan can understand. Now, Jaehwan knows that the 8th gate is not a trial but a reward, as the message tells him that he would like to tell Jaehwan, who has passed all the gates of hell. Jaehwan thought that it must be a record left behind by the one who created the 8 gates of hell. The story continues, shocking Jaehwan as he tells him that he still remembers the day the Abyss expedition departed. One that left the record is Mulark Armelt, and that is a record of his failure. While at the Manticore Fortress, Chunghyo is trying so hard to wake Jaehwan up, as he wonders why he isn't waking up after all of that. The old man also brought along the mayor, who used the technique on Jaehwan, but it seems that he won't be waking up anytime soon. Even though he should be waking up once the mayor became unconscious, the illusion should have been dispelled. On top of that, there is reinforcement from the Resurrection Palace that arrives at Manticore. Leading them is the highest adapter so far, the 11th stage adapter, Hidden Scent Monarch Samung Garam. That makes Chunghyo panic, to think one of the main fighting forces of the 9 regions would make his move at Chaos. But, as the old man hiding the other low members from the Resurrection Palace fails to find him, but not Garam, he summons his spirit's power, coating his hand with a crimson-colored flame and telling Chunghyo that he has done a great job running that whole time. Then he punches toward the place where Chunghyo hides, calling out to them as rats. That instant, Siren wakes up and snaps her fingers, and when the fire burns the place where they previously hid, Garam finds nothing, assuming that they get away from Manticore. He then commands his men to reclaim Manticore and search for the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. Siren lands with Chunghyo and unconscious Jaehwan in tow at some random areas in the desert. That was a close call even for her, as she thought about how many times she almost died just today alone. For now, she decides to go to Gorgon Fortress with them, which makes Chunghyo think that she might be surrendering. But that's not the case, as she just has business with Jaehwan, though maybe she wants more thrust from him. At that point, Chunghyo already sent a message to Gorgon, and about now, additional warriors who were awakened must have departed. It is Kaiman announcing that Jaehwan sent a message to tell them that the Manticore Fortress has fallen, leading the army Carp Diem. The Liberation Army of Gorgon will depart by Manticore facing and strike the Resurrection Palace. With a wave of his hand, Kaiman commands the army to charge, meeting the army from the Resurrection Palace under Garam. Mujuk dashes to the forefront, leading the charge, and starts performing his technique to slay the enemy of Chaos. Right behind him is the Lightning God and the Fire King, with their resolve to liberate Chaos. Jeagle is ecstatic with how truly incredible it is, with an army of 300 awakened, and he thinks that they might win this time around. At the back of the opposing army, Garam sits down, expressing how that doesn't make sense. It is good that they would just stay still and adapt to chaos instead of revolting against the almighty land. Then he stands up, and with his spirit power coating his hand, he clenches his fist and performs that decimating attack. A single blow sends waves of energy, cutting several people simultaneously along its path as he tells them that they are being overly ambitious. Jeagle is shocked by what on earth is coming his way, though he doesn't have enough time to react and gets hit by the attack, severely injuring him. Yeon-young, who barely got hit, witnesses how his comrade, Jeagle, falls right in front of him, which shocks him, falling silent to the fact that the high adapter got struck down by a single attack. With Garam fully powered up, he tells them to just go back quietly, releasing energy to notify every single person in Carp Diem's army. Yeon-young is enraged, telling the others to attack Garam first, so they come at him together. But Garam is strong. He doesn't flinch facing such an army, so he clenches his fist again, calling out to them as fools, then strikes his attack again. The shock wave from his attack sent another countless wave that cut everything in its path, and fortunately, Yeon-young managed to evade the attack closely. Now, Gorgon's Liberation Army, Carp Diem, pushed all the way to the entrance of Manticore, meeting the army of the Resurrection Palace. But, with the appearance of the hidden scent monarch, the tide of war turned completely against them. 10 days later, at Gorgon, Chiver carries out a meeting, talking about how that is a critical blow because they lost 5 third-stage Awakened that were a part of their main force. Aisha is afraid and tells the others to consider the Resurrection Palace offer. Kaiman tells her not to forget and not to trust her skills too blindly, adding that they just need to pave the way. Though, at this rate, they have no chance of winning, then she offers to ask for help from the other monarchs. She is talking about Hyo-Yo, the monarch of steel, because currently, all of the monarchs that had been dispatched by the Resurrection Palace belong to the 9th region, Pitch Darkness, and most people know that there is a long-time grudge between Strong Steel and Pitch Darkness. But, after Kaiman killed Jade Mask Golden Monarch, along with the emissary of Strong Steel as well, they have no other option. So Kaiman speaks again, telling them that they must not get help from the other monarchs because Chaos must be the ones to liberate Chaos. Somewhere else in the fortress, Siren and Chunghyo are looking over Jiwon, who is still unconscious. He attained the 4th stage of awakening on the 7th gate of hell but yet to know the keyword to see the power of it. Suddenly, Chunghyo is mad at Siren, asking her to wake him up after putting him in that state with her skill. She simply says to do something himself if he is that upset about it. That's when she explains that Jiwon is able to break free from the 8 gates of hell, an unprecedented feat even for the strongest monarchs there is. She adds that it is a skill that wasn't made for humans to use, and the true power of it can only be unleashed when a mare uses it. She also hoped that anyone could use that skill, so she thought it would be useful to the Savant clan since no one had ever been able to break the 8 gates of hell. She has seen it being broken a few times, though. She can understand why, in those times, it was used by humans after all. And what was broken was the mind of the user, not the skill itself. However, Jiwon is different. Not only did he break her mind, but he broke the skill completely. He broke the 7th gate, which no one had been able to break, and arrived at the last and final 8th gate. She explains that the 8th gate is the gate of reward, and those who get past the 7th gate are given tremendous rewards. Chunghyo asks what is in the 8th gate, where Siren reveals that inside lies the legacy that her godfather left behind, Mulark. Suddenly, Jiwon wakes up and he immediately asks how the attack on the Resurrection Place went. After knowing that the attack had failed, he immediately prepared himself to go to the meeting room. Chunghyo runs frantically, telling him not to go in there and explaining that there are people who are suggesting that they hand over Jiwon to the Resurrection Palace. But Jiwon doesn't care, as Siren laughs at how pitiful Chunghyo becomes. That's when the door to the meeting room opens, and the trio comes inside. Kong Hyun and Kaiman look happy after Jiwon finally woken up. On the other hand, Aisha and Chiver feel ashamed to see him. But then, the first thing Jiwon says is that he will go to the Resurrection Palace, shocking everyone in the room, including Kaiman, so he tells Jiwon not to do that. Yeon can only be silent with the defeat he experienced, which makes him lose one of his arms. But then, he shouts, asking whether Jiwon knows that they have lost a lot of comrades while Jiwon is lying in bed, adding that they wouldn't have died if they hadn't come to know of freedom and hope. There wasn't even time to hold the soul farewell procession, while Jiwon could only apologize. Yeon continues, expressing how he hates Jiwon to the core of his soul after giving Chaos life and freedom, as well as showing them hope. He starts crying, saying that despite that, they need Jiwon, asking him not to go to the Resurrection Palace. He would rather they all fight and die together. That shocks Chunghyo as he thinks that Jiwon has given them something unbelievable that he shouldn't have. Now, in order for them to protect what they have received, they will give up their lives for it. But then Jiwon explains that it seems that all of them are mistaken about something. Jiwon tells them that he is not going to the Resurrection Palace to surrender himself, shocking Yeon while Chunghyo knows what is about to happen. Jiwon says that he will go to the Resurrection Palace to send them all flying away. That is a shocking news. Chiver, Chunghyo, and Aisha thought that Jiwon was not right in the head. So, Yeon asks him whether he is out of his mind, and Jiwon claims that he is always sane. Kaiman doubts whether Jiwon did just say that, and Kong Hyun asks when he is planning to do that. So Jiwon says that he is going right now, making the mayor think that Jiwon is a strange man, as she also thoughts that it seems like the word reality doesn't exist in his dictionary. In her mind, humans will always end up kneeling in front of reality, and she expects that no one will follow Jiwon. But the people of Chaos are now different. One by one, Kaiman, Kong Hyun, Carlton, and the others are so determined to follow Jiwon to their death. That shocks Siren, thinking that they all are now insane and wondering how they dare to stand up to the almighty land now. So far, they have been living with no problems as souls, and why would they suddenly care about freedom, real life, and being liberated? So her sight points to Jiwon, wondering whether that's all because of him. A moment later, he set up the strike team to attack the Resurrection Palace, and he only needed 4 people, including him. The first person he wants to go with is Chunghyo, the divine physician. Kaiman, the Southern Sea God clan leader, making him seems to be so excited to go. And lastly is Siren, the mayor that about 2 weeks ago is so bent hell to stop Jiwon. So that confuses her while Jiwon smiles, and it is the smile that they want to see all this time. Jaehwan is now the man who never ceases to fight, no matter how great the enemy is. The one who made miracles with his own 2 hands. The others try to join in, but Jaehwan explains to them that they will have their own task as well and asks them not to be too disappointed. On the other hand, Siren insists on not going. They are questioning whether it will really be the end once they destroy the Resurrection Palace, but Aisha now understands that after doing so, chaos will truly be united. Meanwhile, Siren is bullying Chunghyo, saying all kinds of stuff, while Jaehwan explains that even though they manage to destroy the narrow gate, the monarchs will still be able to go to chaos by dying. So they need to prepare for that situation that they can foresee, while Siren keeps nagging him that she is not going. But then, Jaehwan asks her whether she wants to know what's in the 8th gate of hell or not. If so, she needs to come with him. A moment later, they go to Siren's personal workshop, where Chunghyo and Kaiman look around and touch her stuff. She yells at them not to touch anything and claims that stuff was made by her godfather for her. She looks around at her system, as she thinks that she can't believe she allowed others to come into her personal workshop. But she doesn't have a choice because Jaehwan needs the warp drive, which allows long-distance warps. Meanwhile, Chunghyo stumbled upon a tower that she made, and he made fun of it. It was a cringy tower called one who regressed 10 billion times. Siren is so embarrassed by it, claiming that it was the tower that she had made when she was 1,200 years old. While Kaiman is silently judging her for how weird her stuff is. Even Jaehwan also gets his hand on some weird tower that she made, which makes him question her creation and all. That makes her so embarrassed, thinking that she would just be dancing naked rather than having to go through that. However, she realizes that they were people stuck in the space that the mayor created, and they were all once product. Siren is wondering what the workshop of a mayor that creates towers would mean to them. Suddenly, Jaehwan calls out to her, asking what the name of the tower in front of him is. Siren tells him that it's called the World After the Fall, though she claims that the tower is still incomplete. She then reveals that the tower is the one she designed after she first met Jaehwan, which makes her wonder, as she doesn't know how Jaehwan would feel after seeing that tower. And another where she thoughts of the tower from a product's point of view. It's strange, but she now knows that something is wrong, and she tells the others that the warp gate is ready. Jaehwan is at the forefront to warp to the Resurrection Palace, while Siren keeps wondering whether something that she feels is what made Mullark, her godfather, leave the Abyss expedition. Beyond the alley at the castle of the Resurrection Palace, a monarch is overseeing the people who want to go back to the Almighty Land. The current monarch who has to bear that is the Fog Monarch, Hitchmeyer. 2 men call out to him, saying that he is already in his 3rd year having to deal with overseeing the palace. That makes him mad because they remind him of it, and with his power, he takes out the air that they need to breathe, choking them while asking them whether they want to cease to exist for eternity. So they can only kneel while apologizing to the monarch. Now, it is explained that the monarchs that came to chaos after dying in their previous lives have a duty to perform. They will become the palace master until the next monarch dies and comes to chaos. Then, he thinks about some strange rumors after the Jade Monarch came to chaos, where he was defeated by an awakened of Gorgon. And now, he knows that those guys were forming an Abyss expedition while also going to attack the Resurrection Palace. That makes him think how foolish they are to believe that there's no way they would come to the Resurrection Palace. While the people are queuing to enter the narrow gate, something happens at the gate behind them. Suddenly, it explodes wide open, and the being behind the gate starts attacking the people who are in line to be revived, and they immediately die. The energy from the attacks also blasts towards Hitchmeyer, where he instantly knows something strong is coming towards him and starts counterattacking with his spirit power. The strikes meet in the middle equally, which makes Hitchmeyer think that they are at least on the same level. So he summons his weapon to dash toward the attacker. Once he reaches the attacker, he vertically strikes him with all that he has, asking whether he is the Gorgon Fortress Master or not. But it's not. One that deflects the incoming attack wields a blue sword with a water spirit aura. It was Kaiman who strikes Hitchmeyer back, saying that, of course, he is not the Fortress Master. Kaiman greets him, saying how it has been a long time, implicating that he knows the Fog Monarch, adding that he came to get his payback from 900 years ago, with Chunhyo and Jaehwan following behind him. In the next round, Kaiman thrusts his sword 4 times simultaneously, yet Hitchmeyer manages to dodge all of them. To counter it, Hitchmeyer shoots his fog, which blows up, filling the castle and impairing Kaiman's senses. He is frustrated with the fact that he can't detect Hitchmeyer's presence despite having trained so much. However, as he questions himself, he remembers how Jaehwan trusts Kaiman, telling him that he can do it. So he closes his eyes to believe in himself and in his senses. That instant, Hitchmeyer appears right on top of him, readily striking Kaiman down. With his soul's eye, Kaiman sees it with his sense, so he evades the attack and counters it with his thrust. Hitchmeyer steps away, as he is unable to believe that Kaiman manages to sense his presence and manages to strike him. Then, Hitchmeyer can only think about how arrogant Kaiman is, where would he gains his belief in himself with the determination on his face. Jaehwan then says that he will go inside the Resurrection Palace with Siren, adding that Kaiman will able to handle the Fog Monarch. So, Chunhyo says that he will try to reduce the number of monarchs heading to the Pleasure Palace as much as possible with Kaiman. He faces off with the duo Fire Wheel Monarch and Seven Fear Monarch, where Chunhyo dashes toward them, attacking both at the same time. They are both strong, with the power of a monarch, but Chunhyo is also determined not to back down from a fight like Kaiman. They both reveal that there are dozens of brigadier generals who are protecting the fruits where Jaehwan is heading. Chunhyo doesn't care about it, as he tells them to just bring it on instead of talking rubbish. Inside the palace, half a dozen of the monarchs they talked about are partying with all kinds of women. The lowest-ranking monarch among them, Timid Monarch, is called Reika and informs them that there is a situation at the main gate. The second dragon monarch tells him to ignore it, adding that Hitchmeyer will deal with it. The fourth dragon monarch expresses how the ladies in chaos are the best, while the other monarchs also express the same thing. The first dragon monarch can only wonder what the people of chaos have to come knocking on the palace door. He then throws his glass towards Reika, telling him to go away and stop being so noisy. Reika is shivering, wanting to strike them with all of his power, but they are a totally different breed, so he gives up on his intention, asking whether he wants to have a fight, which, of course, he backs down and takes a look for himself. While going away, Raymond swears that he will definitely get his revenge one day. But the first dragon monarch uses his spirit power to shock Raymond, making him terrified to even think of anything, as he expresses how he hates noise the most, implying how that Reika is a foolish rat bastard. But then, there's a warp coming, and of course, the first dragon monarch is the only person who notices. From above, it was Jaehwan with a sword in hand, and Siren came, descending to make an entrance. Only then do the other monarchs realize what is going on, shocked and asking who that is. The first dragon monarch shouts, telling them to go away as Jaehwan strikes his thrust down right in the middle of their party. There again, Jaehwan stands nonchalantly, surrounded by a half-dozen monarchs that want to rip his head open. From behind the veil, the first dragon monarch knows that he is Jaehwan, the Gorgon Fortress master, and he asks whether Jaehwan comes there himself, assuming that he is out of his mind. Jaehwan opens the veil, staring him in the eyes, saying that he is not, adding that he came to kill all of them. He comments on how a lowly soul of chaos dares to say such a thing while summoning his spirit aura manifested in the form of a crimson dragon. It shocks Jaehwan with the surprise attack, as Siren shouts at Jaehwan, telling him to be careful with it. The crimson dragon strikes at Jaehwan, dragging him through the room, and ends up blasting him into the wall. Jaehwan used the wall to stop, but is he going to propel himself to counterattack? Two of the dragon monarchs appeared in front of him in that instant, shouting how dare he ambush them, the Resurrection Palace of all places. Fortunately, he propels himself to avoid the combined attack from them and is only able to stop quite far away. As Jaehwan manages to hold his ground, readying himself to whatever will come again, the first dragon monarch comes out, saying that he will make Jaehwan pay dearly for disrupting his entertainment. The five monarchs, with their mighty strength, are all ready to strike Jaehwan anytime. With his golden eyes, Jaehwan is ready to welcome anything they have to give, while with his crimson eyes, the first dragon monarch commands the other monarchs to strike. In that instant, together, they start jumping around to strike him, though Jaehwan doesn't just simply sit still and starts to perform his thrust toward them. However, both of the monarchs dodge them as they say how foolish Jaehwan is because his powerful attacks are futile if they don't hit anything. In the end, Jaehwan gets pushed around, and he has a hard time dealing with all of their consecutive attacks without rest. A monarch shouts how he will have fun killing Jaehwan, which he keeps dodging, and then kicks him in the face. While already having a hard time dealing with the two of them, the two other monarchs also dash toward them, joining the battle. In an instant, both of them come at Jaehwan at the same time, both using daggers and managing to hurt his shoulder and the side of his stomach. One of them says that no matter how strong Jaehwan is, he can't win against them by himself, while the other claims that even a major general can't block their combined attack alone. Jaehwan responds to their provocation, saying that it is true that it's a little tough to deal with all of them individually. So he gathers all of his energy into the tip of his sword again, saying how annoying it is that he has to deal with annoying pests like them. It is a poor choice to let them gang up on him, resulting in how he got beaten up. But anyhow, he is furious, telling them that he will just send all of them flying away together. Then he strikes it, his strong thrust massive enough that they don't have space to evade the attack. Meanwhile, from outside, Chunhyo notices a loud boom from the inner palace, implicating that the kids started to fight as well while simultaneously dealing with the low-rank monarchs from earlier. But a shock of horror appeared on Jaehwan's face as the first dragon monarch expressed how unfortunate it was. He manages to block the thrust for all of the monarchs present. Siren is shocked, wondering whether the people protecting the Resurrection Palace are really that strong. The first dragon, who wields a dragon sword, expresses how he is unable to believe that Jaehwan is ambushing the Resurrection Palace with only just trickery, so he asks whether Jaehwan is making a mockery out of them. He thrusts his sword towards the ground, claiming that he will show Jaehwan the difference between their strength and finally release his spirit aura by calling out to Jaehwan as the Vermin of Chaos. Jaehwan is looking at the first dragon monarch's power manifesting into a fully formed dragon. With his crimson red eyes, he grew so massive that he readily launched at Jaehwan, as the first dragon claimed that the technique was too valuable to be used on someone like Jaehwan. He then tells Jiwon to fight with all he has from now on if he doesn't want to die. The dragon came with lightning speed, and his roar filled the room with his mouth wide open. Fortunately, Jiwon manages to evade the strike by jumping in the air. With the little opening he has, he performs his strong thrusts toward the dragon. But his sword fails to even fully penetrate the barrier protecting the dragon, as the first dragon monarch screams that Jiwon will not even be able to leave a scratch on him and throws Jiwon away. Right after Jiwon lands on the ground, the dragon already has his mouth wide open, summoning a crimson orb that is going to perform his dragon breath. But Jiwon doesn't falter. With his sword, he meets the dragon's breath head-on, and for a moment, he manages to hold it, reaching an equilibrium between the two. But the first dragon monarch feels that he has had enough out of it, so he puts more power into his breath, and finally, the strike is able to reach Jiwon, blasting him away into the wall. Smoke rises up, filling the room. The massive dragon feels satisfied after being able to land a strike on Jiwon as he waits around for the arrogant human to come out of the dust, saying what a pity that is. If Jiwon had stayed hidden, he would have been able to live a longer life, claiming that his arrogance has cut short his life. But Jiwon doesn't care. He let the first dragon monarch finish his sentence. Right after, he dashes and instantly appears right on top of the dragon's head. The dragon monarch cannot believe what just happened, but with his golden eyes, Jiwon tells the dragon that it's his turn now. So the dragon monarch summons more of his spirit power to strengthen his barrier, while saying that Jiwon wouldn't be able to pierce through his scale. Jiwon gathers all of his energy into the tip of his sword, attacking the barrier into a single point while saying that they will only know after he tries attacking it. The first dragon monarch is panicking, realizing that Jiwon is concentrating his attack on one spot. So he rampages around in the air, fuming in rage while saying that he wouldn't let Jiwon do whatever he wanted. In an attempt to shrug Jiwon away from his head, the dragon slams his head into the ground. But as he tries to look for Jiwon, expecting that he will be stamped in the ground, he finds nothing. Jiwon then appears behind the dragon, scolds him for talking way too much, and performs his strike. Strong thrust, pointing into a single point towards the massive crimson dragon, pierces his barrier and slams him right into the ground again. Even though Jiwon strikes his thrust downwards, it shines through toward the sky like the saint had descended to chaos. Kaiman witnesses that light, assuming that it seems the fortress master he served did it while he had already defeated Hitchmeyer himself, including Chunghyo, who defeats the monarch duo, nagging about how simply following Jiwon around is tiring him out so badly. Jiwon just stood there nonchalantly as the spirit energy that made up the body of the dragon dissipated. At the back of the palace, Siren thought that Jiwon was just acting rashly when he said only 4 people would be attacking the Resurrection Palace. But how wrong she was. The first dragon monarch appears from the spirit energy that is left. He is so angry that he swears on his life that he will make Jiwon regret it, claiming that he won't forget that humiliation and will definitely return to chaos to rip Jiwon apart. But Jiwon understands that they are coming to chaos through the narrow gate, which surprises the monarch, but how can he know it? In the end, the monarch is just bragging about it. Their souls are connected to the main body in the Almighty Land via their brains, and killing them will only return them to their real bodies in the Almighty Land. Jiwon doesn't answer. Instead, he swings his sword, and the monarchs can hear a ripping sound from above their heads, shocking the first dragon monarch. Even though he doesn't feel any pain, the monarch knows that now his connection is severed as he screams about how Jiwon was actually able to cut the link off. He stumbles as Jiwon stands like a reaper before him, asking how it feels to face a true death. Chills run down through his spine, as the first monarch is unable to believe that the brain link is gone. Then he frantically screams, asking what Jiwon wants, and then offers to give it to him. The other monarchs are in their last breath, as the first monarch tells Jiwon that he will talk to the monarch of pitch darkness, and he is sure that he will agree to any of his requests. He keeps begging Jiwon to spare him and promises to not lay a single finger on the souls of chaos. On the other hand, Siren watches with pity on her face, but Jiwon doesn't care as he splits open his head, with the last thing the first dragon monarch sees in his last moment being the cold death stare Jiwon gives. His head flocks down like a rags of doll, while Reika, who is watching from the hall, is so shocked by the fall of the 5 dragon monarchs. He originally wanted to check on the commotion outside the palace, but finding that someone was able to sever the brain link was beyond what he knew. As he is going to go back to the Almighty Land to inform the major generals of it, Chunghyo appears behind him, asking why he is peeking like a rat. With an obnoxious face, he asks Reika to whom he is going to report. A moment later, both Kaiman and Chunghyo walk into the palace. They also bring the 3 outer monarchs and Reika along. They bring them to Jiwon, and Chunghyo asks him why they need to capture them instead of just simply killing them. With a cold stare he has, Jiwon explains that's because he needs to make sure they are dead for sure. With his black sword, he swings around his hand, cutting off the brain links one by one, shocking Reika, who witnesses it, thinking that the horror he sees is a nightmare. And it is explained that after the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarchs obtained immortality. Mortals need to count the days they have left until they die since they have a limited lifespan. But the monarchs who gained infinite life because of the fruit don't need to. That's how immortality helped them to forget about death for the past 900 years. But Reika will soon die at Jaehwan's hands, and as of now, he is really scared of death, which he had forgotten all this time. In the end, he kneels in front of Jaehwan, begging for his life, as he explains that he had no intention of fighting from the start. So Jaehwan decides to let him be because he needs a witness for something and asks where the monarchs keep the fruits. Without skipping a beat, Reika reveals that the fruits are being stored in the vault right in the middle of the palace ceiling, explaining that it's called Reverse, a vault made by a mayor at the renowned artisan level. It generates passwords infinitely, and it would be hard to unlock it without the help of the Resurrection Palace Master, who just died. He adds that things might be different if there's a renowned artisan level mayor, who has exceptional skills, as Siren is jumping around implicating that she is one. But Jaehwan doesn't acknowledge her, saying that it won't be easy, but the only possible solution is to pierce through it with his thrust. Chunghyo also thinks the same, asking him to control his strength well, including Kaiman, who wishes they could have a mayor at the renowned artisan level. That makes Siren screams in embarrassment, telling them that she is right there. Though a moment later, Siren is able to unlock it easily, and the vault starts to open up. As the fruit's radiance starts covering the room, Jaehwan thinks about how weak the security of the vault is, while Siren claims that because she is just too awesome. But for Kaiman, it is different. He feels that it's a surreal feeling that he waited for a long time because the Abyss expedition departed 900 years ago in order to obtain the things right in front of him. Joyous tears fall down from his eyes as he remembers how Jaehwan appears, bringing hope to Chaos, one that helps him attain his current awakening power. After such a long time, they finally got it, and the fruits fell down toward the four people of Chaos with their newly acquired hope. Kaiman, the Southern Sea God clan leader, where he was only a kid 900 years ago, now gets his hand on one of the most prized things in Chaos. But, after those dramatic memories, there are only a handful of fruits left since the monarchs have used them for 900 years, and they almost ran out themselves. And now, they don't even have enough to share among the people in Gorgon, not to mention the whole Chaos. Jaehwan sees how Kaiman got captivated by the fruit, so he offers it to the Sea God, saying that it's okay for him to have it if he wants it. Jaehwan smiles, adding that Kaiman is more than qualified to get back his life. Then Jaehwan extends his hand, asking Kaiman to make a choice. While Kaiman is still overwhelmed with all of that, the fruit is in his hands, and he can get revived to the Almighty Land as a living being anytime. It's been a long time since the people of Chaos to finally obtain the fruits. It has been a long fight, and he went through really tough times. For many souls have been sacrificed in order to obtain the fruits, and indignity has been suffered. The fruits itself is a reward for all of those times. But, instead of using it, Kaiman destroys the fruit that's in his hand. Shockingly, all of the people present don't expect that, seemingly including Jaehwan. So he asks Kaiman to tell him why he destroyed the fruit. That's when he explains that because there are only 10 of them left, the moment he holds the fruit, he realizes that those 10 fruits will become the seed of conflict, adding that they will fight each other in the hope that at least 10 people will be able to get their lives back. And if that happens, Chaos will never be able to be saved again. Jaehwan then smiles, knowing that it was definitely a tough decision. It's not something that anyone can do. However, it needs to be done by someone from Chaos. So then Kaiman asks Jaehwan to let him destroy the rest, and Jaehwan allows him to. That's the only reason for Jaehwan to bring Kaiman along, the righteous leader who knows what to do in that situation. While Chunghyo expresses how the rest would be in shock if they saw that. On the other hand, Jaehwan believes that Kaiman would do that from the start because Kaiman would choose despair on his own and long for true salvation from that despair. And of course, Kaiman smiles wide open as he claims that he will not regret it for even a fair bit, where suddenly there's a movement from the ceiling of the palace. Jaehwan and Chunghyo notice it, screaming at Kaiman to get away. A massive blast opens from the wrap magic on the ceiling, right towards where Kaiman is standing, while Jaehwan can only witness the attack rain down on the sea god. Chunghyo screams frantically as the mayor is able to drag the old man away from the blasted area, telling him to get away. Jaehwan is shocked looking at Kaiman, who for the past 200 years managed to attain the strength of the third stage, unawakened unconscious after a single hit. Another shocking fact arrives as a major general storm monarch, Kanail, a 10th stage adapter, appears. He is angry by the fact that they ambushed the Resurrection Palace, calling out to them as vermin. He has a pair of white wings, getting angrier by the fact that Kaiman dared to destroy the fruits left in the vault. Chunghyo shouts as he is shocked while telling Kaiman to wake up. But suddenly, there's a hand that grabs him, swings him around, and then throws him to the wall, blasting him pretty severely. He was another major general, Silence Monarch, Majito, and a 10th stage adapter from the Almighty Land. He blasts the old man pretty badly, as Jaehwan shouts at him, worried for his well-being. After that, another person appears, saying that Jaehwan crossed the line in the end. The trio of generals from the Almighty Land appeared all angry at the party of 4 that broke the fruits, as the last person is Garam, saying that it has now become a matter that can't be resolved with just their life. Jaehwan knows that the 3 of them are strong, especially Samyung Garam. Even Reika is trembling with Garam's mere presence. He is a monster who's one of the 5 strongest major generals of the Almighty Land, finally revealing himself to Jaehwan. A moment later, he calls out to the 2 major generals, Kanail and Megiddo, and they immediately know what he wants. Together, they dash toward Jaehwan, as Kanail claims that Jaehwan's head is his, while Megiddo tells him just not to get in his way. Meanwhile, readily welcoming the combined attack from them, Jaehwan tells Siren to take Chunghyo and Kaiman away with her. Megiddo expresses how he doesn't think that Jaehwan would have the time to be worried about others now and instantly uses his spirit power, summoning a dark shadow hand and rooting Jaehwan with it. Kanail appears right beside him, striking his hand and telling Jaehwan to die. Fortunately, Jaehwan bends his body backward and manages to dodge the attack from the Storm Monarch. Right after that, he dashes backward to get away from the dark shadow hand that binds him. Megiddo follows him up, striking his hand as he brags to him that he will not go anywhere. Jaehwan manages to deflect the Silence Monarch's sword with his own while realizing that Megiddo is indeed fast. In that instant, they traded hundreds of blows, while Jaehwan thought further that they were in a totally different dimension from those he had fought so far. Kanail appears again, combining the timing with Megiddo, saying that they had high expectations of Jaehwan since people were talking about him being the Gorgon Fortress Master. But there's nothing much to see now, implicating that he looks down on Jaehwan. Using his wings, he blasts a powerful attack towards Jaehwan, blasting him away into the palace's wall. Jaehwan throws up as he has to deal with the damage from the blast when Kanail wonders whether he used up all of his strength on just the 5 monarchs earlier, and Megiddo says that no matter how Jaehwan acts, he is still just at the level of an insect in their eyes. Meanwhile, Garam, who hasn't joined the battle yet, expresses how disappointed he is. A moment later, the duo prepared their spirit power attack again, claiming that they would end that with it. In an instant, they dash toward the rooted Jaehwan on the wall, and with his golden eyes, Jaehwan is so furious with how annoying both of the 10th stage adapters he goes against are. It reminds him of the times when he destroyed the Manticore Fortress with a single thrust. Chunghyo expresses how the fortress, which has a history that spans thousands of years, becomes ruins in an instant. He also says that Jaehwan shouldn't call it a strong thrust. Instead, it should be called world thrust. After that, Chunghyo suggests that Jaehwan should try to avoid overusing thrusts, as he explains that the awakened can use spirit power without any restrictions. But in exchange, they will consume a certain amount of mental power. Additionally, if Jaehwan uses such a huge technique recklessly, he will be the one to collapse first. That's what makes Jaehwan angry. Those people are at the same level as him when he first came to Chaos, and he needs to get rid of them now while they are underestimating his strength. After that, Jaehwan breaks free from the dark shadow hand that binds him and appears right in front of the duo to welcome their combined attack. In that instant, he unsheathed his sword with the thought that he would end it in an instant without holding back his strength. His sword glows red, and this is the first time it ever happens. Using his whole spirit and soul power, a crimson aura enveloped Jaehwan, where he summoned his unique world to perform his next attack. He screams as he thrusts, and in that instant, he performs 5 consecutive world thrusts towards the duo. In that split second, both Kanail and Megiddo are incinerated by the power of the thrusts that Jaehwan performed. Garam, who stays back the whole fight, witnesses how the explosion destroys his men, the 2 major general monarchs, in a single attack, while Siren can only scream, getting swayed by the blast. A moment later, as the 2 monarchs turn to pieces, Garam expresses how impressive that is for Jaehwan, who is able to exert that much power with just physical force alone. Jaehwan is panting and gasping for air, seeing how Garam, the top 5 strongest major general monarch, sees him with his excitement, saying that Jaehwan is worth a fight. It also reminds him of that time, 900 years ago. There was a mayor that looked for the monarchs of the 12 regions. All the monarchs rejected the mayor's request, but he never gave up, and the very last region he visited was the 9th region. It was Mullark, as he meets with Garam, where he is requesting to meet with the monarch of pitch darkness. While at that, he also asks Garam to lend him his strength so Mullark can climb the illusion tree. He explains that this world's value of existence and exaltation of life isn't normal, telling him to remember the anger and suffering Garam experienced when he was one of the weak, then tries to persuade them that this world can still be changed if they destroy the first nightmare at the top of the illusion tree. Garam thoughts that Mullark's idea is a mere delusion, adding how now he knows why Pitch Darkness didn't want to meet with Mullark. With his full spirit power in play, he says that the Almighty Land is a place that's only for the strong, and if he wants to change that, then he asks him to show how capable he is, calling out to the mayor, Mullark. They then fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 3rd day, Garam acknowledged the strength of the mayor. He is stuck at the boulder in the Almighty Land, defeated by Mullark, who doesn't even have a scratch on his. Unconscious of the stone, Mullark expresses how he can't believe a monarch like Garam is an adapter, which he thinks is unfortunate. Back then, Garam thought that if he was that strong without using magic, then he was qualified to talk about the illusion tree. After that, Mullark ran around Chaos and formed an expedition party that happened 900 years ago. He headed for the abyss in order to change the world, managed to fight the first nightmare at the top of the illusion tree, and got the fruits of resurrection. But after the monarch stole the fruits, there was no longer any news of him, and nothing had changed since. Right at this moment, Jaehwan tries again. With all of his power, he gathers it at the tip of his unsheathed sword and thrusts it toward the monarch into a single point. Garam doesn't flinch, admitting that Jaehwan is indeed having a powerful attack, but as he summons his spirit power, he tells Jaehwan that power isn't enough. The power from the thrusts meets with the barrier that Garam makes. The barrier is so powerful that it seemingly becomes an immovable object. As he defends against the thrust, he says that while Jaehwan has got the right cards in his hand, he doesn't have the class to use them. That shocks Jaehwan, as he is unable to believe that Garam manages to block the thrust so easily. Garam uses his leg to step on the floor, dashing him forward. And in an instant, he appears right in front of Jaehwan, saying that at that level, he is no different from a child who's holding a sword. That powerful punch was enough to send Jaehwan away, smashing him into the wall of the palace. A moment later, Garam tells him to get up, as he assumes that Jaehwan is not done yet with the fight. Indeed, he is not done. Angry and determined to slay the major general monarch in front of him. Right at this moment, Garam summons all of his spirit power, which is manifested in the form of fire coating his body and hand. With his stance, which looks like that of a martial artist, he provokes Jaehwan to show how strong he is, to makes him dare to speak of the illusion tree. With that punch alone, Jaehwan is able to know that Garam is extremely stronger than the two monarchs combined from before. Garam is not using a special technique. Even if he tries to read him with question, it's just experience that he has stacked up that shows up. That makes Jaehwan wonder about how strong Garam is. To figure it out, he dashes forward without holding his power down. He appears right in front of Garam, and he questions how he can be experienced alone be that strong while thrusting his sword. Noticing what happens, Garam provokes further, hoping that Jaehwan's reckless attack isn't all that's left of him. So Jaehwan tries another way of attacking, where he disappears and instantly appears behind Garam. Using all of his power, Jaehwan performs his world thrust again toward the monarch. Even with the help of his unique world's power, Garam doesn't even flinch. But then, Garam turns around, saying that's only a cheap trick, and punches Jaehwan. Despite how ready Jaehwan is, the punch comes in strong. What surprises him more is that Garam is thrusting with just his fist. Fortunately, Jaehwan manages to dodge that attack, but Garam jumps forward to Jaehwan. With his powerful fist, he appears again right in front of Jaehwan, using his own technique to thrust against the man who literally thrust for 2,000 years. That devastating attack lands on Jaehwan, blasting him to the ground. As Garam lands, he explains that the spirit power attack doesn't work on him, and in the end, the spirit power that Jaehwan uses is something that the system cannot supply. Garam knows that Jaehwan is an awakened who is trying to destroy the system's world. But because of that, all of them who are awakened don't know that this world is someone's unique world. Awakened is one that builds their own world, called unique world, and uses the power from that world to be manifested into the spirit power. Meanwhile, Garam, who is an adapter, has adapted to this unique world's power and uses it as his own. Jaehwan realizes that he knows that Garam's power is more natural than spirit power. The world itself is the root of his power, which makes Garam seem like the system's world. But that didn't stop Jaehwan, as he used his moon eye to summon his unique world. Yet, that doesn't do anything to Garam, saying how Jaehwan is still using another non-fundamental technique after all those explanations. He slams Jaehwan into the ground again as he explains that a unique world without the original creation is no different from poor sorcery. Not having enough out of it, Garam slams Jaehwan again, blasting him away through the ground. As he lands, Garam expresses how disappointed he is that the awakening he knows of is not this weak. Right after that, he summons a crimson fireball and throws it away to Jaehwan. As it lands right in front of Jaehwan, the fire grows, and the impact goes full display right the moment Jaehwan defends against it with his spirit sword. And not only that, the fire also burns his hands, severely injuring him. In the end, he slashes away the fire as he feels frustrated that the momentum of his unique world, the moon's eye, is not working at all. Garam says how he is meeting an enemy but fails to get excited, implicating how weak Jaehwan is, then telling him to hurry up and open the beginning of this world, asking Jaehwan to show him the world. What is in Jaehwan's mind right now is Genesis, mentioned at the 8th gate, the gate of rewards of the 8th gate of hell. In that room, Molark left behind the reward called the Record of the Abyss, and the story of the 10 stage of awakening was recorded. Following the rules of awakening, the keywords can change, but awakening itself is composed of 6 stages, created in order to destroy the existing world. The first stage is called doubt, the second stage is called understanding, and the third stage is called self-surrendering. The 3 stages, the first half of a fallen world. After the world has fallen, stages are needed to create a new world. The 3 stages of Genesis, the latter half. Right now, Jaehwan felt that the next stage of awakening was happening. However, he really didn't understand what Genesis meant. Garam calls him out as a pathetic fool for not being able to use his own world properly while claiming that he can't wait until Genesis starts for Jaehwan. Using his beads on his hand, Garam then decides that he will forcibly open it and check for himself. It turns out that he knows where Siren, Chunghyo, and Kaiman hide and going to kill them. He knows that for the people of Chaos, their life is everything to them. It's different for them, unlike Garam, who can revive anytime, and to them, this world is their only world. Then he strikes the powerless trio, and now, the strength is stronger than ever before when he used to strike at Jaehwan, as he is not going to give them up like that. Jaehwan stands right at the incoming attack, going at it with everything he has got. As Siren realizes what's going on, she screams how idiot Jaehwan is as the strike results in a massive explosion in the palace. Fortunately, Jaehwan manages to save them all while he seems to be dealing with a lot of agony himself, having to deal with such a powerful attack. But his mind is somewhere else like lightning struck him. He notices what Garam is saying, and he starts to have a vague understanding now. The only world, as when growing up with your parents, going to school and making friends, crying, laughing, being sad and devastated. All of those countless memories and all of Jaehwan from back then. He never questioned the world he lived in. He existed because he didn't question the world, and the world system was created through that certainty. That means that what's needed to start Genesis is conviction in his world. Belief is a strong conviction that's forgotten. In order for a world to be born, it means that it needs overpowering belief. But he can't do it alone. He needs to bring not only himself from the current Jaehwan but Jaehwan from his past memories needs to yearn for a new world. To believe in his conviction as well. Garam doesn't just let him be. Right after, he throws a punch at Jaehwan again. The memories of his past old self are saying how the world that he is talking about is fake, telling him to stop escaping from reality, and keep saying how that's the world he has lived in, not the one that they have lived in. There's no reason for them to help him. Jaehwan prepares himself to welcome Garam's attack, as he also doubts whether he is able to convince all of his old self. If they are not going to help him, he won't even try to convince them, and he tells them to just get lost. While he doesn't even lose his fighting spirit, gathering all of his strength into his sword and going to strike at the incoming attack. In the end, he got blasted into the wall again. That instant, Garam appears in front of him with his unforgiving punches. He beats Jaehwan over and over again. And for good measure, he gathers all of his strength and punches Jaehwan into oblivion. As Garam moves away from him, he feels a little disappointed, thinking that Jaehwan might be already exhausted and done. But inside his head, a whole of fighting is happening right now, as his old self calling out to him, the one from when he fought the Frost Dragon, asking whether he is planning on dying in a place like that. He adds that if he dies, they are all going to die with him. One who walks the same path as him is himself, as he says that they have come this far, but how can he forget that? Telling him not to make a foolish decision and to run away, as both of them have tasted enough despair already. So then Jaehwan stands up again, as Garam expresses what a shame that is because he thinks that Jaehwan will last a long time. But Jaehwan doesn't give up, he just simply doesn't know how to. With the help of his sword, he stands up, looking at his opponents with eyes full of determination, while at the same time, he glares silently at all of his old self, telling them that he won't give up. Now, many of his old self stand by him, saying how they knew that Jaehwan was a crazy bastard, one who never forgave. The only thing he has given up until now is to persuade his old self into his world. But right after all of Jaehwan's memories turn into the same world, they become a speck of light and come back to him. In the next moment, Jaehwan's body is burning in a dark flame and beginning to shine. The world that Jaehwan has in his imagination is now turning into reality. Siren stares in astonishment because she, who has lived for 2,000 years, knows what is happening. Jaehwan unlocks Genesis, the process of creation stage 4 of the latter half of the awakening. Other than Siren, Garam also knows that a chill runs down his spine, and he is also able to witness what happens when Jaehwan's unique world starts manifesting. Massive red eye appears wide open, looking down upon anything it sees. That is the power to turn lies into the truth, the power to turn belief into reality. The fourth stage of awakening, theory. From that unique world, Jaehwan summons a dark sword, a symbol of objection to everything in his unique world. Jaehwan holds the new sword and his old spirit sword in each hand. Garam expresses how his world, as it suits the world end, is the appearance of the world where everything's corrupted. Then, he adds that it is an unfortunate world, a world that was born in order to destroy another world. He dashes towards Jaehwan, saying that it won't change a thing just because he manages to fully manifest and attain his unique world, while Jaehwan also dashes towards Garam with the dual sword in hand. As their strike meets, Jaehwan now manages to hold his ground against the powerful attack from the Major General Monarch. The explosion alone is so massive, sending shock waves around the palace, that excites Garam so much that he laughs hysterically, claiming that that is what one would call a fight. In the next second, with lightning speed, they trade hundreds of blows, dashing around the palace while Garam keeps saying how fun that is. He feels like he is fighting against the mayor from 1,000 years ago. He also thanks Jaehwan for letting him have that feeling again. However, he moves faster and his next attack manages to slip past Jiwon's defense and land on him, as he says that they need to end the fight eventually. In the next move, Garam grabs Jiwon and then throws him away with all of his strength into the wall. Fortunately, Jiwon manages to land himself on it, but Garam already appears right in front of him, with his bloodlust ready to punch him again. But this time, using his newly acquired sword, Jaehwan meets the punch with his thrust, making another catastrophic explosion in the palace. While Garam enjoys the thrill of fighting against a strong opponent, Jaehwan keeps thinking about what purpose he thrusts and lives for. Without giving a break, the monarch appears to punch Jaehwan again, where, fortunately, he manages to dodge the attack. However, in his mind, just for now, he thrusts and thrusts and thrusts and keeps thrusting again, as if he was at a time when he didn't know the rules of the world, just because he enjoyed it innocently. And as of now, without taking the situation into account, both of them are thankful for being able to meet such a worthy opponent. Jaehwan with his thrusts and Garam with his punches, and how they hope that this moment, as they trade hundreds of blows, hoping would last a little longer. Jaehwan then provokes Garam back, asking whether that is all the system has to offer, which excites Garam even more, and both passionately put down their pride as they trade blows again and again. In the middle of that hectic battle, Siren can only scream in pain, covering both Kaiman and Chunghyo from the rubble, shattered glass, and stone that flew everywhere. A moment later, Garam expresses how that is the first time he had that much fun in 1,000 years. To think he would meet such an opponent in chaos, he is extremely excited and touched by the passion he shares with Jaehwan for fighting. Jaehwan replies with how he was able to feel that while fighting, like how he has been thrusting for the past 1,000 years. Garam, too, has been training one skill for 1,000 years. But it's a shame that someone like him is an adapter, repeating the exact same thing as what Molark said back then to Garam, adding how it's really unfortunate that a monarch like Garam is an adapter. Jaehwan doesn't know about the conversation between Garam and Molark, yet he says the same thing, so Garam asks for one thing. He asks what Jaehwan wants to do in chaos, and he explains that he is going to head for the abyss, repeating the same words as Molark. Then Garam says how those hollow words are the same as that mayor's, adding that the abyss is lined up with strong people who surpass Garam. He gets fired up, burning himself with his full power, saying that the great monarchs, such as Molark, gave up, and in the end, Mayor failed. How dare a mere human like Jaehwan say that he is going to try as the fire within Garam grows bigger. That is his ultimate move, as his dark flame devours everything and radiates into the world. He summons another being. It has the shape of an angel, with both of his hands from a praying, its Black Gatekeeper General. With it, Garam also transforms, an embodiment of his thousands of years of training. That shocks Siren because, as far as she knows, Garam is at the rank of a major general. But he isn't, because she knows that being able to summon Gatekeeper and demigod conversion power means that Garam is already at the Lieutenant General rank. The Black General summons its massive spear while Garam asks Jaehwan to prove his world. With a wave of Garam's hand, the Gatekeeper strikes its spear towards the tiny human that dares to stand in front of it. The Gatekeeper protects the system's world. Given enough strength, someone who loves the system is able to summon something like that. Jaehwan realizes at the moment he meets the Gatekeeper, he lives in order to destroy that world as he readying his swords. The devastating attack that comes from a demigod, the Gatekeeper of the system, meets with the thrust from a tiny human who lives for no longer than 60 years. They scream at each other as Jaehwan combines both of his swords into one, signifying that both are not holding back. The Crimson Dark Flame meets the Dark Energy, bursting for a mere thrust that destroys everything that existed. Siren can barely manage to hang on while holding both Kaiman and Chunghyo. Garam laughs frantically, saying it's good that Jaehwan is able to block the attack of a Gatekeeper that has several hundred lives in it. But then, the attack breaks, meeting that thrust, shocking Garam. With all that Jaehwan had, he burst open the Gatekeeper's head into pieces. Right after Jaehwan defeats the Gatekeeper, he calls out to Garam. As he turns around, Jaehwan is able to fully manifest his beliefs into a true sword, as massive as 12-story building. Jaehwan bid his farewell to Garam, and it turns out that it makes him more excited to finally face his defeats. With a wave of Jaehwan's hand, the sword descended like a lightning strike towards the now puny monarch as he frantically screamed how he enjoyed the fight. The strike falls, exploding not only the palace they are in but the whole Resurrection Palace. At the place where the sword is landed, where half of his body is incinerated, Garam lies down in disbelief, to think that he had lost to a mere human. But only after he was put into that state did he see it clearly. The eye that watches and rules over everything in this world. The peak of the illusion tree and the end of the abyss. The place where the first nightmare is known to be located. It is the place where Jaehwan needs to go. As Jaehwan adds, that's an enemy he must bring down. Lies down flat. Garam says that Jaehwan's world won't be popular in the abyss, and that's too cruel of truth to know in return for losing hope. No one would want to live on after seeing that madness, as he can't believe that weird thing is a world that's in the sky. But, if people who believe in Jaehwan's world appear, they might be able to find something in them that everyone has lost. and as the price for that, they will really have to live in that world forever. Right after, Garam asks Jiwon to cut his brain link before his body goes back to the Almighty Land. So Jiwon asks whether he has any last words or not. Garam then speaks, informing Jiwon that if he arrives at the abyss, he asks Jiwon to find Kainark to tell him what happened, adding that he should be careful of Maylad. If he knows that Jiwon has unlocked the creation of a world, he won't leave him be. Before cutting the link, Jiwon then asks Garam why he didn't kill Jiwon because he should have been able to kill Jiwon easily before he awakened. Inwardly thinking, Garam thought about how he wanted to become a support to help another climb the illusion tree. This world that lacks the value of existence and the nobility of life isn't a normal one. This world can still be changed only after they destroy the first nightmare that's at the top of the illusion tree. Those are the last words of the mayor named Mullark that lingered in Garam's mind for a long time. In the end, he says that he will just take that as paying off his debt to Mullark and asks Jiwon to end it already. At this moment, exactly 917 years and 244 days after Mullark's Abyss expedition had failed, Chaos has finally been freed of the Resurrection Palace. With the help of Siren, Kaiman walks towards where Jiwon is, witnessing how he stabs his sword towards the Lieutenant General after he cuts off the brain link. Later that day, at the Gorgon Fortress, Jiwon takes it up upon himself and sees how Jeagle is doing. He reveals that anyone from the Jeagle clan would know a lot about Garam because the Samyun clan, where Garam originally belonged, is the one that pushed the Jeagle clan out of the Almighty Land and took their place as one of the 5 great clans. And now, since Jiwon messed with one of their clan members, the Samyun clan is bound to get involved. But Jiwon assures him to not worry, as he reveals that he has obtained the Narrow Gate, and there's a much lower chance that that bastard will come to Chaos ever again. As Jiwon leaves the room, he adds that if one ever comes, they might be worth fighting. A few days later, at the plaza of Gorgon Fortress, there were a lot of people gathered to hold the Soul Farewell procession. Jiwon, in the middle of the plaza, announces how, thanks to their fallen comrades, they are able to protect Gorgon. Lastly, he tells them that the Soul Farewell procession will be held for 3 days, and right after, they will immediately prepare to go to the Abyss. Also, in the middle of the plaza, he prepares something from the beginning. It is revealed to be the Narrow Gate, and along with it, Siren escorts Reika, a known monarch from the Almighty Land for the people of Chaos. Right as he faces Jiwon, he prepares to take the sword on his side. Reika tries to beg for his life, but Jiwon tells him to shut up and then cuts both of his hands. He screams hysterically as Jiwon explains that he will not kill him there, and wants him to return to the Almighty Land and deliver a message to his master. He declares that if the Pitch Darkness wants a war, come and find him anytime, and he will be waiting for him at the top of the illusion tree. Later that day, as the weather clears up, Jiwon walks through the yard with Siren. She makes a fuss over the fact that he challenges the monarchs, knowing well that he will step down as the fortress master tomorrow. She adds that if he wanted to destroy the Narrow Gate, he should have done it quietly instead of making such a huge mess about it and challenging the Pitch Darkness monarch. Though knowing the Almighty Land is at war at the moment, Jiwon assumes someone at the rank of Supreme Monarch can't leave. He explains further that he expects at least 2 or 3 monarchs might come, as well as the people of the 5 great clans. Only then will Jiwon have the chance to change the situation completely. Right after, Siren goes back to the business she came to do. She asks what Jiwon gets from the 8 gates of hell, so he tells her bits and pieces about what her grandfather, Mullark, left in there. But she is skeptical, so he reveals a story starting with a cold winter. The egg that Mullark picked up at the Winter of Illusion Tree is in the 6th region. It was at the base of it, in that vicious land where a Sibious ice storm would occur. An egg that was shining brilliantly was waiting for Mullark. At that time, he was extremely nervous because that was the first time in his life that he had picked up an egg. He could never forget the sprouting of an existence that is born by eating dreams and dreaming again. The moment he saw the face of the child that woke up from within the shell, he realized that his godmother's words were correct. Jiwon moves closer to her, adding that such a child who was just born is so lovely. Those words came out of nowhere, making Siren blush, so Jiwon thinks that it should probably be enough proof for her, while Siren is fuming about the fact that he speaks of Mullark's memories like his own. Based on that, though, Jiwon says that the mares seem to all be born from the egg. As Siren asks, Jiwon explains that the winter base of the illusion tree is at the northern base in the Almighty Land. She asks further whether Mullark left something for her, but Jiwon doesn't really understand it. The memories that Jiwon saw weren't in the form of a book, they were more like a cluster of extremely complicated memories. A glimpse of fragmented memories where one can't tell what is the beginning or the end. So Jiwon can't really tell her anything specific even though he wants to, as Siren fuses him off about what a scammer he is. He then offers her to come with him on his journey, knowing that she wants to know Mullark's memories since he disappeared into the abyss where Jiwon is going next. That pisses Siren off, being tricked and all after knowing that this asshole was making a fool of her. But then it dawns on her that the records that her godfather left behind were in the form of memories. A naughty smile appears on her face, saying that she has a really good idea. Right after, they go to Siren's workshop, as Jiwon is teasing her after that fuss she made about not letting him in there ever again. even after she went about how he was invading her personal life, making her even more embarrassed as she prepared her stuff. Once she is done, the ceiling opens up and drops a massive sexual fetish tool. With a naughty laugh, she explains that it will help them with the squeeze. She adds that normally, squeeze is something that mares who have lost their spiritual senses do very often, since it allows one to condense overall emotions, memories, and enlightenment as well as experience them. Mares would have no lack of ideas for a while after they experience squeeze once. Jaehwan quickly goes for it, telling her to be quick about it. A naughty smile appears on Siren's face, wondering whether he can still remain so relaxed after the squeeze starts. She is frantically laughing as the process starts, as a bunch of her magic emerges, and the squeeze is starting. Surprisingly, she experiences more pain than Jaehwan. Even though she expects this, his mental power is way more powerful than she had imagined as her magic starts to envelop them in a circling violet brilliant light. At the next moment, she wakes up in a pool of Jaehwan's sea of consciousness. It is filled with balls of memories, surprising her with the sheer amount of it a mere human can have. Back when Jaehwan broke the 8 gates of hell, she thought he wasn't ordinary. But looking at the sea of memories Jaehwan had, she realized that it was beyond what she could handle. Being lost in thought, a memory sphere bumps into her, a reminder for her to pull herself together if she doesn't want to get trapped in his consciousness. She starts moving, looking for the sphere that contains the memories inside the 8th gate of hell. But the memory spheres are too many, and one by one, they start to bump and obstruct her movement. Being helpless, she deploys her magic and starts flying through the maze of memories. She dashes through and finally finds it. A massive golden sphere contains Jaehwan's memory while inside the gate. She sees it, a memory of their memory when she was a child building a mock tower to play around. Even though it's inside a memory, Mullark is able to notice her and asks her to come. She cries her eyes out, trying to reach him, saying how long it has been for her to find him after he is gone. Drowned in emotions, she goes into the golden memory sphere without being aware of it. A moment later, she wakes up and is welcomed by a busy city full of lights. She wonders where she is as she alters her appearance, looking around the seemingly normal city with a grim atmosphere. While she wanders around, she remembers the 294th world called Earth, the place where mares visit from time to time by riding on the illusion tree. Thanks to the desperate efforts of the predecessor mares to protect Earth, it remains hidden from the rulers for a long time. She also remembers how Mullark explained to her that within an existence, there exists a subconsciousness known as uncanny. It is made from the hometown of the target, and all illusions of the world are made with uncanny as the base, reminding her that if she ever falls into uncanny, there is only one way to get out, which is to find the guide, who only has consciousness within the subconsciousness. She keeps wondering about it as a child running through her, telling her to get out of his way. The child is getting chased out by police as he comes to the end of the alley, and the police tell him to give up. Instead of surrendering, he raises his steel pipe, ready for a fight. Suddenly, Siren screams, telling them to stop. They notice her as a citizen and explain to her that this kid has refused to become a grown-up. One of them adds that it's a great offense that warrants executions, and it's supposedly natural for them to go after him. That leaves Siren speechless. On the other hand, the other police officer notices that Siren speaks weirdly and wears weird clothes. So they start questioning her, and on top of that, Siren's horn starts showing from her poor attempt to conceal it. It dawns on her about how Mullark warned her that she must not do anything that makes her stand out in a world that rejects the uncanny. Because if she ever shows an appearance that's different from others in said world, no one knows what will happen to her. So there's no other choice for her but to muster up her magical power, summoning a massive fireball to drive them away with it. Surprise to her, as it turns out that she is impotent in this world, and her magic isn't coming out. On top of that, the officers start transforming into a beast. As notification is glaring out, an alien substance has been discovered in this world. The world's systems proceed to exterminate immediately as the monsters start their attack. Without her magic, Siren is helpless against them and will only be depicted with a tragic end. Suddenly, one of them, who grabs Siren, gets hit by the kid. One that looks so beaten up seems to fight endlessly all the time. He jumps around and, in an instant, beats the monsters up. What Siren thinks is correct now is that the only consciousness within the subconsciousness is the guide. The guide of uncanny is supposed to be the reflection of the ego's mental age, and this kid might be it. Once he is done dealing with them, they start getting away together, sneaking around the back of the building and through tight spots and all. Siren observes the kid's sharp eyes and face, which shows how stubborn he is. It must have been Jaehwan when he was young. But the fact that reflects the ego's mental age has that appearance can only mean Jaehwan's mental age is totally that of a kid. This tiny, adorable Yihwa is helping Siren go through the gap in the building. They talk about the fact that it's the first time a living being like Siren has visited this world. However, she keeps wondering why he would stay in a world like this. A world where everyone is an adult and keeps trying to kill kids who refuse to become an adult. In his childish tone, he simply blurts out an innocent answer and simply refuses to become an adult. Somehow, he is cutely curious about what kind of person he is outside. That's weirdly giving Siren a hard time describing Jiwon to this tiny and cute version of him who wonders if he is an adult on the outside. While he blushes, wondering about it, she refutes that by saying that Jiwon is a child on the outside. Siren is happy looking at how cute this Jiwon licking her story is. He then brushes her hair, saying that he will send her out along with the memory fragments that came in together buried in her hair. She asks how he knows to do that, so he explains that's what he does, to return memories that have lost their way to their original place. He adds that seeing how it's read, the memory must be a very important and urgent one, and if he doesn't return it back to its original place soon, the outside Jiwon might be in trouble. However, there is a hiccup where he can only send her back with it, only when the passageway is open. So they start trading questions while evading the adults around, finding a place to sleep under the bridge when the night comes, looking for signals of the passageway during the day and stealing food to survive. Their dynamic relationship is adorable and makes Siren wonder whether this Jiwon is okay despite living a life like that. The horrible experience and wounds that Jiwon suffered. His nature, which refused to bend his knees despite having gone through such an arduous journey, is what created this world. Before long, it's been a week for them to keep looking for a signal without luck inside this world. That makes her wonder whether he only returns memories to their place. It turns out that he doesn't and takes out a white memory that he keeps holding on to. Siren has the urge to check whether it is really okay for him to keep it, and he shows her how to replay the memory by touching it. A film roll appears from it, enveloping them with a bunch of memories from Jiwon's childhood. He was with his mom when she was reading him the story about the Little Prince, a famous book that's a must-read even among the mayors. The book is about the little prince seeing the world with his own eyes. It's a beautiful story of a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and treasures his innocence. The end of that beautiful story is the death of the little prince. This is an ending that needs to happen because the only ones who can remain innocent are those who die. But Jiwon's mother tells him the little prince isn't actually dead and keeps living happily on Earth. As innocent smiles appear on this cute little Jiwon, reliving those memories again. Siren knows that this is an obvious lie. The fact that the little prince didn't give up on the world has become a source of power that supports Jiwon in his journey. His world was born after he faced the oppression of the system. Although it still hasn't gotten any decent, plausible, elaborate worldview or creative background, it doesn't compromise or submit to anyone. That moment when his world was born in the world after the end makes Siren wonder why such a memory is on a white fragment, and what kind of memories Jiwon has to forget in order to survive. At that moment, the device finally gets a signal on something, so little Jiwon immediately runs off. He tells her to run as well because the passageway is starting to open. A massive hole appears in the sky, captivating Siren's eyes with the majestic display of such an event she has been waiting for. Witnessing it, little Jiwon tells her that it will open up completely soon. Unfortunately for them, the adults in this world start becoming monsters right after seeing the passageway open up. Little Jaehwan beats his way through the mob while he explains that the passageway is a foreign existence that doesn't supposedly exist in this world. As it wasn't bad enough, they needed to get to the rooftop before it disappeared. Little Jaehwan slips up, and a monster manages to grab him. But his mental strength proves to be tenacious, so he fights back, beating around the dead that comes his way. Siren is surprised to see how little Jaehwan's way of living is. He is not even scared, even in such a situation, as he screams at her to get on the elevator. This is Jaehwan's ego after all, and for him, they don't actually exist. Those are just numbers and the only rules the adults of this world decided on while he swiftly beats the dead up. Right after he clears the way up, they run up the stairs and go for the exit to the rooftop. As he holds the doors, he tells Siren to go, knowing that the passageway is going to close soon. But Siren doesn't want him to be left alone in this fucked up world and asks him to come with her. He can't do that, claiming this place is his world and he must remain here. So he pushes her to quickly go, making Siren run with repulsive anger brewing in her heart. Before she leaves, little Jaehwan asks whether he has any friends in the outside world. She is sad, which makes her want to tell Jaehwan about this kid. When he feels an unbearable loneliness and thinks he can no longer go on, Siren will let him know the version of the little prince that he knows wasn't wrong. Because that little prince that she saw didn't give up on his world no matter what. In the next moment, she finally went back to the canal of memories. At this moment, she needs to give up finding her grandfather's memories. But she feels like she has gained something more when she goes back. She will be able to make a good tower. For the time being, she decides to follow Jaehwan on his expedition. Right after, she opens up the red memory fragment. It starts with Mullark walking in a hall full of blood. A shock of horror appears in Siren's eyes, witnessing a sinister smile rise. It turns out Mullark is meeting with Catastrophe. While it's true that one must meet Catastrophe in order to go to the abyss, it's not necessary to fight him. It's not even possible in the first place. Siren now knows that she must go back to reality as fast as possible because Jaehwan needs this in order to go to the abyss. The most important thing is to stop Jaehwan from fighting Catastrophe so he doesn't throw all the people's lives away along with their hopes. While Siren is inside the canal of memories, she is getting dragged around by Kaiman. On reality world, it has been another 900 years. Jaehwan and his people have already made their way toward the last gate that leads to the abyss. As Jaehwan claims, he saw this gate. Takes the form of a factory he witnessed in Mullark's records of the abyss, even though he had already repeatedly told the expedition party that not all of them could go into the abyss if they came along. There was still a total of more than 3,000 people that decided to come. Since the Abyss expedition is a long-time dream of chaos, these people won't listen even if he tries to stop them from coming. But the mare he has to carry around is a headache after she charges into a squeeze and still isn't awake. But she might be useful, so he can't just leave her at the fortress. Suddenly, the hangar opens up, and a pack of horned beasts comes out from it. With their bloodshot eyes, they charge forward, looking to prey on the mob of humans that are trying to get in. Kaiman reaches for his sword, commanding the army to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, at the 9th region of the ancient palace of pitch darkness, Reika is kneeling, reporting everything to black strategist Samung-han about what went down in chaos as well as how Garam fell. The 5 dragon brothers are dead, and on top of the major generals, as well as his blood family, the hidden scent monarch, Samung-garam, is dead. But a mere brigadier general like Reika survived. Fears rain down on him as the mere pressure from Samung-han is so powerful. Compared to Jaehwan back then, the level difference is way too big. He doesn't punish Reika right away. Instead, he tells him that a few days ago, he traveled to the route. He wants to show what he brings out from that place. He brings back a weird teacup painting, explaining that the artwork is outstanding isn't because it's a painting. He brags about how the artist drew a teacup, yet mentioned it isn't one. He grabs Reika, repeatedly saying that it's not a teacup, just a drawing that looks like a teacup. There are countless teacups in the world, and all of them look different. Yet, they are called teacups. After thinking repeatedly about this, he arrives at a certain question about what a real teacup is. Does such a thing even really exist? Eventually, Samung-han came to question what a monarch is. This ambiguous question is too confusing for Reika. Samung-han comes back to business, telling him how he came back alone after losing all of his comrades and failing to destroy a single product. In the end, Samung-yoon executes him, and a pool of blood flows down the stairs. The next thing in his mind is where the Chaos people are right now, pointing out that they might be at the strange factory. So he commands his men to prepare to depart for battle and come down themselves to teach that bastard the price of his arrogance. Samung-han walks down to his study while thinking about how World 294 is called Earth, and he finds himself liking it even more. As it turns out, the teacup art is not the only thing he brings back from the tree root. A man chained up in the ceiling, Jaehwan's real body from Earth. He recalled how Jaehwan challenged his courage to die, so Samung-han is excited to see whether Jaehwan has the courage to stop. Ice Monarch called Vargas and came to his door regarding the narrow gate, which had been closed. He asks how they are able to come to chaos. Evil smiles appear on Samung-han's face, explaining that they need to kill themselves to go. The first person he wants to go to is Vargas, the Ice Monarch. At this moment, the fight from the fortress's army is fiercely going on with the horned beast. In the next moment, a massive energy blast flies off above Kaiman's head. Both Kaiman and Chung-hyo are amazed at how powerful that is, no matter how many times they see it. That makes Kaiman feel a little down that he won't be able to go with Jaehwan. On the other hand, Jaehwan is concerned about his spirit weapon. Even after eating a whole lot of horn, it isn't getting repaired easily. That's just how damaged it had gotten from the fight with Samung-garam. Though, if it weren't a spirit weapon that is able to regenerate itself, it would have been better to just make a new sword. And based on what Michael said, spirit weapons go through 3 big evolutions. Every time it evolves, it will obtain great strength or have an exponential increase of abilities. A sudden pressure of power from a mere scream emerges as a sinister pair of eyes looks out from the hangar. A beast with 8 horns, an octahorn, dashes his way out, rampaging around. Like a rain of sorrow, the expedition party is dubious to fight such a thing because to kill an octahorn, they need at least someone at the brigadier general level. Furious at the loss of its comrades, the octahorn sets its eyes on Jaehwan, charges a massive power sphere, and shoots it toward Jaehwan. Kainan is worried somehow, but Chung-hyo turns up to him. He asked whether Kaiman was seriously worried about Jaehwan after what he had done. True to the old man's words, Jaehwan pulls out power from his awakened world. He releases a massive thrust, meeting the mana blast from the octahorn. The attack meets, sending a massive shockwave around, surprising Kaiman with how Jaehwan has gotten even stronger than before. The thrust went through the octahorn, and it shows how powerful the power of the awakened opened up Genesis. Jaehwan climbs up to its corpse, taking the beast for its horn. Suddenly, a voice from the factory screams, telling Jaehwan to put down Garnak. It finally appears, the peak of Chaos's horned beast. Tenses arise on each of the expedition's members as the beasts speak. They are the leaders of the strange factory, and they are Decahorn. Jaehwan is having a full hard-on to see that many horns in a single place to be his sword's food. And everyone has their guard up, watching the 3 of them slowly emerge from the dark. A voice came from a Decahorn with an adult-sized body covered with silver metal. His name is Edsak, and he's sneering at Jaehwan for having the courage to go to the abyss. On the contrary, Johnyak is praising his bravery. This one was small, like a child, with its body covered in a bronze-colored metal. Ayaz speaks in a condescending tone, thinking that humans are lower beings. It was a woman-shaped Decahorn with a body covered in metal-like skin. After observing them, Jaehwan noticed they had power similar to that of higher-ranking Storm and Silence monarchs. He also knows it will be challenging to fight them all at once. However, Chunghyo steps forward and mentions that he doesn't need to fight them. He had faced them a long time ago, and Ayaz recognized him. Edsak warns her to be polite as if they had been waiting for them. He then points at Jaehwan and asks him to enter because the great factory leader is waiting for him. Jaehwan walks in with Chunghyo and Carlton. Inside the factory, many automatic machines clatter as they walk to a place where devices create horned monsters, and Carlton is impressed by it. Initially, everyone wanted to come in, but the Decahorns denied everyone else's access, which Jaehwan forced them to accept, taking a few along. Then, the small Decahorns speak to Jaehwan and introduce himself. Johnyak then turns toward Garnak and says he shouldn't have killed Garnak because he only creates once every 10 years. Jaehwan understood. But if that was the case, many of these monsters should have been lurking around. There weren't enough strong people who could fight these monsters, let alone kill them. Johnyak answered that the dead demon warriors killed Garnak. Jaehwan asked if it was true, and Johnyak nods, confirming that they've been attacked by them and, fortunately, won. Carlton added that he would have never considered seeing disciples of God in the abyss. Johnyak is surprised that he would recognize what he is. So, Carlton stretched his hand, and a symbol appeared. He explains that he recognized him as the disciples of the god of machinery, Deus. Ayaz chimed in, applauding the fact that Carlton knew about this. Not long after, they arrive at a gigantic gate, and announce that they'd arrive at the room of the great factor leader. He then opens the door, and a bright light pours out of the room, impressing Jaehwan and his party. Inside the room, many screens display other worlds, and as Jaehwan follows the Decahorns, he meets a giant figure covered in golden metal. He spoke politely, acknowledging the fact that Jaehwan was the one who opened Genesis. He also used many gestures and expressions that made him look human. Jaehwan notices ENIAC written on his neck and thinks that it must be his name. That name also sounds familiar to him. At one point, Jaehwan saw something on the Decahorns' necks. It was the letters Edsak, Ayaz, and Johnyak. It was as if they were written there to show the product name. Then he asks ENIAC if he knows a planet called Earth. He stops and thinks about it. So, Jaehwan adds that it's his home world, and here, it's called World 294. ENIAC's expression shifted. It seemed like he was even smiling, wondering why Jaehwan asks about it. Jaehwan thought the Decahorns' names were familiar, and now he remembered. He had learned these names when he was studying computers. ENIAC is the name of the first computer ever to be created on Earth. That's why Jaehwan thought that they had some connection. But ENIAC replies that the god who created them came from a remote place in the dimension. He thinks that maybe that place was Earth. Jaehwan became confused, and ENIAC asked him about Abyss. He does manage to get a few pieces of information, but he doesn't have much information yet. When he doesn't answer, ENIAC continues that Abyss is the land of the gods. If monarchs ruled the almighty land, the gods ruled the Abyss. There are a lot of gods who control and rule over the region. As he talks about it, the place changes, making them feel like they're in augmented reality, and many maps and constellations appear in the air. ENIAC tells them that this is the Abyss. Carlton is amazed at his surroundings, while Chunghyo concludes that the gods in the Abyss play the role of the monarchs. ENIAC explains that they're similar but also different. Monarchs are adapters, but gods are different from them. Jaehwan analyzed what he heard and asked again what is a god. ENIAC became silent. Jaehwan added that in his world, God was the word to describe the being that is almighty and all-knowing. ENIAC laughs and then says he doesn't have the exact word or definition to describe what gods are, but he knows what kind of beings are called gods. He looks right at Jaehwan and tells him that he is a god. Jaehwan brushes off ENIAC's hand, which touches his shoulder, and wonders what makes him a god. ENIAC explains that he can be called God in the Abyss because he opened Genesis and became an awakened who created the world. They can even be considered somewhat higher than gods in some instances. Unlike them, an awakened does not require a representative to do their bidding. At that moment, a memory from the record of the depth was unlocked, giving him more information. As he read the memory, he also listened to ENIAC's words. He continues to say that all gods of the Abyss require a representative as they cannot work alone. They exist because they let their representative or followers live in their world. The more followers they have, the more powerful they are. It reminds Jaehwan of a world where their strength depends on their subscribers. ENIAC added that it is rare for a human spirit like Jaehwan to become a god, making him wonder how the other gods were born. So, ENIAC explains that most gods represent the outcome of higher entities that obtained enough karma over a long period. Jaehwan then remembered they were the demons or angels that cultivated products within towers, and they called themselves higher entities. They acquire karma, which is like volunteer points, through control. If they have enough karma points, Big Brother can allow them to be independent and receive their own world. Jaehwan then realized that he had not asked an important question. He heard it from time to time, but he never cared to ask. The Big Brother. This is an entity that can permit one to become a god. But he doesn't understand why the record of the Abyss has no information about Big Brother. When he asks about it, Carlton says that they are the organization that protects the system. Chung-hyo agrees as he looks around at the decahorns. ENIAC smiles bitterly and says he can consider it that way. To most humans, Big Brother is certainly that. Jiwon thinks Carlton and Chung-hyo were not informed enough about Big Brother, hence their calmness. He asks ENIAC if they were wrong. He then repeats that Big Brother is God among the gods who guard the system and prefers not to say anything more than that. At last, it was an unanswered question, so Jiwon decided not to ask any further. Then Johnny X sings a song about how scary Big Brother is. Edsek smacked his head, and he became silent. It was short, but there was a hint hidden within the song. Jiwon then realized why they were so sensitive about Big Brother. He asks if Big Brother killed their god. Johnny X walked up to ENIAC, rubbed his head, and confirmed his question. They lost their god to Big Brother and were expelled from the Abyss. That is why they are here. Then, the memory was unlocked. ENIAC's words had triggered some part of the Abyss records. Jiwon closed his eyes to concentrate on the voices from the memory. After they lost their god, their power was still valuable, so they contracted Big Brother. It was ENIAC from Mullark's memory. He asks Mullark to help find their Titan warrior to break free from the contract. The voice was cut off from there. Jiwon then opened his eyes, already understanding most of their circumstances. Then ENIAC tells him that he met him to keep him from going to the Abyss. Jiwon realizes this is the real reason why they had called him up. Out of nowhere, Chung-hyo says it's not their decision, triggering Aya's anger, so ENIAC stops her before she can attack. ENIAC explains that it's true they can't decide anything, but the ones who can decide will not accept them. There was only one being throughout all of Abyss that could decide, and it was called the Soul King. Jiwon wonders if the Soul King is angry at him for killing the Mega Dead. ENIAC nodded. Magritte, the Mega Dead he killed, was one of his favorite servants. Hearing it, Jiwon tries to summarize what happened. And it's pretty simple. The only one who could open the path to the Abyss was Soul King Catastrophe. However, he was mad at Jiwon for killing one of his favorite pets. So, the angered king would not open the way for Jiwon. Still, despite all of that, Jiwon asks ENIAC to open the door. He was determined to settle the score with him directly. But ENIAC can't open the gate even if he wills it, leaving Jiwon with no choice but to barge in. So he reaches for his sword. The air around them became tense as Jiwon began letting out the energy from his body. Ayaz also released her energy and yelled that she was ready to fight at any time. Chung-hyo and Carlton braced themselves, and ENIAC also began focusing his energy. He couldn't dare to open the door to the Dead Man Palace. It was better to fight Jiwon to stop him from going in rather than risking to open the door to the place. Before the fight broke loose, Jiwon mentions Deus Ex Machina. The air suddenly froze. ENIAC was shocked to hear the unexpected name from Jiwon. But what came next was even more surprising. Jiwon offers to find the lost Titan warrior and bring it to him if he opens the door. That offer throws ENIAC off guard because no one knew about Deus Ex Machina in Abyss, but Jiwon had no intention of explaining where he had learned about it. He takes a few steps back, and his hand sparks before a virtual keyhole window appears. ENIAC looked down, seemingly having no choice because he couldn't refuse the offer. His finger was shaped like a key. It was the key to the door of the disaster itself. Jiwon smirks, knowing his plan works. Once they entered the portal, he followed ENIAC through the pitch-black corridor. Jiwon only relied on the sound of his footsteps coming from the front to walk. He was concerned, but he did not express it. ENIAC then says that he's never seen a human like him. He wonders if he really can persuade the Soul King. Jiwon did not answer. He was not sure at all. However, he was never sure about anything for everything he had done until now. In the end, ENIAC wishes him good luck. Then he notices that Jiwon also has the stigma of Deus, but he's not using it. Jiwon lifts his arm where his serpent tattoo is. ENIAC explained that they gave that seal to the humans. There are also 7 horned guardian monsters along with it, but it seems that Jiwon's guardian horn has disappeared. But he's not sure where or why it's gone. Jiwon remembered that when he was given the seal, the previous master wasn't in the best state to do such a thing. It seemed that had resulted in an imperfect transfer. He also adds that if Jaehwan activates that, from now on, horned beasts will never attack him. And if he finds any other apostles hiding within the abyss, this seal will help him get their help. After a long time, ENIAC stops in front of the bridge and tells Jaehwan that he must go alone from there. Jaehwan looks at the bridge, which is made of wood and wires. It goes on for a long way, and the valley below is pretty deep. As a last advice, ENIAC tells him that he needs to come back within an hour. If he cannot come within that time frame, he will have to seal the door. Jaehwan nodded and walked toward the bridge. He never intended to stay in this place for too long, so it wouldn't be a problem. As Jaehwan walks through the bridge, ENIAC remembers their conversation earlier, when he asked him if he could really persuade the Soul King. Jaehwan said he was not sure, but he also had his reasons for doing it. After he came across the Abyss records, he had planned for this, and it's a way he must go through to destroy this world. And after a while, Jaehwan arrived at the door. He realizes that this is the actual shape of the Palace of the Dead. It was made out of the horns of horned monsters. The entire corridor was made out of the same material. When Jaehwan opened the door and walked in, The power inside immediately swept up to him. Then, a heavy voice can be heard welcoming him. Jaehwan could now understand. This being was a king and the catastrophe itself. Even though it was only one phrase and a voice, Jaehwan had to keep himself from being swept away by the force. He realized he had no chance of winning against this power. The king is throwing death threats at him for killing his servant. Jaehwan feels like he would choke even by just being watched. But he barely replies that he's not here to die. As he holds his sword that's planted firmly to the ground, he tells him that he's here to make a deal. Silence fell after that. In the next moment, laughter filled the dead man palace. The king couldn't believe that a lowly human like Jaehwan dared to strike a deal with him. Despite the constant insult, Jaehwan took a deep breath and spoke again. The king used to be First Awakened, Catastrophe, and the king of the chaos. He was once a god but got demoted into a mere king. And now, with all the power he possessed, he's nothing but a gatekeeper. Jaehwan knew there was no going back after saying this. The plan that he thought up after getting the memory from Record of the Abyss required him to overcome this moment. The laughter stopped immediately. The surrounding energy began to spike, and Jaehwan could barely fight back his fear. But Jaehwan still asks why the king doesn't want to get back at the person who threw him out of the abyss and locked him in this evil place. Ultimately, he once again yells that he's here to make a deal. The power suddenly eased a bit, and Jaehwan entered the palace. The king is behind the closed door and thinks he's too arrogant but will hear him out. However, he warns Jaehwan that he will not make it back alive if his deal isn't worth enough to compensate for his arrogance. Upon hearing it, dozens of monsters in the tower cheered for their king. But it doesn't scare Jaehwan because he knows the promise the king made with Monarch 900 years ago. Suddenly, the atmosphere had been altered to a point where Jaehwan could feel it as well. The king wonders how he could know about it. However, Jaehwan doesn't tell him anything. Instead, he offers to fulfill that promise and simultaneously be Monarch's successor. He knows his gamble is moving in his favor, and he promises to bring him to the end of the abyss. At the same time, outside the factory, the expedition troops who were left behind guard the place. Then Siren opened her eyes and frowned at the bright daylight. Chiver approached her and helped her up. Siren glanced around in confusion and wondered where they were. So he tells her that they're in front of the strange factory. Siren was then struck cold. If they were at the factory, they were now right before Abyss. She starts panicking and yells that she needs to stop Jaehwan. Chiver is confused by Siren's panic and tells her that he's already inside. Meanwhile, some of the expeditionary troops saw some fireflies flying nearby, and they made the surrounding atmosphere warm. Kong Hyun warns Yan Yang, who's about to touch it, but he's too stubborn to listen. The fireflies exploded with great force when he was about to touch them. Everyone stood up in shock. No one had sensed any sign of attacks. Siren watches in horror, seeing the explosion made an impact on the Strength Factory building. And the people in the vicinity of the blast were burned to death by blue flames. People who can survive notice a few figures appear through the desert dust and recognize them as monarchs. As Jaehwan requested, Samung-han came with his troops to fight against him. The expeditionary force began to prepare, although some were frightened at the appearance of the monarchs. When Han lets out his orders, Nakmyeong starts to kill everyone except the awakened and adapters in the second stage and above. He's the one who has a grudge against Jaehwan and wants to meet him immediately and destroy him. On the other hand, Nishimoto finds it strange that Han is waging war to avenge Samung-garam. He was sure that he was up to something. Nishimoto, who spoke telepathically, just wanted to investigate. Seeing the weak expeditionary force made Samung-yuha think bringing in 100 monarchs to fight a weak product was excessive. Yuha did not expect to have another taste of death after 3,000 years. He then asks Han if there was enough resurrection fruit for 100 people. Han smirked and replied that he didn't need to worry about that, as he was the first son of the Samung family before becoming a strategist in Region 9. He will keep his promise. Besides, Yuha just wanted to make sure that he would leave all the fruits of resurrection to his family. Hearing those words, Han felt like laughing, and it seemed that he was carrying out a cunning plan. He had lied to 100 monarchs that there were still enough resurrection fruits for them. He also felt bad for those who were deceived. But his lie would not be a lie anymore if he kept his promise. Since the beginning, he planned to enter the abyss and make a pact with the 7 supreme gods to obtain the fruit of resurrection. This is the perfect timing because after Jaehwan gathers everyone in this place, he got the awaken that the gods in the abyss desperately wanted to strengthen their power. Then, he ordered Vargas to search for the product without suspicious movements. If the other monarchs know the product's beauty, they will definitely try to steal it. Vargas immediately runs forward along with the others. Han also planned to create as many awakens as possible to be used as offerings to the supreme god in the abyss to get the fruits of resurrection. He was enthusiastic about this plan and would make the 9th region into the new Resurrection Palace. With the monopoly of the fruit, the 9th region would become a place where monarchs were not afraid of death, and enemies would surrender to save their lives. He laughs out loud, thinking that his plan to control Almighty Land was perfect. But suddenly, an attack was directed at him. From a distance, he was furious when someone tried to attack him while he was having fun. With his power, Kaiman tried to convince the expeditionary force to hold on. Knowing that their fortress master has important things to attend to, the trio, with everyone, put everything on the line to keep the enemy from entering the strange factory. Hysterically laughing, Samung-han decides that it's time to end the fight and join the fray, landing himself in the middle of it. Han howled, asking the expedition members to bring Jaehwan to him. That sends a wave of horror, stopping the fight for a moment. Immediately, he notices Siren, one that he sees as foolish to join the expedition. Siren knew that Han was among the most dangerous people in the Samung family and did not expect a lieutenant general to come directly against them. As Han approaches the expedition group, he asks Nakmyeon to rest because from now on, he will face them directly as the one responsible for this operation. The group simultaneously raised their energy and attacked Han in equal measure. With one swing of the sword, Han immediately engaged the attacks of Kaiman and the others. Kaiman didn't expect it. With just one swing of the sword, he was immediately bounced. Not only that, Han's sword is powerful enough to hit the firm walls of the factory building. He showed them the difference in strength. Then he said that the monarchs should fight them like this so they would not dare disobey again. Unexpectedly, Kong Hyun's trembling hands still tried to stop Han even though he was helpless. Seeing their struggle makes him admit they have the courage to keep getting up, and he likes to see that. Ruthlessly, Han crushed Kong Hyun's hand that was holding his leg. He was so excited when he could enjoy the suffering of those who were trying to get back on their feet. An hour passed after Jaehwan and Yoonhwan left for the Dead Man Palace. Chunhyo and Carlton felt an earthquake powerful enough to shake the whole factory. The Decahorn seemed to be surprised as well. With her contempt for humans, Ayaz thinks it's their doing because they can't sit still. But Edsak thinks differently. So, Eniak tells Joniak to connect to the outside. Joniak nodded before closing his eyes, and energy rose from him and flew out. Moments later, he trembles out of fear before yelling that humans are in danger. Chunhyo is surprised because they're supposed to be safe. So he and Carlton looked at each other and quickly ran toward the entrance. It was apparent to them what was happening because Jaehwan had warned them. Before they arrived at the factory, he warned them about this situation. Most of them thought he was too concerned with it, but they didn't think the monarchs would come all this way. And Chunhyo is sure that they want more than just Jaehwan. They want to destroy and pillage on chaos, just like what they did 900 years ago. He recalled the events when the expeditionary force was slaughtered. He also remembers the young man who gave him the resurrection fruit and told him to say that their expedition was not a failure. After the expedition, he said that they did not fail everyone, but he felt that he had deceived himself and even had to endure the shame. And now the same thing was bound to happen again, and he can't accept that. However, what Chunhyo saw at this time was the massacre of the expeditionary forces. The scene was horrible enough to resemble the disaster from 900 years ago. Chunhyo glanced around and saw the leaders were almost on the verge of dying, with some Awakens already dead. Carlton, who saw that Chunhyo was very angry, tried to calm him down. Unfortunately, he immediately went up against them. Deep down beneath all that rage, he didn't want his former weak self to be a burden to the expedition this time and decided to advance against them. The group of people in front of him can't even see him coming until he already knocks them all down. He's looking for Mujuk and Kaiman, and when he comes across them, he's shocked. Yeonyong screamed in pain as he lost 2 of his eyes. Kong Hyun moaned with one of his arm cut off. Mujuk fell down because he lost his leg, and Chiver knelt as he held onto his waist. Meanwhile, Kaiman couldn't do anything after Han beat him up, and dozens of wounds covered his body. Han then glanced at Siren. She shook in fear, hearing him getting agitated because no one would tell him where Jaehwan was. When everybody was still silent, he quickly focused his energy on his sword, intending to kill Kaiman and make him an example. He was heavily injured and barely standing, but his eyes were clear. Chunhyo shouted to stop Han from killing Kaiman. Before Han's attack hit him, Kaiman had a little flashback of himself in the past to stay strong like now and apologized to Jaehwan for having to leave first. Suddenly, 2 figures came rushing against Han's sword while pulling Kaiman back. Siren was quite panicked when she saw Chunhyo and Carlton trying to help them by attacking Han. However, even though both of them combined weren't enough to fight off a commander's sword, it was enough to twist its direction, which allowed them to take everyone away. Looking at them closely, Han felt more and more attracted to them. Chunhyo was shocked to feel the terrifying spirit power just from talking, and he felt sorry for Kaiman, who continued to fight a monster like him. But before he could do anything, a flash of lightning came from behind Han. They're the Decahorns from inside of the factory. Edsak asks what this means. Han holds himself back and replies that he wants to take his escaped product, and then he will leave. Edsak asked if the product was an Awaken who had opened Genesis. He thinks that the monarchs had remained the same for thousands of years and regarded humans as a product. Han shrugged off the slander and wanted them to open the factory gates for him immediately. Edsak asked what his purpose was because the time was not right. He couldn't believe what he heard, and it seemed like an excuse. Knowing that peaceful conversation will not get him anywhere, he glares at Edsak and orders him to open the door, threatening them with his extremely powerful aura, sending shockwaves around him. Edsak calmly reminded Han that the monarchs were not allowed to create chaos in the factory. Han knew they were here to suppress the power of the Sealed Soul King. He's known to be the ancient three gods. Such a being needed 12 monarchs to join forces to seal it away and earn a title as the strongest god in the abyss. But Han doesn't know how potent that Soul King is. The 12 previous monarchs weren't as strong as they are now, and he was convinced that he was stronger than the 12 monarchs thousands of years ago. Edsak thinks Han's pride went too far, so he tells him to give up his plan. But Han is cocky and says he'll never pay attention to what a tin can says. That makes Ayaz angry, and she aggressively attacks him even though Edsak tries to stop her. Han says that it was too late as he had already prepared his attack. A symbol emerges from the spell he had prepared and makes a powerful attack. A beast also emerges from the spell and is now standing behind Han. Ayaz, who was standing in front of the beast, couldn't do anything because the beast's attack was so massive. The attack had a huge impact, making the other monarchs shocked. Chunghyo couldn't believe what he was seeing right now was reality. Yanyang suddenly asked him about the current situation, wondering if they still had a chance to win. Seeing that Yanyang couldn't see anymore, Chunghyo wasn't sure if he could answer because they couldn't defeat the monster in front of them. However, he suddenly remembered Xiaohe's words that he would continue to run away and leave them. He feels terrified remembering that. He even wonders how Jiwon could continue to endure and fight against strong men like this while thinking he would win every time. Then Yanyang asked again if their fortress master still hadn't come. Chunghyo feels that Jiwon might have died when he met the Soul King, but he knows that their master would definitely not bow down and give up. He assures Yanyang that even if their master hadn't returned, they could continue fighting because they hadn't lost. Yanyang was both relieved and terrified as he shed tears. He couldn't see, but he still rose to stand. The other members slowly rose at once as well. Tong Hyun was without his left arm, Mujuk was without his right leg, and Chiver had a huge wound on his waist. Han looked at them in astonishment. He had shown them the power beyond imagination, a power that is enough to make them cower in fear, but somehow they still have a will to fight. He was astonished, and he came to fear them at the same time. It was as if they were silently telling him that they didn't care who their enemy was, even if they were monarchs. That makes him wonder if all Awakens born with the tower are like this and if he could sell them to the abyss. He decides to change the plan and tells Vargas to kill them all. What's important was the product and the tower that was made by it. The others were irrelevant. Han's monster prepared its attack and aimed at Kaiman and the others. However, a distant attack suddenly fights off the attack. This surprises Han because of how strong the counterattack quickly overpowers his monster. But then he becomes thrilled when he sees the product he had been looking for finally showing itself. Tattered and beaten up, Jiwon apologizes to his army for showing up late. A ray of hope finally shines, surprising Chunghyo and the others with his sudden appearance. Right after, Jiwon gives out an order to all of the expedition party to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after seeing the product he'd been looking for, Han couldn't believe that the weak and hostile person in front of him was the Gorgon Fortress Master. He didn't expect to be brought in just for someone like him. Plus, the dirty energy from his encounter with the Soul King made him think that the king had begun to soften for letting someone like Jiwon come back alive. Moreover, he's very disappointed that the person Chaos trusted is just a beggar-looking human. On the other hand, seeing Jiwon look like a homeless person makes Megata and Serum disappointed because it makes them feel like fools. Yua asks Han if he brings them just for this product. Han is sure they think too highly of themselves, but he assures them that they are all needed here. Before getting the fruit of resurrection, he was not sure he could persuade the Soul King to open the door to him. That's why he wants to bring all of them to forcefully break the abyss door if he doesn't get the Soul King's permission. At that moment, Jiwon began unleashing his energy. He's tired of listening to their chatter, and soon enough, his world begins to unfold in front of the monarchs. Nakmyeon, who saw the unique world, was intrigued. On the top of the tree of imagery was the eye of Asura with crows flying around and corpses strewn everywhere. Nagata feels that the big eyes look like the first nightmare, but Serum thinks it looks more like Big Brother. While Yuha didn't care how unique the world was because a world without life was nothing. Chunghyo didn't know what Jiwon was planning, but he knows that his power isn't enough to fight lieutenant generals alone. Suddenly, Han says this was still mediocre compared to the people from the crack. He also asks if this is the extent of his abilities. Jiwon, of course, said no and immediately attacked Han using his spirit sword. However, Serum quickly cancels his attack with just a kick and simultaneously pushes him back. Feeling that this fight was too easy, he asked Han to let him fight Jiwon alone. But Han stopped him because he would fight him himself, because he feels like he should clean up his own mess from now on. Nakmyeon steps forward and offers to join in. Still, Han refuses his help and builds a dome-shaped barrier with a snap of his fingers so that no one can disturb their fight. This makes Nakmyeon angry that he would not allow him to get revenge, but Han calmly tells him to get some rest instead. Jiwon asks him what he will do, but he replies that he just feels generous to give a present to someone brave like him. Han was sure that Jiwon would be satisfied with a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he also doesn't like to be disturbed. With his blue flame power, Han invited Jiwon to attack him with all his strength, even though the attack was just a joke to him. Jiwon unceremoniously launched his attack, but Han easily dodged it. He asks if Jiwon has only cheap tricks when Jiwon suddenly prepares to attack him from the side. Unfortunately, the attack was read by Han and made him quickly reverse Jiwon's attack. In the middle of their fight, he exclaims that in the past 6 months, he had fought against 10 Awakens, some of whom had reached the 4th stage. But for him, Jiwon is the weakest Awaken among the 4th stage Awakens he fought. As he said it, he landed a punch on Jiwon's chest and sent him flying a few feet back. His crushing attack is much more powerful than Samung Garam. Although Garam was the equivalent of a lieutenant general, Han was on a different level. Jiwon realizes that a half-hearted attack wouldn't work, so he combines his 2 swords like fighting Garam back then. Seeing that, Han started to manifest his monster and hoped his attack would not disappoint this time. With all his might, Jiwon gathered the power in his thrusts. The thrust was aimed at Han's beast, which surprised him. Even the thrust made a loud impact on Han's barrier. Chunghyo, who's outside, was surprised by the explosion, but the other monarchs felt it was just a cheap triumph. Seeing that jab made Han know why he defeated Garam. But Han warned Jiwon that his level with Garam was much different. He wanted to end this soon, but before that, he asked if Jiwon still had something to show. So, Jiwon asked what he was planning to do because he should be able to kill him right away. Han was impressed with Jiwon's quick response. Han wanted Jiwon to come to Region 9 with his artificial tower. He asked what if he refused, but Han didn't give him a firm answer. And when Jiwon looked up, he was pretty surprised by what Han showed him. He's sure that what he saw was the computer of his world. Seeing that reaction makes Han very happy, but he wants to give him a special gift. Then Jiwon was even more surprised when he saw his body, breathing shallowly without a word and in a deep sleep. It was the body that embodied his spirit for 20 years on Earth, and Han offers him the chance to get back to the life he had lost. He is even going to make him the 8th commander. But it's not only that. Han continued to say that he would rewind his time as well. And with that, the scene changed. It shows a place with many high-story buildings, with crowds walking below. That was his home. However, Jiwon refuses to go back in time. Han laughs, knowing that he is going to say this. He had been gathering a lot of information about Jiwon, and it was the sight of him refusing to return to start the game again. But he's not offering for him to go back in time. Besides, doing so won't make all the horrors and nightmares he faced disappear. Jiwon did not answer, but he knew Han was right. Then he adds that he will still have scars, and all the memories he had faced, even if he went back in time, can't be forgotten. They're what shaped Jiwon into who he is today. When Jiwon heard it, he couldn't say anything. He even agreed with what he said. No one else in the world knew as much as this enemy did. On top of that, what Han is offering is a present time. But not here, where he had to look out for people. Jiwon looks around, and when Han tells him he can return to the time when he lost everything, he sees the video that shows a woman reading a book to a child, and Jiwon knew who she was. For the first time, there was sadness on his face when he saw his mom again. Han smiled because he knew humans well. They all had longings or the feeling of something that had been lost. So, if Jiwon is willing to accept the position as a lieutenant general of the 9th region, Han will make sure he can return to that time. Han is confident that Jiwon would accept the offer. However, to his surprise, Jiwon refuses to return and will go up to the top. This makes Han wonder if he is really willing to throw the people he loves into the trash and simultaneously begin to imbue himself with an azure-colored aura, sending shockwaves around, proving how powerful Samyung-han is. Jiwon thought it might be true that he missed those on Earth because he still had human feelings. He wants to go back and see his family, but the past, future, or present doesn't matter in this world. He immediately launches his powerful attack on Han, which even hits the barrier because of how powerful the attack is and sends tremors outside of it. Once the dust settles, Jiwon adds that he might be happy if he returns, but they will return and start the cultivation anyway. Han's sword sparked with blue azure fire when he launched his attack, sending Jiwon several steps back from the impact. For him, cultivation is the natural way of life in this world, and Jiwon can't do anything to stop it. As Jiwon holds his sword to keep him from being thrown by the force, he thinks he knows everything that has happened. In this world, cultivation is the law of the world, and it isn't anyone's fault. It's not Kaiman's fault to forget his past or Siren, who was born in the tower. Even angels or demons who participated in cultivation couldn't be blamed. He blames the world that did not specify it as a problem, and that's why he must destroy it. Han calls him a fool for being so naive when everything he loves is a part of this world. He also adds that the system can't be destroyed. At last, he intends to end his fight against Jiwon. Seeing his powerful force, Jiwon knows he doesn't have time to get strong or strengthen his world, so he takes out a red crystal and determines to fight anyway. If he can't defeat him with his own strength, he needs to borrow it from a stronger power, and he eats the red crystal. When Han's big attack finally reaches him, Chunghyo and Carlton can see glimpses of a power blast but have no idea what's really happening. Han realizes Jiwon will not obey them, so the best option is to kill him. Besides, even though he dies here, he will still rise back to his main body. He only needs to forcefully send Jiwon back to the Almighty Land. When Jiwon opens his eyes, a red-crimson aura starts to pour out of his body. The summoned creature that brightly radiates blue flames slowly gets invaded by the power that Jiwon summoned. His barrier is slowly becoming consumed by the red-crimson energy, and his surprised face was exposed to corruption. Everyone who was outside the barrier asked what was going on, and with the energy coming out of the barrier, Chung-hyo knew the reason why Jaehwan didn't eat the horn properly was to use this much power. A portal containing the ghouls suddenly appeared, and Han was seen laughing when the corruption spread in his body. With the barrier slowly turning red, he wonders if Jaehwan knows about the consequences of doing this. Then, the space was destroyed. Everyone is shocked when a man walks through the palace of the dead. He looked like Jaehwan, but he was no longer him. It is the Soul King who is very ecstatic to be finally free, and to be able to descend once more into chaos. A message from nowhere appears, asking what is going on in chaos. Some can feel the energy of the three ancient gods and begin to speculate that the seal has been broken. Meanwhile, in another strange place with a giant head and a pool of blood, a mysterious man feels the same thing happening in chaos, revealing that he knows Seolha, a member of Crack who is stationed in chaos. Back at the factory, multiple giant monsters surround the Soul King who is sitting on his throne, while Han, who is standing, trembling before who once was the strongest god. He wonders how the king can break free after being sealed by the 12 monarchs. He was very sure that it was written in the Akashi record. Hence, he felt that bringing 100 monarchs here would be an overkill. But now, even if the pitch darkness monarchs were here, they wouldn't necessarily be able to fight the Soul King. So, he says to the king that he doesn't intend to fight against him and wants to take the product that he possesses. The king only smirks and refuses to give Jaehwan. Han reminds him that he made a promise to Big Brother not to interfere in chaos affairs. That makes the Soul King furious with Han for mentioning Big Brother and his power scattered across the land. Han immediately apologized because he knew that the king didn't seek a proxy because of this deal. However, Jaehwan is not his proxy. He wants to protect his world even if he has to sacrifice his life. And that's why they made a contract. Han wants to ask what contract they made, but the king replies that it's none of his business while preparing to unleash his power. He created a large tornado storm, and he was even able to manipulate a giant tsunami with his power. The other monarchs were shocked by his power. Then the Soul King says that everyone in this place will die. Han asks if he wants to break the promise he made with Big Brother, and the king says that the power is his, but the will is not. Waves of tornado and tsunami shook the monarchs in front of the king, and the waves of tornado and tsunami began coming down on the commanders. Han immediately tells everyone to gather. He realized it was Jaehwan who called upon catastrophe to create this disaster. He also learned that Jaehwan's body was in a very unstable state, meaning his imperfect descension will not last long. Han whispers to the commanders that they can win if they can hold for a few minutes, but Nakmyeon refused to join the fight and fled. The king who saw him leaving didn't just let him go because he knew that they were trying to imitate his world. After binding him with his power, the king claims that none of the monarchs here are worthy enough to be a ghoul, so he intended to kill them all. The tsunami makes the monarchs scream for help, and with a joyful smile on his face, the Soul King tells Han to see the disaster that he had brought on himself. Han was frustrated to see all the plans he had devised fail miserably, but he refuses to give up, and with a strong slash, Yuha tells him that it's not over yet. Serim is also trying to convince others that they can win if they fight back together. Seeing so many people attacking makes the king happier, and Han is able to get his spirit back. Led by Yoha and Serim, the monarchs began to try to escape the disaster that the king had spawned. The battle between the monarchs and the ghoul happens in the midst of it all. Seeing many people fight together, Han feels that they can win even if they have to endure a significant loss. He's sure with such a big attack, the Soul King will definitely be overwhelmed, and they also don't know the end of this fight yet. The Soul King is delighted to see this many people draining their energy to survive. However, with just one snap of his fingers, a powerful attack passed Han by unceremoniously. That attack destroyed Yuha and Serim in one fell swoop. Han, who saw it, seemed to be confused by what had just happened in front of him. It only took 5 minutes for all generals to be wiped out. Then the king said that it would be very dull if he sat and watched quietly, making Han, who was very surprised by what had just happened, started laughing like crazy. He wondered whether, from the start, they didn't have a way to beat the Soul King. He admitted his loss, but he wouldn't let Jaehwan's plan go his way. The Soul King is happy that he can finally have fun after a long time and immediately uses his power to punch a hole in Han's body. Even though he was satisfied, he was starting to get bored of using his power on them. Soon, the disaster he made starts to stop along with Jaehwan, who's still on the throne, and Han lay on the ground. Jaehwan feels the power surging within him and thinks this is the true power of the Soul King. It was a power he was experiencing through his own body, but he didn't feel that it was realistic. It's not at the level of just destroying the lands in the world, but they are controlling the world itself. That was the true power of the Master of Chaos. Jaehwan knew that this power was the goal he had to strive for. What's more important was that this power wasn't everything the king had. And even then, he lost to Big Brother and was sealed away. So he asks how strong he needs to become. The king tells him that he's so weak that he can't hold him and survive for 5 minutes during the possession. And since he's not the king's proxy, He can only summon him 3 times. Jaehwan used it once this time, so he only had 2 more chances. However, the king knows Jaehwan will need him when he meets Big Brother, so that means he only has 1 chance. He also reminds Jaehwan to keep his promise and not die when the ghoulification hits him. After the connection between the king and Jaehwan is gone, Jaehwan felt horrible pain gripping him. He knows his spirit is at the limit. He also saw darkness grasping him and tentacles coming out of him. He can feel his memories fading away, and he is starting to lose himself. He then wishes for something to be there to kill him before he becomes a ghoul. When he's drowning in the sea of his subconscious, he suddenly sees his memories being filled up. It shows him when Kaiman asks Chunghyo what he likes about their master, which makes him want to take part in the expedition. Chunghyo said that he didn't like Jaehwan at all because he only knew how to kill and torture. On top of that, he's reckless, foolish, and childish. But even then, Chunghyo never hated him, and he didn't want him to be alone. That memory makes Jaehwan come back to his senses when ghoulification is about to take over. Chunghyo has done a death slash to save Jaehwan and calls him repeatedly to wake him up. Hearing Jaehwan calling him an old man makes Chunghyo feel grateful. He asks why he recklessly used that power and risked himself becoming a ghoul. Apparently, Jaehwan had made up his plan with Chunghyo in mind. With his ghoul slash, Jaehwan thought there was a chance for Chunghyo to prevent him from becoming a ghoul. Chunghyo, who was moved by what he said, wanted to hug Jaehwan, but Jaehwan immediately stops him. At the end of the fight, which was so tiring, he asks whether this was all over. The expedition troops suffered heavy losses, but there are still quite a lot of members who survived, and Jaehwan is sure that chaos will be safe, because the monarch would not care about chaos anymore, as they would be busy rebuilding what they had lost. When he thinks that everything is over, a few people come to him with disappointed faces. Jaehwan turned to where Han was and remembered that he was about to mess up his plan. One of the members is James, who holds a block containing a video of Jaehwan's body that is still alive, making him wonder if Jaehwan is actually a living soul. Chunghyo tries to stop them because Jaehwan dared to sacrifice his own life for them. James ignores him and asks if Jaehwan had lied about not getting the fruit of resurrection and kept it for himself. Kaiman tries to give them an explanation, but James cuts him off with an angry face and tells him that the video is solid proof that Jaehwan is alive. Chiver tries to be the mediator, but things escalate too quickly. He feels this is very bad because the people are following Jaehwan so they can get their lives back and are not interested in changing the world. So, the fact that Jaehwan is alive immediately explodes all the emotions within them. Hearing from afar, Jaehwan knows that they will definitely question that because everyone in chaos is dead. And then suddenly, they figure out that the leader they trust turns out to be alive. Han, who's still alive, apparently uses confusion to see Jaehwan in a pathetic condition. This skill can only be used if there is something underlying the envy or doubt that will increase their emotions. Seeing the expedition troops who once respected Jaehwan starting to hate him makes Han very happy. Even though his plan failed, at least he can see that Jaehwan's plan failed as well. When Kaiman tries to explain that he's the one who destroyed all the fruits, Jaehwan stands up and claims that he's the one who did it. Everyone is surprised by that statement. Even Siren is speechless. James guessed that Jaehwan dared to do it because he was still alive, and it disappointed him. While deep down, Jaehwan wants to tell them that using the fruit won't change anything, but he thinks that it's useless to say that. What he wants to do now is to clarify whether he's still alive or not by bringing out his unique world. Jaehwan wants them to see it for themselves through his brain link. Seeing the strain of the link, James immediately says that Jaehwan is indeed still alive and has been deceiving them all this time. But instead of being angry, several people look surprised at what Jaehwan is going to do. Jaehwan says that he doesn't care about the real or fake life, but he can show the one thing. While he breaks his brain link, he states that this is the life he chooses. Everyone is surprised that Jaehwan breaks his own brain link. Then, unexpectedly, Han broke the silence with his laughter. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. They didn't expect him to still be alive, but his spirit was now fading away into a trail of white dust, and he disappeared. People then lost the energy to stand and slumped down. Mental shock struck them, and their minds calmed down as Han's skill was deactivated, and they realized what they had just done. Jaehwan looked at each and every one of them, and they're all silent. James loses his will to speak up. Jaehwan walks past him and begins walking, limping from the damage he acquired through becoming a ghoul. James asks him where he's going next, and he says that he's going to the abyss. Soon, a few members stood and followed Jaehwan. It was those who were not suspicious of Jaehwan from the start. Chunghyo was the first, then came Carlton. Siren then glanced around and quickly followed Jaehwan, who was going back to the factory. Chiver looks sad, remembering that from the start, Jaehwan is always alone. Without a word or a goodbye, everyone is silent and feels the same thing when Jaehwan starts to walk away. And with that, beginning with Kaiman, the other leaders started kneeling. Even though there will always be a new king in chaos, everyone knows there is only one king whom they will always recognize. Jaehwan is the true king of chaos who has now left chaos. 3 months after he left, the atmosphere of chaos has significantly changed with a giant statue resembling him. Nino, who has been asleep all this time, gets a story from Claire about what happened in chaos. Thanks to the agreement between the king of humans, the strange factory leader, and the Soul King, Chaos was successfully united, and a fort named Karpdeem was built near the ruins of the factory. Humans, ghouls, and horned beasts that used to fight each other now all coexist together within the fortress. However, several new factions rejected unity in chaos. These factions were none other than from the Almighty Land, where the 9th region is located. Because of what Jaehwan did, the monarch massacre in the 9th region became the target of war and caused thousands of monarchs to die on a daily basis. Fortunately, the Tower of Nightmare, left behind by Jaehwan, enabled chaos to produce strong awakens to fight the monarchs. However, they still find it difficult to fight with major general monarchs who are stronger than 10th stage adapters. Thankfully, this has been overcome because the factory leader came up with a brilliant plan. The Adapter Monarchs, which previously appeared in the Resurrection Palace, has now been replaced by the factory leader in Karpdeem. At first, Mino was worried that it might spike another problem, but she was convinced after hearing the reason for doing so. The monarchs who died will appear in front of the Soul King's gate. They are supposed to be in the Resurrection Palace and wait for their turn to get the fruit to return to the Almighty Land. But once they arrive now, they become a tribute to the Soul King's boredom. Chaos that had not changed for thousands of years has now drastically changed since Jaehwan's arrival. She reached into her pocket and felt the return stone. Claire said that Jaehwan visited her before he left for the factory and gave the stone in her hand. It makes her wonder why he saved Chaos. Jaehwan, as she knew him, was cold and uncaring. He doesn't like humans and has no reason for saving the world. Then, Mino remembers her last words before she fainted a long time ago. She told him to not give up on this world. However, she brushes that idea off because there must be other reasons. Then she stopped at the entrance of the tower along with other people. She felt something filling her heart. She realizes why the expression on people's faces wasn't as dark as they entered. It was hope. There was hope that there was something in this world that she could do. And that thought makes her smile. The man who was trying to put an end to this world left hope instead. That makes her think that this is another kind of ending. She then looked up to the sky, believing that Jaehwan was surely fighting in another world, and wonders when she can meet him again. She couldn't understand the kind of world Jaehwan pictured, but she could imagine. And within her imagination, the world was a small tree, a lone tree with no leaves or land to grab onto. But Mino didn't think the tree was lonely. Even if the whole world turned its back on it, Jaehwan was surely beside it to protect it. It was the world that he would always protect, and the name of that place was the world after the end. Currently, Jaehwan is making his way to the abyss. It was known as the branch of the illusion tree, and the area in it is called a site. And each site has its own unique world. Among the gods in the abyss, 7 great gods are the highest ranking who control all the worlds inside. However, somewhere in one of these sites lies a forest lit by moonlight. Ronald is walking alone in the middle of the forest while asking his goddess, namely the great naked Anderson, whether or not the fishing place is actually here. There were only trees and grass, and the atmosphere each time the bush shook with the wind, he flinched in fear. Anderson tells him to believe in her, but Ronald had looked for a long time but still couldn't find it. He suggested just going back before they meet Dark Soul. Anderson replies that the possibility was very low because over 100,000 years have passed since the 3 ancient gods fell. This means they didn't have a lot of followers and were probably dead by now. And besides, Ronald doesn't need to worry one bit, even if they appear because he got her. But deep down, he's doubtful about that. However, he had no other choice but to look for new followers for Anderson because the number of followers determines the power of God. The more followers there are, the more power God obtains. It allowed them to make a more powerful world or use rare settings or items in its world. So, he had to help Anderson look for new followers, or her world will disappear. Ronald suggests inviting more followers by negotiating, but Anderson refuses because they just want to steal their belongings like yesterday. Not only that, the other gods also started to be wary of them because they were trying to steal their followers. Ronald finally had no other choice but to fish up lost human souls in the abyss. Usually, there are very common fishing spots for the gods, but there are times when remote areas like this have undiscovered fishing spots. Seeing that they haven't found anything, Ronald begins to question her sources. Anderson says she bought the information from Minerva's shop. Ronald falls on his knees after learning that his goddess has bought prophecy from the goddess of luck. Not to mention that Anderson paid for it using all their remaining money. Seeing that he's about to have a meltdown, Anderson asks him to calm down because the luck is in the northwest of Caspian, namely blue forest and water. She believes the water should indicate that it's the fishing place. Ronald gets angrier because Anderson only got that bit of information after paying the goddess of luck for 300 trusts. He wants her to realize her mistake, and it will be best for them to go back. But he also feels that he's too cruel to Anderson. In the end, she only does it out of desperation since she has no other followers except Ronald as his avatar. And because of that, Anderson's world seemed to fade into nothing slowly. Eventually, Ronald decides to search the location a little longer, and he makes excuses that he wants to have a junior, making Anderson very happy. Ronald always feels like he hears the voice of his long-lost little brother when talking to his goddess. Ronald stopped suddenly because he smelled something. He first thought he was mistaken, but as he tried again, it wasn't mistaken at all. He can smell water nearby and asks Anderson to follow him. Ronald began searching around. When the smell becomes stronger, he immediately runs through the bushes, and after a while, they found a small open space in the forest. There was a small silvery pond at the center. Ronald and Anderson had found a new fishing place. They're thrilled, and Ronald is glad because their tiredness has paid off. He's very enthusiastic when they are finally able to get new followers. Anderson is happy as well because she wants to immediately get a lot of followers, change the story, and buy tons of items. An hour later, Ronald asks if fishing usually takes a lot of time. Anderson is sure that fishing requires patience. After 3 hours, nothing's coming up. And just like that, the day went by until Ronald looked like he was about to die from dehydration, because he's been waiting for a soul to take the bait without moving. Out of frustration, he asks Anderson to beat up the goddess of luck. However, she's a top-ranking god, and Anderson has no chance of winning if they fight. Ronald became sad. They finally found a new fishing place, but they weren't catching anything. That makes him think that maybe this fishing place was found a long time ago but was abandoned because nothing could be fished. Suddenly, Anderson tells him that she just saw his fishing line move. Ronald then turned to the fishing pole. At that moment, the pole suddenly moved, and Ronald felt something heavy pulling the bait. At last, he had caught something. Most spirits were fished up the moment they were caught, but this spirit didn't look normal. For once, this has such great spirit power. Anderson also felt something off because this spirit wasn't from the border but chaos. Ronald quickly held the fishing pole in his mouth and began to undress himself. Then, he asks Anderson to activate her fable, and as her fable activated, Ronald's scrawny body turned into that of a muscled man. Ronald is prepared to pull his fishing pole out by gathering all of his strength. After a while of heavy pulling, something was dragged outside. It was an unconscious man. He had dark hair, with wounds all over the body. Ronald became shocked and quickly asked Anderson what have they fished up. Anderson answered that this man had his own world, and she realized that they had just fished up a god. She's sure of it, and even if he's not a god, he must have the power equivalent to a god. After hearing it, Ronald is more convinced that the man is not a god, because God doesn't have a physical body. All gods exist in the abyss and only become themselves through their followers and can only appear through their avatar. Ronald asks Anderson if it is possible that the man is an avatar or follower of another god because he can sense his world power. That's when Ronald suddenly feels something strange about the man they've just fished up. Considering that this man was from chaos, it didn't make sense for him to be a follower or an avatar where there was no god. But Anderson had a different idea. There was one terrifying god within chaos, one that might be stronger and more terrifying than any of the top-ranking gods from the abyss. But she decided not to spill that part of the information. Ronald still wants to confirm whether the man is really a god, since it's not always the case that animals that don't resemble mice are cats. He wants to know what Anderson has been hiding from him, because Anderson said she was a god. Then, Anderson tells him a story about a strong rat that is unique and different from other rats. In general, rats scavenge leftover food, but this rat went out to hunt. When the rat realized that it was stronger, it became something more. Eventually, it was strong enough to even fight against a cat. But this fact also made other mice afraid of him, and his natural predator made him an opponent and not a prey. Finally, the rat was given the nickname the Awaken. Ronald felt a sudden jolt. He knew Awakens very well. Those beings that broke their limits as humans can become gods, and they can create their own worlds and become the representatives of their own worlds. A creature that can fight the system is the only being that can reach the level of divinity, but still have a physical body, which is called the Awaken. It all made sense now, but Ronald still asks whether the man is an Awaken like the terrorist group from the crack. Anderson is still not sure because they still haven't examined him. She thinks that they can make him a companion or eat him, depending on the situation. After proving their theory before the man wakes up, Ronald hopes that the man is not a god because he wants him to be a follower with him or maybe become an avatar. But if they eat him, he hopes that the man doesn't hate them. Then, he places his hand on the man's chest and begins to dive into his spirit. Cannibalism between the gods often occurs in wild areas like Caspian. This was forbidden in many sites, but it was another way for gods to increase their power rather than gathering followers. If Anderson determines that this man is a god, she will start eating up his spirit right away. There was no better prey than an unconscious one. However, Ronald hoped not to lose the chance of gaining new friends. He had been lonely through his time with only his goddess, but seeing the man held a great world power, the spirit would become Anderson's new avatar instead. When he's examining the man, he realizes something isn't right. Anderson's link that was connected to him is suddenly being cut off. However, Ronald feels that this is not just their relationship that has been cut off. He screams and calls for his goddess, but there is no answer. And Ronald doesn't know that there was a bigger problem than Anderson's vanishment. There are suspicious people lurking in the forest, trying to approach him. With a scared expression, Ronald feels that this is not a simple link disconnect because he can't feel his god's presence anymore. Before all of this, when Soul King showed Jaehwan and the others to follow on the road to the abyss, Jaehwan knew that they would enter the territory of the gods, and he felt that they had to be careful, because even the monarchs were afraid to enter. He was grateful that the members he wanted to bring were trustworthy and good enough. It was a shame that he couldn't take Kaiman with him, but that was for the best. He ordered Kaiman to stay behind in chaos because they still needed someone to lead them, and Jaehwan thought Kaiman was the best candidate. But suddenly, smoke blocked their view and separated Jaehwan from the others. Jaehwan was shocked by what was happening because he couldn't feel the energy of his comrades and also the Soul King. It turns out that it was the work of Seolha and her partner, who wanted to discuss something with him. He knows from Chunghyo that the woman is the captain of crack, Yu Seolha. She's at least as powerful as Lieutenant General. Jaehwan asks what she's planning, but Seolha wants him to calm down. However, her partner wants her to finish the business immediately because his barrier against the Soul King won't last long. She tells Jaehwan that the crack was always watching him, and they didn't expect he would involve the Soul King in the fight with the monarchs. He asked, what is her point? Because he knew Seolha wasn't friendly when she had set this barrier around them. If she were coming in friendly, she wouldn't have forced it upon them like this. Seolha replies that she wants Jaehwan to join the crack because his goal isn't too different from theirs. The reason why they just thought of asking him to join is that Jaehwan can use Link Disconnect, which can only be used by captains and the leader of the crack. Jaehwan asks if the technique can only be used by the crack. Seolha replies it is a dangerous skill that can perish spirits, and it's not something that awakens who aren't from crack should be allowed to use. Hearing it made Jaehwan understand what she meant. If he doesn't want to die, then he should join the crack. But he knew nothing would change if he had accepted her offer, so he refused. With that said, his relationship with the crack was decided. Seolha raises her scythe and asks if he still wants to fight with a body that's on the verge of death. However, her partner warns her to stop immediately because the barrier will soon disappear, and if they get hit by a Link Disconnect, they're going to be trapped there. But with an angry face, Seolha warns him not to underestimate her ability. She finally decides to leave and says that Jaehwan will regret his decision. Seeing her leaving, Jaehwan was grateful because he could have died if he had fought her, and he also felt lucky this time. But he wasted a lot of time because of them, and the door to the abyss finally closed. Luckily, Chunghyo and the others managed to get in first because they would definitely meet in the abyss. However, the problem was that Jaehwan didn't know how to get there now that the door had closed. He felt that his body was no longer able to move properly because he was tired, and he felt like he could faint at any time. The Soul King thinks that Jaehwan is very troublesome, and he tells him to follow the closest light he sees. Jaehwan wants to know what it means, but the king says that he will eventually realize it, and if he's lucky, he might wake up in the abyss. Jaehwan had no choice, and soon, he seemed to be drowning in water. But he felt pretty calm, like a fish swimming peacefully. It was then that he regained his consciousness and saw the light appear from above. Jaehwan realized he should move towards it. Then, a woman with blue skin shouts at him to wake up and surprise him. He wasn't sure what was going on. When he looked around, he only found darkness. But it wasn't like the darkness from the path to the abyss. After he checked the eye of Asura in the sky, he realized he was inside his unique world. But then another question arose. Who is the woman who woke him up and suddenly blamed him? He asks her about who she is and why she is here. The woman replies that she's Anderson and one of the gods in the abyss, but she's very sad because he just ate her.